Hey, what's up? It's cute. What if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku becomes masters of chef. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Momo was slowly pacing around her room, nail of her right thumb tightly trapped between her teeth as she lightly bitten down on it while deep in thought. Ochako was sitting in silence on the girl's massive bed and watching her walk back and forth while faintly mumbling to herself, a tiny habit she ended up copying from her beloved boyfriend. Suddenly Momo stopped and turned sharply to the side to look at Ochako fast enough the brunette herself almost suffered the backlash of the fast movement. "You are not pulling my leg, right? You actually saw it happen?" she asked. "I am telling the truth," Ochako answered. "So Nijire and Rumi have joined forces," the other said. "As absurd as it sounds, yes. What I don't understand is why Rumi is going along with this. I did expect something as insane as this from Nijire Hato. I did hear the rumors of her tackling life in her own out-of-the-box way. But a prideful woman like Rumi," Momo muttered, once again pacing around deep in thought. "Life is about compromises, Momo," Ochako answered, sighing. "Sadly true. Why tell me then?" Momo answered, walking closer to the other girl and leaning down to meet her eyes. "Ochako, because we are friends," she whispered in answer. "Yes, we are." "Momo, why him? I just want to know. It happened. We both have a less than stellar background, we both had very few friends growing up, him because of his quirklessness and me because I dressed with hand-me-downs or bargain bin clothes," Ochako answered, sniffling a bit hard out of shame. "We both dreamed of seeing people smile and feel safe, and we both got reminded that unless one has a powerful quirk or lots of money then they won't go far in life. Not nowadays at least." "That is a very downer way to see things," Momo said. "We obviously grew out of that way of thinking. Or at least we are trying to." Then came similar tastes in heroes and music, him being supportive and maybe his looks, correct? Momo asked, arms crossed. "The whole 9 yards or whatever?" "Yes," Ochako answered. "I don't need this. I don't want this. Did he try to stuck you?" "No. I swear." Ochako answered immediately. "Then why are you others getting in my DM in waits?" "It just happened. Out. Get up please. I need to be. I don't think I can take you staying here with me now." Momo interrupted her with a tired voice, and opened the door right after. "I am sorry, Momo," Ochako muttered while walking out and back towards her room. "And that is even worse, because I know you actually are sorry," she answered, gently closing the door to then walk to her bed and throw herself face down on her pillow. Once silence fell again in her room, she fished out her phone and composed her mother's number. "Baby girl." Ray answered barely a minute later. "Hi, Mum. Did the talk go bad?" the woman asked. "Pretty much. She just confirmed every single fear I had," Momo admitted, and she hated how her eyes stung as she said that. "I am very sorry, Momo. I didn't want this to happen." Inko's voice came in response. "It's not your fault, Inko-san, and apparently it isn't even Izuku's fault. In the end all this is happening due to other people's insistence," she answered, sniffling a bit. "Want me to talk with them?" Inko asked with a soft voice. "No, please. We are already putting your family under a bad light. I don't want to add fuel to it, Momo. Your son is not with me for money like the rumors say, right? Well, you are not after our wealth, right? Momo Yayorozu." Ray roared in fury. "No. We are not that sort of people." Inko echoed with a scared voice. "It's just rumors keep coming and I hate it," Momo admitted. "Momo, whoever wants to talk behind your back, whoever wants to spread nasty rumors just wants to ruin things for you and will do it regardless. If they can't attack your looks, then they will attack your wealth, or your friends, or your tastes, or your choice in partners. They don't need real personal motivation either. Some people just spread nasty rumors because they enjoy doing it," Ray said with a way softer voice, once again warm and gentle. "But it hurts. It's hurting us both." Momo said, "I know, but you must be strong. Ignore them. Focus on yourself, on your happiness and on your life. If their victims don't show them satisfaction by getting hurt by their words, they will be the one losing. You are a hero? Then show them how you can rise to the challenge. I'll try, Momo said, drying her tears. That's my baby girl. Strong and unyielding. Ray said proud. Thank you, Mom. The young woman answered with a tiny, tentative smile. Inko-san, this. Sorry for insinuating your son had an agenda against me. It was uncalled for. No. No need to apologize. I am sure you have had many suitors only out to get laid or money, but I assure you I raised my Iken properly and would have skinned his but with my own 2 hands and throttled him if he actually tried courting you only for money, since I hate that sort of people myself and I know he too does, and it's unfair to treat people based on wealth and dash. Jesus Christ. Breath. Ray yelled while interrupting the woman's ramblings, probably by covering Inko's mouth with both her hands. Ooh. Now I see from where my Izu takes that habit, Momo said with a chuckle, still a bit wet-sounding, but for the moment recovering some peace. Sorry. Inko yelled in answer, getting back a new chuckle from both Yaoyorozu women. It's okay, he and I will face this hurdle as well together. But how's Eri? She's just a sweetheart. A literal angel. We wanted to bring her to the park for some fun outside, but, well, are those people still trying to force their way into the restaurant? Momo asked, groaning. You have no idea. Every 10 or so minutes, a pro-hero tries arresting Blackie and they get swatted away. Your father and few other lawyers that happen to be regulars here are working overtime to demonstrate that all this is just an escalation of the actions of a moron trying to make a name for himself that then got out of control, instead of Blackie going on a rampage. While sitting perfectly still in front of the restaurant. Ray answered, sighing, and as if to confirm her words, a faraway boom. Sound followed by a shriek was heard in the background. Arresting a dog, Momo muttered in dismay. Yes, luckily several high-ranking heroes are trying to stop this mess by reminding them that while smart enough to talk, Blackie is still a guard dog, so as long as they attack he will retaliate, but if they stop he will stop. Ray said, I guess they are trying to stop every hero outside their precious top 10 from making a fool of themselves by getting shot into orbit by a lazy dog. Inko added, huffing. Yes, that sounds legit. God forbid they get a big scandal like a measly dog defeating some mighty heroes, even if we know Blackie is not a normal dog at all. Momo answered, sighing. It's not like we can tell them either. They would pack all of us and toss us into an asylum. Your father heard that even your university is getting involved. Yes. Apparently Nizu himself wants to talk to Blackie. For some reason this piece of info fills me in dread, Momo admitted. I'm sure nothing too outrageous will happen. Maybe. Inko answered. Fingers crossed, Inko-san. Will you be okay, baby girl? Ray asked. I will be. As soon as Izu is back I will inform him, and maybe together we will find a solution to this. I just hope Rumi won't try anything. Momo answered, sighing. I am sure she is not that devious, young Momo. But now tell us, how's your day? Doing okay in your classes? Inko answered with a reassuring tone. It's going quite all right, all things considered. You see, Momo started talking with a more relaxed tone, feeling kind of hopeful Rumi won't try anything deranged towards her boyfriend. She wanted to believe the bunny woman was above such a thing. She is not trying to stuck him. I know this. Momo thought in determination. Otherworld, path towards Magenta Coast City. Rumi was indeed fully dressed, acting proper and respecting Izuku's personal space and making sure he was not uncomfortable with her even when wearing her hero costume. What? She is not Mineta or another pervert character archetype. She is serious about her feelings for Izuku, not just in it for a quick tumble in the sheets. Her goal is honest romance and love. She was not into NT, thank you. Projecting much. Both she and Izuku were at the moment catching a ride on a big double-decked carriage pulled by a duo of giant bulky deer-like creatures covered in long curly white fur, all thanks to Thirstruel the dwarf that accepted writing them a letter of recommendation that will make sure another dwarven Estar brewer will let Izuku use their creation to make another beer-based dish. Many say that I am the best brewer dwarf when it comes to making beer. Well, I believe that is only half true. While I believe my dark beers are second to no one. When it comes to blonde beers, I have to concede defeat to Miss Drunikild Oakbarrel of Goldport Town. Thirstruel had explained them while writing his letter. 2 days just to get there, Izuku muttered with a groan of dismay. No aeroplanes in the fantasy land of annoyances. Rumi answered, sighing as well, and keeping herself occupied by relentlessly petting Shiro, and the ancestral Ta was all for it and enjoying every second of ear scratches and belly rubs. Goldport Town. Next stop, Goldport Town. Get ready to get down if you have to. The tall green-skinned woman with long tusk-like teeth protruding from her mouth announced with a booming voice. Well, that's our stop, finally. The young chef said, elated. This was not so bad. Let's go. We are almost there, soon I will show you the sea, Happy. An old woman sitting behind them said while holding on the paw of a short cat-like creature walking on its hind legs. Ichin. The small animal, barely 3 feet tall, had a light brown coat of fur and ice blue eyes and walked alongside the old woman without uttering a word and looking at nothing with unfocused eyes. Little Zephyr, I miss him too, but we must be strong. We must go on. The old woman said with a voice cracking a bit under her sorrow. You okay? Rumi asked. Don't mind us, please. I am trying to see if this poor feline can recover a bit of his old spark with a bit of a holiday by the sea. Even if I do know that it's just wishful thinking on my side. The old woman answered. The cat-like being barely moved his head to the side enough to look at the 2 travelers, and his completely expressionless face and lack of life in his posture did kind of creep them out. He actually looked like a wind-up doll more than a living being. What happened to him? Izuku asked, saddened. Why, you don't have to tell us, madam. He then said, once noticed the pain his question caused her. It's fine, young man. It's not like I can bring my son back from death just by not talking about it, the woman answered with a low voice. Condolences for your loss. Rumi said with a short bow, just like Izuku, while they and the strange duo dismounted from the carriage once it fully stopped. Thank you. It happened a couple years ago, during a monster rampage. My son never was an adventurer, you know. He just ran our family's bakery and enjoyed a quiet, simple life. She said while patting the head of the feline next to her with extreme gentleness. Then one day our village went overrun by a pack of giant wolves. When a group of adventurers finally managed to force the pack into retreat, half the village had been destroyed, including our bakery. And they found my boy there, mangled but still keeping the door to the storage room closed so that Zephyr could survive the attack. We found him in there already catatonic, paws broken and drenched in blood from his trying to tear down the door with his claws to break out and help my son. Ever since then he has been like this. The old woman answered, sniffling. Oh, neither of the 2 had anything to say to even just remotely help the old lady. So you kept him alive? Rumi asked. I bathed and force-fed him every day, yes. Zephyr used to help him along in the bakery. They were partners. By nature, felines bond with a partner on a spiritual level, so when their partner dies, they in a sense die as well. It's not strange to see felines disappear at the death of their partner, so to find a quiet place to lie down and just let themselves die as well. But I couldn't let that happen, so I finally decided to bring him to a family member of mine, hoping that maybe he will find a new partner there. I can't keep him around anymore. Just looking at him reminds me of my son's death, but at the same time, he died so that this feline could live. And letting him die would mean my son sacrificed for nothing. She answered. It's a nice gesture, madam. Izuku said. Does it make me a bad person, though? Giving Zephyr away like this. I will make sure he has a new and good life, but I am afraid my son will hate me for it. Maybe it is a good thing to do, or maybe it isn't, but why should you care what others think? You are doing this so that you both can have a new start. This little guy with a new partner and you without a constant reminder of your loss. As long as you are not just leaving him to fend off for himself, I say go for it. Rumi answered. Thank you. Richard promised me the new family he contacted is the nicest you can make it, so Zephyr will be loved and taken care of, the old woman answered, hiccuping. Then let's go find those guys, come on. We'll accompany you. The bunny girl said. I can't Dash. Yes, you can. Now move. Those guys can't wait forever. Rumi interrupted her with no mercy, and actually gently pushed on the old woman's back to make her walk instead of standing there sobbing. "What?" Rumi asked, once seen the smirk on Izuku's face. "Just as I told you, rude and crude attitude that hides a sweet inside," he said. "Essa, shut up," she answered. "You are a living chocolate bunny. Bitter at first taste, but filled with sweetness once the first layer is broken." "Libel, please." Rumi shrieked with a face so red to look about to catch fire. "Ooh, lovers these days, they use the strangest compliments." The old lady commented, amused. "Eek," both chef and hero student shrieked in embarrassment in answer to that. Meanwhile, off the coasts, another day without a single catch. "It's okay, my boy. You are doing your best, me and the others know this." "I am sorry. I can't hear the song of the sea like you do, father." "I am sorry. Give it time, it will come to you." That small fishing boat, just like many others, was roughly pushed away and almost toppled over by the passage of an immense galleon coming from far away, moving in a straight line towards Goldport town. It was a majestic ship built in jade green wood and adorned in extremely intricate carvings filled in pure gold, 12 gold-covered cannons on each side and an elegant male elf statue in pure marble right on the front. And on the giant mainsail, tensed by the wind, had been finely sewn the intricate insignia of the elven royal family with emerald green threads. Nobody would indeed miss the fact that the ship itself was one of the biggest and most powerful warships of the elves. "Full speed ahead," the captain ordered once seen the approaching docks. "Full speed ahead," the second mate repeated, immediately turning the already busy crew into a frenzy of preparation to reach their destination. "Unbelievable, all this waste of resources to steal a useless egg," the captain said with a frown of distaste, although even that expression could not ruin the elf's uncannily pretty androgynous looks. "That useless egg, as you call it, is the key to the elves finally gaining the power they need to rule over every other race, something we all know we deserve as the one true race chosen by the gods." An elf wearing an overly decorated silver armor covered in green gems answered while nearing him. "General Silverwoods," the captain answered, striking a reverential bow. "We are moving our best ships to create this convoy. We are hyping up a mere human girl to be our scapegoat. And we are making sure to pin all this on both humans and dwarves so that they will have to deal with the rage of those filthy mermen. This is important, Captain. I expect you to take this seriously and act properly." The elf general barked. "Yes, sir," the other elf answered immediately. "Good. Now make this vessel go faster, we have a schedule to follow and I hate wasting time. The carriage taking that human girl to that dirty human PSS pool called Goldport Town will be there soon and we still need to organize the second part of this mission." "Of course, sir." "Good. I hope the guys you sent her way to stuck her will then wash themselves properly before rejoining their respective crews. The last thing we need is for them to catch some dirty human illness from that ape." "I already instructed them, sir. Don't worry," the captain answered. He too frowned at the idea of an elf sleeping with a human. "Good. Is the present for His Majesty I had you prepare ready?" The general then whispered with a low tone. "Everything is in order, sir," the captain answered with a smirk. "All as I asked," the other said with blazing eyes. "Only the best. I had to shake down the owner a bit, but once I had shown him how sharp my crew's swords and arrows are, he handed everything over without too much of a fuss. Honestly, never seen such a glorious shine. We took the absolute best." "Perfect. Once done here, you will get a very hefty extra added to the payment I promised you," the general answered, smiling pleased. "Ooh, what a appealing day," the captain said, showing a more greedy smile. At the same time, Sky, moving towards the mountains at the opposite direction from the port city, another ship was sailing, in this case though the thing was sailing above the clouds thanks to the giant hot air balloon the thing was connected to and taking the place normally reserved to the sails, and under the ship's belly, for giant extendable propellers had popped out to push the giant vessel forward. This particular ship proudly displayed the human royal family flag and insignia. The captain of this flying ship was a gruff human with tan skin and a red military uniform. He was studying a map while sitting at the helm. "Almost there, we are almost at the first checkpoint," he muttered with a deep voice. Are we sure the guy can make it and fight a dragon? He looks dumber than my nephew, and my little Jack is a newborn. The second mate asked. The ones accompanying him are professionals. They only look like freshly minted adventurers with subpar starting equipment. They have been debriefed about what to do for this small mission. Have no fear, we will be far from any action. I won't put my men or ship at risk just to trick a spoiled brat. The man answered, scoffing. Hee. Poor fella. In 4 days he's going to get the biggest scare of his life. That dragon is FENG big and evil. A good wake-up call hurts nobody, and gets us paid handsomely. Where is the moron? Down in his small room, I got a wench I know to play the part of our onboard healer for him to stuck. Gotta keep his ego pretty inflated as they asked. Ha. Good thinking. Thank you, Captain. Can we trust her, though? The man asked. I paid her twice her usual fee and told her it was a present for a nephew of mine, didn't say a thing about the real reason he is here. Good. We are almost to the first stop before reaching the dragon's lair. Make sure he won't be too tired. Of course, sir. Inside the ship, the young man that had been reborn in that world from his own version of Earth was at the moment half catatonic after the various rounds that pious woman he had seduced managed to wrung out of him. He groaned in satisfaction and already half asleep. Oh, feeling relaxed now. She asked while redressing. Please. I did you good. He answered. Yes you did, yes you did. You were incredible. The woman answered with zero conviction while rolling her eyes, by now used to answer like that to that question. Wanna do it again later? He asked, leering at her even though a step away from fainting in fatigue. Later, you beast? The fake healer said. Just remember our deal. She then said, of course. I get that stupid dragon egg and bring it to the DLVI point for your elf friends to bring home, and I get those 2 pretty elf twins as my maids. He answered immediately. Good boy. You will treat them well, yes? Oh yeah. You saw me in action, they will have it good. The young man answered. Right. Just remember the deal. Professional prostitute or not, even she could not keep her disappointment from showing on her face at that bold and idiotic claim. ZZZZ. Luckily the chosen one had fallen asleep right after saying that, thus missing her slip. Depraved moron, she muttered, shaking her head and leaving alone the now snoring pervert. The elves had got wind of the King of Man's plans for the dragon, so they decided to add few details. When the team accompanying the young hero have their tragic defeat that will hopefully spur him into training seriously for the rematch against the beast to avenge his honor. A team of human mercenaries will distract the dragon long enough for the guy to steal an egg and bring it to a team of elves that will then seal it away and bring it to the King of Elves in great secret. Why do this? Because they knew the dragon will be apoplectic in rage at seeing somebody stealing one of those eggs, and will stop at nothing to recover it, even killing and destroying everything on its path, and hopefully that will mean that the dragon will chase the Ice Sky guy all the way back to Serena City following his scent and utterly destroy the place to recover the egg, killing everybody in there as an added bonus. What is happening? The goddess that brought him there shrieked in dismay as nothing was going as she planned. I don't know. Now shut up. I'm trying to fix this. The god that instead brought into that land the girl from her own version of Earth answered with an angry roar. And while all this happened, the system watched in silence the 4 of them fumble around without fate, destiny and the laws of cause and effect bending over backwards to have things go their way, all in the name of the system's own entertainment while the entity waited for its beloved host Izuku to complete his mission. Goldport Town. The next day, as every small town living mostly thanks to import-export and fishing, most of its buildings were all located by the coast and close to the various docks, with a constant flood of people coming and going, all of various nationalities and languages intermixing into a chaotic mash of voices, dialects, colorful robes and fragrant skis and more. Mississippi look. Original Vieira-made jewels. Perfect for an exotic beauty just like you and perfect for keeping part of your beloved mother forest close. Maybe one of your own sisters was the one to make this. One of the merchants said while proudly showing off the golden circlets and tiaras he had on display. Not interested, sorry. Rumi answered. What about a new set of robes? Your beau will certainly buy you one. A beauty like you deserves only the best. Another woman said from the stall at the other side of the long road while pointing at a set of purple robes decorated with gold threads. No thanks, she answered, annoyed. Lots of interesting species. And fruits too. Too bad our money has no value here, I would love to buy some to bring home. Izuku said while taking a small sniff of a curious bright green spice the stall owner had set in a big mound. This is real curcumarian curry. The sweetest curry this side of the land. The old woman said with smug pride. Smells heavenly. And that red spice. The young chef said, that is a real jewel. Eternal spice. Made by powdering the peppers that grow in the demon lands. They say it never stops burning when you taste it. 3 days and 3 nights of continuous burning guaranteed, or I will eat my own money pouch. She answered. Wow. Izuku answered, chuckling. Also, they say that it enhances a man's stamina with his lover. Just to make everything spicier, young man. The old lady said with a mischievous smile. But I heard enough. We are going. And just so you know, he is not a wimp. He doesn't need help. Rumi said while grabbing his hand to drag him away. Come on, she was just trying to sell her skis, Rumi. Izuku said, sighing. It was a tasteless comment, she answered. You are way too tense. That's because we are being followed, Izuku? She muttered. You noticed it too. He answered with narrowed eyes. Yeah, they are good, but they are getting sloppier. And the way they are dressed doesn't help. What do you think they want from us? Izuku asked, stealing a look above his shoulders to see 2 tall figures in black hooded robes subtly walking faster to keep up with them. I think I am their target? The bunny girl answered. Maybe they have a thing against Vieras. People keep mistaking you for one. Izuku said. My thoughts exactly. This way then. The chef answered by grabbing her wrist and starting to run, making the 2 mysterious figures start running as well. Pretty fast. He said, noticing how easily the 2 were gaining distance. Yep. Want to take them in a more open space? Nope. An alleyway will do. Whitey. Izuku answered, and to the 2 figures' surprise the chubby harmless-looking robot turned around, shot both arms like a rocket to grab them and threw them into a narrow alleyway with several heavy wooden crates creating a dead end. The 2 figures landed within a heavy tumbling and flowing of robes. Troublemakers will be stripped as an example to others. The robot declared once both arms reattached themselves at his elbows. Diamine? The figure on the left growled with a female voice. The BSTRD is well protected. The other answered, she too talked with a melodious voice. What do you want? Rumi asked as she and Izuku entered the alleyway as well. Freeing you from slavery. Even if a half-breed, Vieras stick together. The one on the left said, removing her robes to show herself a woman with similar bunny ears of Rumi, only light brown in color. She was also more than 2 meters tall and had rabbit feet and more rabbit-equi nose compared to the hero student. Even if your BLD is dirty, you are still part Viera. And as your sisters it's our duty to protect you. The other instead had black ears and a lighter skin tone compared to both her companion and Rumi. Both chef and hero student looked at them both in disbelief. I am not a Viera, you morons. Rumi said, grimacing. We know, but you still have enough Viera BLD in you, that's what matters. Brown Viera said. Even if you are a bad copy of our race, we can't let you be enslaved just to be somebody's SEC/SLV. Black Viera added, unaware of the bubbling rage that was slowly mounting inside Rumi. Yes, you are pretty. Yes, you have a nice butt. Yes, you probably have only that going for you as a fake Viera, but we still have to defend the image of our race. Both the traveler's anger kept rising. Are you really so pathetic you have to force yourself on a poor, oblivious fake Viera that doesn't know any better? Are you really so desperate for SEC to use her naivete and low intelligence against her? Black Viera said with a sneer while pointing an accusing finger at Izuku. It's not her fault her dirty BLD doesn't make her as bright and smart as a proper Viera. She only got the looks, you disgusting pervert loser. What? Are you so eager to lose your virginity to go for an easy lay? Have you not considered that if you can't get a girl it's because maybe you are just a useless loser? Easy lay. Rumi roared. Useless? Izuku shrieked. It doesn't matter. Air-headed bimbo that got herself enslaved out of stupidity or not, we will beat you black and blue and take her home with us. I am sure one of us will be able to teach her to become a proper Vieira. Or at least keep her from spreading her legs for whoever comes around just because they were nice to her and bring shame to real Vieiras everywhere. Brown Vieira said as a magic staff appeared in her hands. Admittedly, the system got a bit worried when Izuku's BLD pressure reached critical levels and his eyes got bloodshot. Come along, child. Let who knows better take care of Y-. That was as far as the black-furred Vieira got before both Izuku and Rumi jumped them with a duo of furious, animal-like roars. And 5 minutes later, Chef and Hero Student were the only ones to walk out of the alleyway, soon followed by Whitey. Both were breathing, but showed a more relaxed smile as well. As for the Vieiras, besides having their magic staff torn from their hands and painfully slammed on their heads hard enough to snap in two, they got the rough beating they had promised to deliver, and their unconscious and battered bodies were now resting at the bottom of a crate that had been filled in fish left over, still rotting under the scorching sun. I shouldn't have snapped like that, Izuku admitted, sighing in dismay. All of them. They were a duo of beaches jumping to conclusions, racist against members of their own race, and so iffy and rude I look like a snob princess in comparison. They kept insulting us both every 3 FING words and expected us to just take it. Big fat chance of that happening. Rumi answered, huffing. You are not an easy lay or a bimbo, Rumi. You know this, right? Izuku said. I know, but it hurts hearing that. She answered, anger fading away into sadness. You'll be a great hero, and show everybody that you are more than your quirk or beauty. I believe in you. He answered. Gee, thanks. Finally returning to smile, the girl gave a loud slap to the young chef's back, making him stumble slightly forward, but smile nonetheless. So, you do find me pretty, finally admitting it. She then said, just a bit of red framing her fanged smile. I am not blind, you know. He admitted, lightly scratching his cheek with an awkward expression. Oh, thank you, Izuku. Rumi answered, kissing that same cheek and walking slightly forward once seen his face going neon red. You are not useless, you know. Although she also turned serious before saying that. Dropping the blush, the young chef looked at the back of the bunny girl in surprise. I am sure Momo told you plenty of times, your mother too, but I want to say it as well, she said, turning around to show him her widest, most sincere smile. You are not useless and never were. You are a great guy that gives his all in everything he does, chef or hero or anything else. You have what it takes to get to the top. Just as you are a great chef now, I know you would have been a great hero had those idiots given you a chance, and would have shown every naysayer that it doesn't take a quirk to be great. Because I believe in you. Because you are not useless and you will never be. She declared, wind slightly blowing through her hair and sun making her eyes sparkle a bit. The chef's face had once again returned flushing red, although his expression soon twisted to the point he looked ready to burst to tears. Izuku, Rumi said worried. Thank you. He howled while crying. Iken. Rumi yelled with wide eyes while hurrying at his side. She wanted to cheer him up, not make him cry. He was used to compliments and hearing people cheering him on as Zaus, but as Izuku, knowing there were people honestly believing in him was still a novelty he was not used to. Some time later, the Drinking Seaman pub, ignoring the puntastic name of the place, the giant pub looked surprisingly pristine clean, and in order considering the biggest slice of customers were sailors both from that continent and outside, but as soon as Izuku and Rumi started wondering how that was possible, they watched a burly sailor getting thrown out by a stout dwarf woman that had lifted the guy over her head even though he was twice her size to just toss him out like he weighed nothing. And stay out. Impressive. Rumi admitted with a low whistle. The owner of the giant 2-story pub was a dwarf woman with curly gold blonde hair, easily recognizable as woman thanks to the more feminine gait she walked with and the rather big chest she possessed even if barely a meter tall. Another glaring difference was that contrary to male dwarves she had a not quite so thick beard. She only sported a goatee tied into a braid with a cherry-sized ruby dangling from it. Unbelievable, these newcomers never listen to warnings. Coming to make a mess of my pub teeth. Should have torn his ball off and made him eat them before tossing him out. Drunkhild said with a sneer before returning behind the counter to finish cleaning her mugs. I like her, she got spunk, Rumi said with a beaming smile. And a devastating right hook? A customer added from a side table while nursing a fresh-looking black eye. Not her fault if another fool tried making a mess, the same old woman from before, accompanying the small feline said while taking a table herself. Madam, both teens said in surprise. Hello kids. I am taking little Zephyr here to eat something nice. The menu promised some chicken stew, his favorite, so I wanted to treat him to something nice before leaving him with his new family. They agreed to take him in. She answered. That's nice. Rumi answered. It's the small things. The old lady said, smiling sadly. It always is, Izuku admitted. Are you here to talk with Drunkhild? The woman asked. Yep. Rumi answered. Then you better be gentle. She will be in a bad mood for a while thanks to that idiot. We'll be careful, promise. Izuku answered. She is not too bad for a dwarf. She just has a very explosive temper when angry. We'll remember that. Let's go, Izuku. Rumi said. Okay. True to the old woman's words, the dwarf woman looked straight at them the entire time during their walk towards her with the furious eyes of somebody already wondering how far she needed to throw them out, only to relax ever so slightly once seen how young they actually were. Hi. The young chef said. You look a bit too young to be here for a pint. Are you looking for somebody? Surprisingly, the dwarf woman did not scoff or act rude as they expected, but actually showed Izuku a gentle smile. Actually yes. I was looking for you, he answered. You are? Oh ho ho. Another young man falling for me. The heart's my beauty and snares. I am touched, my boy, but you are a bit too young for me. Drunkhild answered with a coy laugh. Nobody sane of mind dared comment on that, either because already knowing her temper or having just watched her break a guy way bigger than her for far less. I'm not here for that. Izuku answered, awkward. Oh, the dwarf woman answered, deflating a little, and unknown to her, a member of her staff added a new tally on a secret count they all were keeping behind their boss back, rounding the number of rejections she had suffered up to a neat 100. I see, she said before looking at Rumi from head to toe. You are one of those guys that like them thin like twigs? She muttered, sniffling a bit in wounded womanly pride. It's not my fault you are built like a tank, Rumi answered, huffing. Actually, I am here to ask for a favor. I have here a letter written by Mr. Thirstruel about your homemade blonde beer. Here. Izuku said while presenting her the lengthy letter signed by the dwarf Empire brewer and his family crest. That old fool Thirstruel sent you. Let me see what he wants. NSTR chef of great talent. Dish made with dwarven beer. He wants me to let you use my molten gold brew. My greatest creation. The woman shrieked in anger after reading the entire thing, and her voice made the windows rattle and the other customers to dive for cover, just in case. Jesus! Don't scream that loud. Rumi yelled while covering her ears. That brew is my pride and joy. Drunkhild answered. It was the same with Mr. Thirstruel and his dark beer. Izuku, his ears still ringing, answered. One mug. I will let you use one single mug just because I trust Thirstruel to not try to F me over. Make do with that and do not ruin it or I will use your spine to floss my teeth. She conceded after a long silence where she just tried to glare Izuku into SB Emerson. It will be enough and I won't misuse it, promise. Izuku answered, his eyes meeting hers in unwavering determination. Very well. Let's go, we'll start immediately. Drunkhild said, shocking the other customers by opening the door to her pub's kitchen herself. Thank you. Izuku answered. What will you make? Let's hear. Drunkhild asked with crossed arms and a sneer. The original recipe is called blonde ale honey mustard wings. But since I am using a beer called molten gold, the version I will make with dwarven beer can be called golden honey mustard wings. Izuku answered while tying a green bandana on his head. Fancy names mean nothing if the food tastes like sheet, just show me. The dwarf woman answered with a growl. With pleasure. the young chef replied. What followed was, for Drunkhild and her staff, a very surprising show of skills and equipment. It was not just the sea dragon kitchen knife moving so fast it was a blur that surprised them, but also watching the myriad manifestation mallet turning from a wooden meat mallet into a thin knife to separate the wings from the kitchen bearths he had been given. The same mallet then turned into a big squared knife he used to cut the chicken BRC meat into small bite-sized chunks, all identical in shape, and all at high speed. All this with the strange feline looking at Izuku with vacant eyes and probably not missing a single thing after walking to the kitchen door by himself and without help, all for the old woman's surprise. You cook with fancy utensils. Who's the madman that used that much effort to make them? My sponsor, Izuku answered, seasoning the wings in salt and oil before covering them uniformly in flour. All this while also preparing some stew stock at the same time together with the rest of the chicken meat's own seasoning. Why are you making a stew too? Rumi asked. Spked chicken stew was their dish of the day. Since I am occupying their kitchen, may as well not be a bother and make sure they can still serve their customers. Even if it's my own version of it, he answered. The feline's ears twitched faintly at hearing that, and actually moved a couple inches upward from their previous folded state. Oh. Thanks. Drunkhild answered, touched by the gesture. My pleasure. Now, the beer, please. Izuku answered, having gathered every ingredient for the sauce that will be the main part of the recipe, but lacking the beer. Careful. Dwarven beer shouldn't be used for cooking. I am already making it a big concession letting a human handle it. Let alone letting you use it for cooking, of all things. The dwarf woman answered while carefully handing him a full mug of pristine blonde beer with a mesmerizing golden color. Trust me. Izuku answered, carefully whisking together the beer with mustard, honey and hot sauce. The feline actually took a couple steps forward towards the young chef. Hey there, the stew is almost ready too. Please be patient. Izuku answered with a gentle smile. Once done whisking, he delicately added to that beer sauce a mixture of water and cornstarch and stirred it delicately to make it thicken a bit more, before letting it rest aside away from the fire. Sniff. I'll be demed, my baby still smells nice. You do know your stuff. Drunkhild said, laughing. Hoi. My man is a god of cooking. Respect his genius. Rumi said, smirking. Rumi. He's just shy. She said, and exchanged a round of laughter at Izuku's expense with the dwarf woman. So very shy, girl. The other confirmed. Women, Izuku uttered in dismay. The feline's ears kept twitching from time to time whenever the young chef talked. The cat-like being's ears were by now fully back, standing high and attentive. Zephyr, the old woman muttered, too low to be heard by anybody. Some time later, once the wings were done turning golden in the oven, the young chef removed them from the oven and carefully and uniformly coated them in the beer sauce. Then he positioned them onto a plate he decorated with chopped celery leaves. Here they are. Golden honey mustard wings. Please enjoy them while they are still hot. They should pair well with the same molten gold brew beer I used for the sauce. In the meantime, I will finish preparing the chicken stew. Please enjoy your meal and thank you for letting me use dwarven beer to make this. Izuku declared with a bow, and returning to cook once delivered the dishes he made for Rumi, Drunkhild and some key members of the kitchen staff. Wah, I'll be dmed boy. Thought Thirstrul wasn't pulling my leg. You can use dwarven beer to cook. My baby girl turned these wings from common to legendary. Wow. Drunkhild declared with a loud laugh. Phew. I could eat a ton of these and not get tired. Huh. Rumi echoed while gorging herself as well. Beat boss, you are not going to fire us to have him here as chef, right? The spokesperson of Drunkhild's pub staff asked with a very worried tone. While tempting, I don't think he will settle down here, is he? The dwarf woman answered, sighing. Yes, sorry but I can't stay here, my apologies. Izuku answered with a small voice. It's okay, it's okay. You did look like one of those guys traveling the world to become the best and stuff. Just remember to stop by here if you happen to pass by Goldport town again, okay? Drunkhild answered, smiling gently. Sure. Izuku answered, offering her a wide smile in answer. The idyllic moment went interrupted by a scream of anguish echoing in the entire room from the outside. What the hell is happening now? Drunkhild yelled, hurrying outside just like everybody else did to see who yelled and why. How dare you attack me, human? A elf in silver armor with gold details yelled while tossing again a young human man on the ground, this time though the guy rolled inside the pub from his short fly. Why your DMN ship upturned mine? I lost my father because of you. The young man roared in near madness, but his attempt at jumping the elf stopped when he grabbed him by the neck. I won't let an ape insult me or waste my time. We have a VIP guest to recover, so shut up and stay put. Oi, knife ears. That's one of my regulars. You are dirtying him. Drunkhild growled as she and Izuku with Rumi exited the kitchen. What does a rocksucker like you want? Just because you barely reach my belt doesn't mean I won't teach you manners. The elf answered while throwing the guy away hard enough, he broke a nearby table in two with his landing. Keep insults to a minimum. You are outnumbered. Rumi said, cracking her knuckles. I am an elf, you wench. While your kind spent their days learning how to esikidi dash, we elves mstread the art of magic. Do not challenge me. The elf said while summoning a shining greatsword made of condensed golden light in his hand. Keep talking, knife ears. In the meantime I will teach you how a weapon made in actual dwarven steel beats your fancy conjured blades every day. Drunkhild said while recovering a big and heavy warhammer from behind the counter. She then held it with just one hand and leaned it against her shoulder. It's time your kind learns its place under a superior race. The elf hissed, brandishing his glowing weapon. Then his eyes landed on Izuku. I can't sense your mana or anything else. What are you hiding? He said with narrowed eyes. What? The elf can see other people's abilities and potential thanks to his equipment to assess their threat level. Host can imagine it as him trying and failing to read host Izuku's stats like in a video game. The system said. You are blocking that? He asked. Indeed, to maintain secrecy as the host asked. The entity answered. And now it's biting me in the butt? He muttered to himself. An unknown threat, able to block a high-level scan spell. Normally I would just alert the general and leave the decision to him, but we are at a critical junction of our mission, so I will have to take the initiative and remove you. Hopefully you are nobody important enough. The last thing I need is getting in trouble for a filthy ape. The elf said with a sneer, and marched towards Izuku with his armored boots slamming loudly on the floor. Like hell I will let you kill him. Rumi roared. Troublemaker. Whitey as well yelled with flashing red eyes. Hide behind the counter. Boy. This about to get messy. Drunkhild as well said, brandishing her hammer with both hands and stomping down with both feet to summon some spell that covered her in a thin blue aura. You fools. If I say that ape will die, he will. I dash Mio. Though in the end none of that mattered as a yowling blur came flying out of the kitchen brandishing a giant frying pan, of all things. Clang. The impact was loud, and even if brandished by such a small being as that feline, the pan's hit still packed in it enough strength to snap the pan's handle, and even more shocking, forced that elf into a full backflip that made him land face up on the floor. Meow. You won't. Unhappy with just one attack, the feline grabbed the rim of the bent pan with both paws and started whacking down on the elf face as soon as the guy tried getting back on his feet. Clang. Meow. Hurt. Zephyr was now sitting on the elf's chest and hammering down the pan on his face, sending BLD and teeth flying everywhere at every impact. Clang. Meow. My partner. The elf's face was already an unrecognizable mask of destroyed flesh and bone, just mangled flesh with every feature completely erased. And yet the feline kept hitting. Clang. 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 CL Mio. UWOent. When the pan finally got bent enough to almost form an imprint of the elf's head, the old lady snapped out of her stupor and moved, with some help of other customers, to pry the wildly flailing cat-like being from the downed elf. Zephyr. She yelled, and that seemed to snap the feline out of whatever vision he was seeing. Meh. Zephyr muttered while looking wildly around himself, now fully alert with wide eyes and ears moving everywhere. The F happened? Rumi asked, taken aback. I think little Zephyr snapped. Izuku answered. Meow. The feline still looked around, lost. It's okay, Zephyr. The wolves are gone, the wolves are gone. You won. The old lady assured the small cat while crying in relief. I think the cat resolved his trauma then, Rumi commented. That's a valid way to do it. Izuku asked appalled. Dunno, I am not a psychologist. She answered. It was a surprise for everybody present to hear the downed elf gurgle in agony. Is he still alive? Drunkhild asked, amazed. Fucking Ianefrier our aces. Our is still in Mashayan. We'll have a KRK and egg soon. We will kill you all, the elf somehow managed to say with a completely smashed skull and destroyed jaw. The F did he say? Rumi asked. Don't know, too mangled to understand. Drunkhild answered, unsure. Something about a kraken egg and killing everybody with one. Izuku said, even if it was only thanks to the system if he could understand it. They want a kraken pet to use as a weapon. This is insane on every level. Drunkhild said in shock. Where do they even plan to get one? Nobody knows where krakens lay their eggs. Those monsters are dim and secretive about it. One of the customers of the pub said, I know where to find a kraken and its eggs. The guy that had first argued with the elf said, An entire DMN convoy of elven ships have docked not too far from here, and they talked about capturing one of those eggs. I heard them myself. And I talk about warships armed to the teeth. I saw them. One of them upturned my boat. My father drowned because of them. He yelled. So they plan to get a kraken and raise it as their attack dog. Utter madness. Drunkhild muttered with wide, scared eyes. Hey, Rumi whispered. Yes. Izuku whispered back in answer. That egg sounds like a big deal. Is it one of those eggs you need to get? It should be. Then I guess we need to find a way to join that convoy and steal it, or even all of them, the hero student said. Steal it? We either do that and you just get a source of squid meat for your restaurant, or they get it and elves get a weapon of mass destruction to use against everybody they hate that happens to move by the sea. Think that by his words means, whoever is not an elf. Between the two, you are the best option, even if I am against stealing by principle. Rumi said, I understand, then I need the kitchen again. Izuku said with his eyes hardening. I will prepare some berserker burgers, just in case we will need to fight our way through the elves both to get the egg and leave. He said. Okay, in the meantime I will try to secure us some transportation to chase those BSTRDS. Can you lend me Whitey? Rumi answered. Sure, I will have Shiro with me still, but be careful all the same. I will. Let's go, Whitey. The bunny girl said. Understood. The robot answered. Meow. Surprisingly, Zephyr insisted on following Izuku in the kitchen, and no matter what the old lady said, the feline stuck to Izuku like glue. 30 minutes later, when Izuku met Rumi again, he saw, to his surprise, Drunkhild and Thirstrill waiting for them next to a small and lean fishing boat barely big enough for 10 people. The one governing the tiny thing was the same guy from before. So this is our boat? Izuku asked. The guy insisted. He said that while he can't kill elves, he will be happy to just steal their treasure under their nose. Rumi answered. Name's Porcus. I may not hear the song of the sea like my father used to, but I still know these waters like the back of my hand. I asked a friend to borrow his boat for this reason. Once we guess correctly where to go, we will get there faster than them. They have warships armed for full-scale battle, but those are slow and bulky. Sea breeze here instead. Once got the right wind, it's one of the fastest boats this side of the continent. The young man answered, never stopping glaring at the giant elven warships that were slowly leaving the docks. I hope it's not just bravado talking. Rumi hoped while they all got up the small vessel. Song of the Sea? Izuku asked. Host can see it as a fisherman's version of the voice of the ingredients. A rare ability about having the sea itself tell the user what to do to sail and even fishing. The system answered. That would have been a nice extra assurance, the young chef admitted with a sigh. We'll be fine. Are you ready? We don't have time to waste. Portgas said with a sneer. Ready, ready, boy. Let's go. Thirstrill answered. Good. As soon as the fisherman said that, the boat's sail went unfurled and the thing immediately moved to chase the elves from afar. I'll be on the lookout just in case they spot us. Drunkhild offered while moving to the front of the boat. I'll trust your eyes, Thirstrill answered. Yes? The dwarf said. How did you come here that fast? Izuku asked. Oh, there is a portal in both mine and Drunkhild's cellar that connects my brewery to her pub, makes exchanging beers easier, so I just walked through it and got here in the time normal people need to take a step. He answered. Then why didn't you let us use it to come here? Rumi asked, growling. Because dear Drunkhild would have killed you on the spot once she saw somebody else other than me walk through it. You wouldn't even have the time to take a breath out of the portal before. Her precious hammer Matilda exploded your heads. He answered, laughing. Charming, Izuku answered. He and Rumi were completely not amused at the idea. Meanwhile, while the chef and his friends were slowly and carefully following the elven warship convoy, the human flying ship had finally reached the first checkpoint in its travel towards the Sky King Dragon's lair, and the crew was at the moment taking care of maintenance of ship and propellers while collecting more fuel and other necessities. At the same time, the Ice Sky guy John Hunter Drake Armageddon Hellblaze was instead having a secret meeting with yet another faction. So the Vieira tribe wants the egg too? He asked. Yes. It is time me and my sisters seek vengeance against all the people that only see us as SEC dolls. And a dragon 5 times the size of a common one sounds like the right deterrent, able to make others actually stop and listen to our demands. The statuesque and, unfortunately, barely dressed bunny woman said, unaware that with how minimal her clothes were, every tiny movement she made practically resulted in her flashing everything to whoever watched. And what's in it for me? The elves promised me quite a lot, and not just gold. He answered, literally drooling at the sight of her, and his hands acting suspiciously while shoved deep in his pockets. I am aware of what those effeminate tree-huggers offered you, and I came prepared. The Vieira answered, and turned around to recover a scroll from another bunny woman accompanying her, and we will not describe in detail what the guy did while ogling her butt. Idash here? He said, immediately stopping so as to pay attention as soon as she turned back to face him, all under the disgusted looks of the other Vieiras. This permit will let you build a brand new mansion on the outskirts of our territory. If you promise to never leave, we will leave you food and water right outside the door and ignore every form of depravity you will go through with whatever wench you will surround yourself with. Tell you what, I heard the elf princess is rather pretty, for a knife ear. Help us and we will. Convince her and a few other elven girls to live there with you to do as you please. Everything you please. Do we have a deal? We have a deal, he answered, nodding rapidly. Very well, just remember to grab the very last egg the dragon will lay, not the others. The very last one, she said, stressing that detail as much as she possibly could. I will. Relax, he answered, huffing. They all keep telling me to take only the last one. But do they really want it that fresh? Bunch of idiots. Eggs are all the same. The guy also thought, annoyed by that strange reminder being thrown his way every 3 sentences. Some superstitions were just plain stupid, if you asked him. Good to see you understand. Be fast and precise and I will let you have a fake Vieira too. There is one in our forest that is just dumb. Just open-minded enough to actually consider humans appealing. The Vieira envoy added, and her companions didn't even try to hide their snickers of derision. Too bad that to the boy they sounded like shy giggles instead. Now I am motivated, he answered. Then off you go. Get us the egg, and you will get your SEC mansion and the rest of your life to enjoy it. I'll be back soon. The young man yelled while running away at high speed. Can we trust him? One of the Vieira guards asked. Not at all. But we have a deal, and I will see to it that it is fulfilled, for the good of our mother forest. The envoy answered, shuddering in dread as soon as she met the eyes of the hidden human in torn black robes and a pale face hidden under his hood. Remember well indeed, Vieira. We necromancers never forget. If you fail, we will burn your precious forest down with you all in it. The hooded human answered, fading into the shadows and disappearing. Will we be safe? Another Vieira asked with a small voice. We did as asked. We followed orders to the letter. Even if that moron fails and dies, we won't have anything to fear. I hope, the envoy answered, shivering again. With faces full of dread and despair, the group of Vieiras silently returned home, hoping with all themselves that this small act of evil won't cause the end of their poor race. 2 hours later, with Izuku middle of the sea. Okay. I expected resistance, but this is insane. The elven general shrieked while holding for dear life on the warship railing. The sea was literally boiling. Then there were waves dozens of meters tall that kept battering the warship convoy from every direction, and actually kept changing direction so abruptly the entire storm looked like a giant screw you to the laws of physics. Then came insanely fast opposing winds, a downpour with fist-sized raindrops falling down thick enough to almost form a literal wall, and among that nightmare, the fishmen guarding the kraken laying its eggs kept popping in and out of the water by the hundreds and dashing any notion of them being a primitive race thanks to the absurdly well-coordinated hit-and-run tactics they were deploying. Many elves had fallen already, either thanks to the insane storm or the sudden appearance of a fishman soldier or three that would jump out of the water, skewer the elven soldiers alive like a pincushion, and then dive back into the water barely a second later. Boat ahead. An elf soldier managed to scream loud enough to be heard over even the eardrums shredding loud howl of the wind. Boat. Here. The general wobbled his way towards the soldier, to watch in astonishment as a fishing boat a fifth of the size of their warship was bravely, or insanely, braving the storm thanks to a white chubby automaton manually handing the only sail thanks to a duo of ropes he held in his big hands, literally kiteboarding with the boat. With Izuku, I am here. I am here, you elves. Here. Portgas bellowed with a mad laugh, holding onto the boat's wheel and governing the thing with Whitey's help through that hell of water. Stop screaming and man this demon boat. Rumi, soaked to the bones like everybody else, kept kicking whatever fishmen that came too close to her, sending them flying on the notes of their breaking bones. I admit I underestimated what it meant fighting on the sea. Thirstruel admitted with a shriek, barely avoiding a spear move and answering with an overhead downward hit of the morning star in his hands that slammed the fishman down face first with a sickening crunch noise. We are dwarfs. Of course you hate fighting on the sea, you FNG moron. Drunkhild answered with a mad roar, and with her own warhammer snapping into the spear and spine of the fishman in front of her that tried parrying her attack. Keep pushing them back. We still have to find a way to find that egg. Izuku answered, grabbing the myriad manifestation mallet and mentally commanding it to enlarge until the head was as big as his torso and covering it in fire thanks to its ability. Bodhisattva mallet, scorched, using it then to hit a fishman in the chest with an upward, baseball-style slam that covered the monster in fire and sent the guy flying like a comet. Qin. Shiro himself kept swallowing whole every fishman that tried to sneak on both Izuku and Rumi. Luckily for the monsters though, the ancestral Taoa had been asked not to eat them, so he merely spat them out right after, although with enough strength the fishmen went sent flying far. From the boat. This is insane. How are we supposed to catch that DMN kraken and its eggs? Rumi yelled. Gwa. A loud wail echoed everywhere, so intense the storm seemed to slow down for an instant before its power increased tenfold right after, to everybody's horror. The kraken has finally started laying its eggs and has lost control of its powers. The host is required to capture both kraken and every egg. The system alerted him. Everyone. What? Krakens are an invasive species, host. A species that isn't supposed to be in this part of the sea at all. The fishmen brought one kraken egg here to worship the newborn animal as a god 100 years ago, and a single kraken is already a threat to the ecosystem of this part of the ocean. If another one or all the 10 eggs it will lay, hatch, the swarm of krakens will destroy this ecosystem completely in a way it will take thousands of years to recover. It's a necessary evil, host. The restaurant storage will give them proper housing and food without the risk of the ecosystem collapsing completely. The system explained. Things are so bad. Rumi said shocked. Indeed. Then how do I do this? With this storm I can't even run on water to look for it. Run on what? Rumi shrieked. For a fee the system will force the kraken to show itself, but capture will still be up to host Izuku. How much? He asked. The cheapest option costs 2,000 experience points. This if host Izuku still wants to gather enough experience points to level up at the completion of this sortie. The system answered. Let's go with that. Izuku answered, sighing in dismay. Understood. The whirlpool will open in 3, whirlpool. Rumi and Izuku shrieked in horror at the same time. What? Opening. That's not a whirlpool. That epiphany. Portgas yelled in terror as a hole opened instantly in the sea. The water in the whirlpool was spinning so fast the cone of the thing reached all the way down on the ocean floor several hundreds of meters down. The mouth alone was insanely huge as well, and at the very bottom, resting on the now dry seafloor, a very confused giant kraken looked upward as if to check where in the name of God all that water went all of a sudden. There it is. Several voices yelled as one. System. God damn it. Cheap doesn't mean this cheap. You FBS-erty. Rumi also yelled. I don't know how that whirlpool opened, but besides showing us where the beast is, how the F do we get down there? Thirstrill yelled while holding onto the railing to not be thrown overboard like many other poor elves had been from the now insane rocking the whirlpool's own current caused on the boats. I can't control the ship. It's sking us in. The current and winds are too strong and pointing straight at it. Portgas yelled in fear, anger and vengeance forgotten in face of his incoming death. If we don't do something the currents will crush us. Drunkhild yelled. She was holding onto Whitey, but her legs had already started losing grip on the ship's deck as the thing had started leaning to the side. System. Send Rumi home. I'll continue alone. Izuku said immediately. No. Rumi answered. I will stay by your side. Through good and bad, through peace and war. I am not hunting you down just for AF-, you moron. I love you. And if I have to fight AF Krakendo stay with you, then I will do it. She yelled, grabbing onto him so that both could help each other to hold onto the boat and not fall into the sea. Rumi, I am not going anywhere. I'll walk by your side always. She said, and even if it looked a bit overdramatic, the setting did give extra weight to the kiss she stole from him. We are going somewhere instead. Crashing onto the seafloor. Thirstruel yelled, utterly afraid. Father, I disappointed you. As a man, as a son and as a man of the sea. I can't hear the song. I failed you. Portgas in the meantime was crying his eyes out in despair. It was then that he heard. Over there my boy. Follow the song. I know what to do. The young fisherman yelled, grabbing the wheel with renewed vigor. You sure? Rumi, finally stopping kissing Izuku, asked in elation. No. But the sea is this way. Showing a mad smile, Portgas gave a wild turn to the wheel and directed the ship directly towards the maelstrom. He snapped. The man guiding our ship has gone insane. Drunkhild yelled in fear. I am sure he ha. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum one day. When the tonguing is done we'll take our leave and go. No. You are right. He has gone insane. He is singing while killing you us all. The male dwarf shrieked in answer once seen Portgas man the wheel with unblinking eyes and a smile too happy for the catastrophic situation they were in. He was actually singing a Diamond Sea shanty too. Over there. The sea is telling me what to do. Let's do. As soon as the boat's front leaned down, Portgas gave a sharp turn, and managed to keep the boat glued to the whirlpool water thanks to the current and the winds themselves tensing the seal held by Whitey to the very limit. The small ship was now sailing on a vertical wall of storm water, leaning enough to the side its mast was perfectly perpendicular to the ground below, and slowly descending downwards. If I tell this to anybody, they will never believe me. Our boat is sailing on a sheer vertical wall of spinning water. What the F is happening? Rumi yelled. She and the others were forced to stand precariously on the railing as the only flat surface now remaining for them to use. I can hear it. I can hear it. The sea is singing to me. Portgas yelled in glee while managing the insane feat and navigating the thing all the way down towards the furious kraken already waiting for them with a very obvious glare. With the elves, chase them. Chase them. The elven general yelled in mad fury. How? Our ships are too big and heavy to do that. I'm not that insane to try it. The ship's captain answered. I don't care how. Just do it. And where is that human beach and the team we sent to retrieve the eggs? He answered, his own furious spitting getting lost in both rain and splashes of sea water. Over there. I can see the bubbles that contain their own ship. They are breaching the maelstrom border. The captain answered. Following the direction the elf pointed at, the general found the giant black shadow barely visible under the dark waters, vaguely shaped like a giant warship encased in a giant bubble permitting it to sail underwater. As soon as the ship broke through the maelstrom border to surface in the wide area left behind by the furious spinning, the magical bubble itself burst and the warship landed heavily on the muddy ground, barely few feet away from the kraken and its nest. With the elves, as soon as the ship stopped shaking from the sudden landing, the elves on board immediately snapped to action, dismounting from the thing in full battle asset, followed by a human girl in an outrageous pink frilly dress even the author of the most crappy magical girl anime would have found excessive and refused to use. Wait for me. The girl living her own ice sky yelled shrilly, jumping down the ship to follow the elves while waving around her magical staff to be seen. The plan has gone to waste. Do we still need to drag that thing along, Captain? One of the soldiers asked. A plan never survives its enacting. We will need to improvise. We have come this far and we can't back down now. The plan remains unchanged. Grab the eggs, leave the human woman behind for the merman to capture and, hopefully, kill. And remember to leave behind the proof to pin all this on humans. The captain answered. Yes, sir. The elven soldiers answered as one. Wait for me. The human girl said, finally reaching the elves and splashing mud everywhere with her arrival. Don't worry. We know we can't do this without you, my dear. He answered, all while doing a truly titanic effort to turn his frown into a passable smile. The elf captain managed to ignore the disgust washing over him at looking at her and at the mud she splashed on his once pristine armor and robes enough to not eviscerate her on the spot. My beloved needs my help to recover those filthy eggs to save the elven kingdom, and I won't fail. She answered, still following the plot of the game that she thought she entered, unaware of her losing her protagonist role thanks to the system. Yes. Let's go. The captain answered, he and the other elves rolling their eyes in annoyance. Ship incoming. An elf soldier yelled with wide eyes while pointing upward. Ship income how? The captain shrieked at seeing Izuku's own ship sailing down along the sheer wall of the maelstrom until they too landed heavily on the ground. At the opposite side of the kraken nest. Now there they were, humans on one side and elves on the other, and in the middle a giant squid-like monster 10 meters tall surrounded in eggs looking like perfectly spherical pearls as big as a car. Nobody moved, not even the kraken. Everybody was waiting for the others to make the first move, too focused on gauging the opposition to actually break the stalemate. What are we waiting for? Grab the eggs. Fortunately or unfortunately, the Ice Sky girl decided to move first and to scream the very worst battle cry, because the kraken seemed to understand human speech enough to catch her intention. Rohair. A tentacle wrapped around the eggs, while the others started whipping around trying to squish and crush everybody around its nest. God damn it. That idiot had to tell the thing she wants its eggs. Stop her. Drunkhild yelled while jumping down the ship together with Thirstrill to fight off the giant tentacles. Isn't she the girl we met before? The one we saved from the bandits? Izuku asked, recovering Shiro, to put him on his shoulders and then join the battle. The very same moron. Let's go save her from her stupidity, again. Rumi answered, joining the chef in fending off the tentacles. Take this, the girl said while shooting small pebble-sized magic bullets at the tentacles with no effect. Rohair. The kraken shrugged off the attack and moved one of its massive tentacles down to squash the girl. Kaya. Vajra filleting. Izuku yelled at the same time, and literally filleted the entire giant tentacle in an instant before it could touch the girl. Vajra? In Sanskrit. Thunderbolt. So, thunderbolt filleting. Izuku. My hero. The girl said in glee, and tried to glomp on the chef to hug him. This is not the time and place, girl. Focus. Rumi barked in answer, happy to see Izuku dodge the girl with ease. Piss us off. The other answered. Not now, we'll talk later, Izuku said, dodging again the girl's jump to focus on the kraken that was now glaring daggers at him for the loss of a tentacle. Here it comes. Get ready. Rumi yelled, jumping away. The Ice Sky girl shrieked in shock at feeling Izuku grab the back of her dress to drag her to safety and avoid the heavy tentacles slamming down so hard it formed a crater. "You saved me again. You must really love me," she gushed. "Focus. There are people dying. This is not a game." Izuku snapped angrily, especially at seeing several elven soldiers being battled away and sent flying. "It is a game. My game. Everything will be alright if I am here." Magic spear. The girl yelled with crazed eyes before shooting from her staff a foot-long spear of shining magic that exploded one of the Kraken's eyes. Jai? With a shriek of agony, the Kraken focused its remaining 5 eyes on both Chef and Ice Sky Girl in complete hatred. "No!" Rumi yelled at seeing every tentacle the monster possessed coming down all at once on the two. Uncaring of his own safety, Izuku threw the Ice Sky Girl away and braced himself from impact. Kyun. For Rumi's relief, the ancestral Taudai reminded her that the chef was never really defenseless, as Shiro used the hair-like tendrils from his mouth to grab and stop the tentacle's descent. Vajra filleting. Soon followed by Izuku moving the Sea Dragon kitchen knife in a flash to cut them all into precise chunks, and just like before, the system promptly transported those chunks to the restaurant's island storage. "You are safe. You are safe." Relief washed over Rumi as for an instant she thought she was about to lose him. She felt fear filling every corner of her being. Down to the last cell. W8. That was a moment of clarity that made the bunny girl's eyes widen. She had felt terror with literally every cell of her body. "Izuku. That berserker burger." "No." Rumi yelled while running towards the chef. "HN." Izuku answered. Summoning from the space pocket, the system connected him to a perfectly cooked, and still smoking, hamburger patty on a plain white plate. "Still warm?" she asked, just as the Kraken shocked them all by having new tentacles burst out from the stumps with several splashes of blackish BLD. "The pocket keeps everything in stasis." "What?" he asked. "Just curious, but it doesn't matter. I finally understood how to use Enbu." Rumi answered with a savage smile, swallowing the burger whole in just 2 bites. "What?" "Yai." As soon as the patty reached Rumi's stomach, explosive power flowed in her veins like fire, making her entire body flush red so much her caramel skin resembled hot metal straight out of a furnace, so much thin strings of smoke wafted up from random areas of her back and limbs. "Watch this, bimbo. This is how you do it. This is my kickful of love." Voice booming. Rumi dashed forward with such a strength the ground under her feet exploded and she appeared in front of the Kraken in an instant. "Nbu, Samsara Moonrise," she yelled, and she could feel every single cell of her body move in unison towards a single, unanimous goal: kick. A kickful of love. That's how she called the upward kick she delivered to the Kraken's body with the power of every single cell she possessed cooperating together, all 60 trillions of them further strengthened by Izuku's utility dish, all focused on her right foot now burying itself deep into the Kraken's gut. The Kraken's beak mouth was wide open, but no sound came as every eye it possessed turned lifeless on impact. "Fly away. Rumi roared as the full power of her kick sent ripples along the Kraken's body and faintly pushed the thing's chitin skeleton straight out of its back a couple inches. And the 30 meters tall, not counting the tentacles and many tons of giant squid monster, achieved subsound velocity as it flew upward. All for the shock of the elves stuck at sea level still fighting against the storm that saw a dead Kraken fly high in the sky, for a total height reached from the starting point at the seafloor to when it started descending 5 miles. Complete insanity. That needed to be seen to be believed. With Rumi, I did say it. Rumi yelled in glee while letting herself fall down to the ground from her high jump, all the while smiling wide. "Oh." And as a welcomed extra, Izuku himself caught her in his arms to cushion her fall in a splendid bridal carry. "You were amazing, Rumi. That was a perfect Enbu kick," the chef said with a proud smile. "That burger made me super tired, but it was worth it. That was so FING awesome," she answered, not even trying to get off his arms. "It was," he answered, laughing. "Stop talking with that beach. I am your woman," the Ice Sky girl yelled. No, you are not. Izuku answered, gently setting Rumi back to her feet and walking towards the eggs. Stop right there. Those eggs are ours. The elven captain yelled, unsheathing his sword. Unfortunately, I need these for my restaurant. So you will have to do without your weapon of mass destruction. Izuku answered, uncaring. Never. We will kill every human that will stand in our way. I have put up with a spoiled ape too long to stop now that the eggs are in front of me. The ape. The Ice Sky Girl muttered, shocked by the insult. Yes, that is another reason I went along with this thing, even just to stop a megalomaniac from killing whoever is not of your race. Now, sorry, but I have eggs to collect. Izuku answered, putting his hand on the first egg. Stew. The elves yelled, frantically running towards the chef. Oh, for F's sake. Whitey. Rumi groaned in annoyance while sitting down on a rock. Troublemakers. The chubby robot stopped mounting guard to Portgas and assaulted the elven soldiers, soon littering the ground in their shredded armors and clothes as he stripped them all before slapping them unconscious. No. This is not what is supposed to happen. I am supposed to be a hero. To get a HRM. To live my life surrounded in hunks and in endless orgies. The Ice Sky Girl shrieked in madness. What the hell are you saying? Izuku asked, appalled. He had just finished touching every egg to send it to his storage and was now looking at the girl in shock. This is just a game. A stupid romance game I entered. I am the main character. Why am I in a cold, muddy hellhole fighting a monster? Why am I being insulted? I am supposed to be the girl that can have every man drooling after her. It is finally my turn to be beloved by everybody. I want the DS I was denied in my previous life. I deserve it. I deserve Everett-slap. The backhanded slap Izuku gave her sent the girl rolling on the floor, ruining her frilly dress into filthy rags thanks to the mud pool she fell into. This is not a game, you spoiled brat. People die and get hurt here. Stop pretending the world to bend over for you just because you want something. They were using you exactly because you think everybody owes you something. The chef yelled, furious. Nobody loved me back home. They always made fun of me and my looks because I was not a big-titted bimbo with a slim waist. But here I will be loved by everybody because I am the protagonist. I will have a boyfriend. 20. The girl yelled while crying, snot, tears and mud mixing on her face into a disgusting muck. There are no protagonists here. This is reality, not a fantasy. It's time to face the truth. You can't force people to love you, Izuku answered. Shut up. She yelled, grabbing her magical staff and pointing it at Izuku. Love me. You are just a game character. You are supposed to love me. Drop your pants and F me. The deranged girl shrieked. In answer, the chef simply pulled the staff out of her hands faster than she could react and snapped it on his knee. Stop whining and start acting like an adult. It's about time you drop this power fantasy of yours. This is no longer a game, but real life. It's time to grow up. The chef said, throwing away the two halves of the broken staff. I am a protagonist. This is my world. She is hopeless, Rumi said, sighing. She will need to grow up fast. If she really came here from another world, this is no longer her game, but her life. If she doesn't understand this, her future will be very bleak. Izuku answered. Should we help her? Rumi asked. How though? We will leave as soon as the mission timer runs out or I collect the ingredients required. How do we help her, especially since she doesn't want to get help yet? I don't know, Rumi answered, looking lost. Rumble. That talk will have to wait. The maelstrom is collapsing. Thirstrill yelled while finishing loading Porga's boat in chests. What are those? Rumi asked while she and Izuku boarded the thing. Spoils of war. While you were talking with that psycho, we helped your automaton load the unconscious elves back on their ship. We also collected a couple souvenirs. Drunkhild answered as water started falling down to fill again the hole opened by the giant whirlpool. Oh God. What do we do now? Izuku asked. Trust me. I can hear the sea. I will take us to safety. Portgas answered. The system is making sure the water is refilling the hole in a way that will permit the two ships and their crews to float to safety. As part of the service the host paid for. The system explained. Almost makes the price you paid worth it. Rumi muttered, pleased. What? I wanna win. I want my HRM. My pages, I wanna be the protagonist. Wait, that idiot is still down there crying. Thirstril yelled. Oh goddammit. Izuku yelled while jumping down the ship. Izuku. Rumi yelled with wide eyes. Luckily, the chef could still move fast enough to run at the crying girl and bring her back on their boat even with the rapidly rising water, and once unceremoniously dropped the wailing moron in a corner, the small crew held tight to the boat's railing while Portgas maneuvered the boat on the wild waters all the way to the surface while waiting for the whirlpool to fully collapse and return the sea to normal. And as they all could see, at the defeat of the Kraken the storm had stopped abruptly, with the sea now calm and still since no longer influenced by the monster's powers. There is our Kraken, Rumi said in relief once seen the enormous squid monster still floating in the sea. Is it dead? Izuku asked. Almost, that kick really effed it up, Drunkhild answered, noticing only one eye of the thing still had enough life in it to look towards them. Put it out of his misery, boy. Even a monster deserves some respect. Thirstril said. You are right, give me a minute, Izuku answered, climbing on the Kraken's body as soon as Portgas neared the thing. One down. We need to find two more and we are done. Rumi muttered with a sigh. Two what? Drunkhild asked. Two more ingredients. Izuku and I have been sent here to look for four things. Dwarven beer, the Sea King and its eggs, and that is this Kraken. The hero student answered. And the other two? Thirstril asked. Besides a Sky King, we have no idea what it is. The easiest one would ideally be the other one, the elven wine. We are just supposed to get some of the grapes needed to make their liquid gold wine, she answered. Oh, both dwarves chuckled at that. You mean these grapes? Drunkhild said, and opening with a kick one of the treasure chests she and Thirstril pilfered from the elven warship. Shiiyin. Holy sheet! Rumi yelled in awe while shielding her eyes, the grapes filling. That giant chest seemed made of pure gold and they shone. Yeah, I could recognize these grapes anywhere, especially since their shine is what inspired me to make my golden beer. There should be enough samples here to start your own wineyard back home. Drunkhild said, laughing. And we can keep these? Rumi said, yep. Consider it your and Izuku's part of the spoils. Thirstril answered. Those are mine. The elven general shrieked in anger. Not anymore. Rumi answered. What did I miss? Izuku asked, having returned from painlessly putting down the Kraken and sending its corpse to the restaurant storage where he will later work on it. The big hit. We got the elven grapes. Really? No. Those are mine. I need them to bribe our king into letting me get into early retirement. Sink that ship. Kill them all. Recover my elven grapes. The elven general ordered, and as one every ship of the convoy converged on the tiny boat of Izuku's group. What now? We are not equipped for naval battle. Unless this boat has a cannon stashed somewhere. Drunkhild hissed. Unfortunately not, this is a mere fishing boat. No armor or cannons anywhere. Portgas answered between clenched teeth. I guess this is where I jump in, Shiro said with a tired sigh. The others not in the know, Ice Sky Girl included, uttered as one in surprise. Don't kill them, Izuku yelled with wide eyes. For you, my partner, this esteemed Taudai will show restraint and just scare them a little. Shiro answered, jumping on the railing to look at the approaching 10 warships. Thank you, the chef said in relief. Beware, elves. This is a mere warning shot. The next one will strike true. The ancestral Taudai declared with a booming voice echoing everywhere and yet still holding regal composure. Kill theme. HN. You all are shameless. Well, this esteemed Taudai warned you. Shiro said while dark energy started mounting in his tiny mouth until a swirling sphere of living shadows interspersed with pure white lightning circling around it was formed in his maw. I appreciate your pet's conviction, but a magical projectile that small won't even dent dash W. Boom. The sea parted. The earth trembled. the sky went ripped apart. Everything was engulfed in light. What was once a mighty force of 10 giant worships strengthened by ancient magic ceased to exist in an instant as an awe-inspiring mushroom cloud covered the sky as soon as the blinding explosion of light that Rumi feared blinded half the planet and went noticed from space as well, disappeared. Done, Shiro said, proud of himself. On what scale that is called restraint? Izuku shrieked. To me it was, partner. I barely used an infinitesimal fraction of my powers to shoot that small thing. It was mostly pretty lights. I calibrated it so that the power would be just enough to destroy the enchanted ships without hurting the crew. Not too much at least. I told you to not kill them, and I didn't. When they land back down in the water, they will be still alive. With every bone in their bodies turned to dust and most organs bruised, but alive. By then the last remaining ship, the one full of naked elves, will collect them, heal them and bring them home ready to tell stories about mine and your greatness for millennia to come. Shiro answered, calmly returning to lie around Izuku's neck as if nothing happened. Let's just return home, Drunkhild muttered. Yes, Portgas answered, guiding the small boat back towards Goldport town. The whole trip Izuku had only Rumi by his side. Everybody else was just huddled in a corner as far away as physically possible from the tiny Taudai wrapped asleep around the chef's neck. They all also ignored the shrieks of pain of the various elves literally raining from the sky all around them that had survived, even if barely, the fly and the insanely big explosion only thanks to their ship's enchantment taking the brunt of the attack. 2 days later, mountains, time to shine. The second Icegaed guy was now reaching the last stop before the dragon's nest where he will find the egg he needs for his missions. A couple hours and he will get all the treasures humans, elves and Vieras promised him. This is indeed the first event of the plot. My very first big victory that will put me on the path towards the Chad H-arm ending of those crappy animes those losers weebs back home were so fixated about. Those betas wouldn't know what to do with all this wealth. Good thing an alpha like me has been sent here instead. He said in glee while dismounting the flying ship. Remember, while this dragon is a weak one of its species and will be even weaker after laying its eggs, we must be cautious. The pretty girl in plain wizard attire said with a cautious tone, too bad he still didn't manage to see what was hiding under all those layers. Just a matter of time before the inevitable love scene. He felt like trying the butt experience with her. She looked like one of those girls enjoying it. Have no fear. We came prepared. We will pull through no problem. The annoying paladin guy added, smiling that infuriating wide smile of his. Sorry, but I don't accept rivals. At the first occasion, an accident will happen and you will die. After all, the hero needs his dramatic dead friend scene to boost his powers and show the HRM how cool, dashing and manly he is. And since I don't like you, you will need to fill the role of the dying friend? John thought in malice. We have Sir John with us. Of course we will triumph. The chubby boy acting as the team's healer instead kept acting as the Ice Guy guy's hype man, gaining brown points for the young egomaniac. I will keep you instead. A good simp is always welcome to boost my image. Just keep me alive and keep telling everybody how cool I am. The guy thought, please. He was completely unaware that who was accompanying him was not a group of newbies, but a full-fledged team of pros that knew what they were doing and how to slide the ego of their charge so that he was so full of himself to not notice how much he was being played. They all knew how to do it because it was not the first chosen one they screwed over. The King of Men had specifically requested their help thanks to their experience in finding new adventurers blinded by dreams of glory and swindling them with fake prophecies they just so happened to discover so to lead the victim into situations where they either died or went arrested while the team ran away with the loot. And as soon as the king captured them, he offered them a deal. They would help him trick John, and in exchange the king wouldn't hang all of them for their crimes. Of course those guys couldn't agree fast enough once they saw the eager look of the executioner waiting for them. Of course the King of Men expected them all to die fighting that dragon he purposely described as a runt, instead of a legendary world destroyer, but at least their deaths would actually serve a purpose instead of being a mere execution hosted on a Friday evening to entertain the masses, like usual. Only John was required to survive, and the small group of soldiers secretly following him and his friends would make sure of that. 2 hours and a long walk through the mountains later, the group of heroes was now facing a tall mountain littered with hundreds of similar openings, and yet, even with all those caves, there was an eerie, unnatural silence all around them, as if something big had scared everything in the area so to be the only occupant of the mountain. That system of caves. The rangers sent by the king saw the dragon fly into one of those. The rogue of the team, a red-haired girl John could not wait to bend over, said while donning the hood of her form-fitting robes. "We'll do as we planned. John and I will take the front, Patty and Stevie will take the middle while Kat will cover our backs." "You ready?" the paladin asked. "Standard formation, of course." The rogue answered. "Ready." Healer and mage chorused. "We'll pull through, girls. Trust me," John said while flashing what he believed was a blinding and charming smile. "We trust you," the girls answered, returning his smile with a sweet one of their own. God, what a moron. The mage sent her friends through their shared telepathic link she had set up. "But a moron we need, we either do this or we get the rope. And I am too pretty to die." The healer answered, talking with a more crude and insufferable tone than his character would have suggested. "Debatable," the rogue said. "Screw you, Beach. You weren't talking like that when I was riding you, cretin. Enough. We have our lives on the line. It's not just money like usual. We need to play this perfectly, because I won't die for a cretin they need to scare into compliance." The paladin roared, silencing his pals. "Sorry, boss." The team answered as one. "Good. Remember your roles and our mission. We get in, help the idiot steal the right egg and deliver both egg and idiot to the soldiers, then we fake our deaths and start again in a different continent. Without getting caught this time. Got it?" "Yes." "Good. Remember our body doubles we have stashed in Patty's magical pouch. We need that dragon to char them just enough they can't tell it's not us." "Of course." "Hey, ready to go?" John asked. "Of course. Lead the way." The paladin answered aloud, and flashing the guy his middle finger as soon as he turned around. "Don't worry, I bet that thing will die just by spitting on it. Stay behind me and I will deal with it by myself," the ice guy declared, flashing once again a smirk to the girls of the group. "Gods, please. Make it so that even if a moron, he won't be so stupid to ruin a mission this easy." The team of fake adventurers thought in chorus at the same time. 1 hour later, John was running for his life, scared out of his mind. Roar! Behind him the biggest, foulest, most evil and scary dragon human mind could conceive was demolishing the tunnel in its haste to chase the guy and eat him, all to recover the giant egg the ice guy was holding in his arms with all his strength, and the only reason why the dragon had not started vomiting fire on him once it had finished tearing apart and eating the fake adventurers. All without giving those guys enough time to prepare their body doubles either. The battle had started fairly normally. The mage and paladin kept hitting the dragon in turns to attract its attention while the healer kept them alive. All the while John and the rogue sneaked past it to reach the eggs right after the monster finished laying them so as to steal the very last one. Everything was going smoothly. Too smoothly, in fact. John had seen how dashing the paladin was being while guiding the operation, and that caused his barely buried inferiority complex he took along from his previous life to flare up and have him jump out of cover to face the dragon himself and outstage the paladin, unfortunately while still holding the egg in his arms. Once seen and understood what was really happening, the dragon stopped playing with its food and just went for the kill, and after a single slice of its massive claws moving at the literal speed of sound, the monster slaughtered and devoured the fake adventurers before focusing on John that had started running away in fear as soon as he saw the first splash of BLD, never once looking back to check on his supposed friends. And now here he was, being chased. The exit. "I am safe," John yelled in relief once seen the cone of light created by the sun outside enlarging the closer he got. "Roar! Go away. Go burn a village or something. Stop chasing me." The ice guy yelled in tears while pushing forward just a bit faster while ignoring his muscles burning in fatigue. "A stupid egg. Just a stupid egg and I will retire in luxury and women. You can do it, John. You can do feet," he yelled, psyching himself up for the last push, and with a long tumbling, he threw himself out of the small opening in front of him to roll on the floor to safety. Roer. An opening barely big enough for the dragon's massive head and long neck to pass through, but not the rest of its wide body, even if by the big cracks rapidly forming around the hole, the monster was pushing with both front claws and back legs and will soon dig its way through the rock. Screw you, lizard. I outsmarted you. Ha. John said, laughing at the struggling monster. Kaya. Just as the dragon was about to finally break through the rock and fully get out from the cave, two things happened. The ice guy shrieked in fear with a high pitch. Samsara cut, and a young man in green chef attire appeared out of nowhere to decapitate the dragon with a single swipe of the kitchen knife in his hand, sending the massive head of the monster flying high in the air with a wide spray of smelly BLD and the head crushing down behind John with a thundering boom that made the ground shake heavily after 2 whole seconds of flying. Oh yeah, this is definitely a Sky King. Way bigger than those other dragons we found. Rumi said, amazed. It is. This one is at least 5 times the others. Izuku said while sending the now dead dragon to his storage. Good think Drunkhild and Thirstruel managed to talk those dwarves into letting us board their flying ship and come here, 2 days of travel well worth the effort. And with all the dragons we collected, the one from the egg will have plenty of mates for me to use to get a steady supply of dragon meat. This was a huge success. Izuku answered, smiling wide. About the egg. Where is it? Rumi wondered. Here, host. This man collected it for us. Whitey in the meantime had took the egg away from John's hands and handed it to Izuku. Are you sure we can take it? Izuku asked. Yes. Awesome. Thank you, kind stranger. Izuku said, grateful. The egg. The ice sky guy shrieked, horrified at seeing the egg disappear once Izuku touched it. It's okay. It has only been stored away, Rumi answered, unaware of the real reason for John's shriek. Congratulations, host. With this you have successfully completed the mission the system gave you. The entity said with a happy victory fanfare only the 2 travelers could hear. With this we are done, we can finally return home. Rumi said with an elated tone. Paralysis. It was then that a duo of light bullets hit them, freezing them on the spot. That was my egg if John screeched with BLD-shot eyes. Whatever, it doesn't matter, there are other eggs for me to deliver, but since you had to dare to steal from me, I will steal from you, he said with a sneer. Unable to talk, the 2 just looked at him in confusion. I am tired of coming second. Tired of seeing others being acknowledged instead of me. Not smart enough, not muscular enough, not rich enough, not with a D big enough. Always put aside. All because those wares were convinced they deserved more. I deserve more. And when I got here, like in those anime those beta losers weebs wank about, I understood. It is finally my turn to win. I can finally get what I deserve, starting with having women do the only thing they are good for, spread their legs. The system believes that this is enough. Both host and guest heard what the maniac plans to do. Please feel free to administer justice now, thank you for your patience. The system said before undoing the paralysis spell holding Izuku and Rumi frozen. Now watch as I F your woman and make her mine. That is what they all are good for anyway, to foo-boom. Rumi. Izuku yelled with wide, scared eyes upon seeing the young woman deliver to the guy's face a knee hit that disintegrated his jaw and teeth in an instant. Pig. Each word of Rumi was accompanied by a savage stomp on the down John's body, breaking bones as easily as one snapped a twig. It's not D-size. It's not wealth. They were ignoring you because they saw what a piece of shit you are. Rumi was relentless, stomping and kicking brutally, even when the guy rolled on the floor to cover his head with his arms and folded himself in a protective fetal position. I am not a sec doll. I am not a walking butt. I am not a horny rabbit you can F, just because you have a D dash. I'm not. I'm not. I am not. Rumi screamed, a furious snarl on her face while she cried. Rumi. Rumi, stop. Rumi, look at me, stop. Izuku said, tearing her away from the guy and grabbing her by the shoulders so as to turn her towards him and force her to knee on the floor with him. I am not a sec doll. I am not a horny rabbit, I swear. Rumi said, sounding frantic. I know. I want to go home. I hate it here. Whoever we meet keeps implying I am easy to F-. It's my high school all over again. She said, hiccuping. They kept making crass comments? Izuku said, hugging her, uncaring of her running nose leaving a trail on his shoulder. They always accused me of seducing their boyfriends. My PE teacher kept suggesting ways to increase my grades. I hate it. I am more than a pages, she said, hugging him as tight as she could. I know. You are an amazing woman, I said so before, and I will keep saying it as long as you want me to. The chef said, caressing her head slowly and gently. Then why don't you want me? Why can't I get the love of the guy I want if I am that good, Achin? Rumi said, pulling back to look at him and watching him avoid her eyes. Izuku. To her surprise, he did look guilty though, even while avoiding meeting her eyes. You do feel something, isn't it? Rumi said with a wide smile. I can't betray Momo. And I don't want to string you along. He muttered. In order for you to string me along, you would have needed to be the one hitting on me while not telling me you were in a relationship already. You keep pushing me away instead, even if there is some spark and sheet buried deep. Rumi said, voice both elated and victorious. Rumi you won't break up with Momo. Never. I will make sure of it. You will be together. Rumi declared. Now that was confusing. New plan. I am not stealing you away from Momo. I am joining, she said while hauling him to his feet. I don't understand. Which arms does she prefer? The right one. He blurted out without thinking. Good, I'll take the left one. Rumi said, moving at his side to grab his left arm in both of hers. 2 arms, 2 girls. If you can't choose, you don't. You get 2. Rumi said. Why you are the one not letting me choose? He said, frantic. Don't mind the semantics now. Momo will learn to accept this. She is a determined beach, just like me. Rumi said. Rumi, you are making no sense. Love doesn't make sense. That's why it's awesome. You can make up the rules the way you want. And I want a boyfriend and a girlfriend now. A chef and a hero student to be exact, and would you look at that? I do know a man and a woman that fit the criteria. Help. You will get used to this, don't worry. It's all a matter of being open-minded enough to try new things. I don't know it will be fine. Having 2 girlfriends never killed anybody. At least you are in a situation where both girls know the other exists, so you won't risk maiming either. I won't. But you if dear Momo needs a fist fight with me to resolve the fukiness of my new plan, we can do that too. I do love a good brawl. And I heard make-out sessions feel nice. Rumi answered, looking unable to drop her smile. Let's just go home for now. Please, I want to go home. Izuku begged, too overwhelmed to think about a solution and just longing to return to his personal safe haven, his restaurant's kitchen. You'll see. You and Momo will see things my way soon. Let's go, Zephyr. Rumi answered, and at her call the feline they met came out from hiding while carrying a huge backpack. Meow. Ooh. Izuku gurgled, confused beyond words. The guy wants to come with us. He chose you as his new partner and now he won't listen to reason, but follow you back home. So I told that old woman we would take him in. You do need an assistant in the kitchen, yes. And they say he is a tiny MSTR in bread making and very good at cooking in general, so it will be fine. Rumi explained. I don't know. Izuku mumbled, completely lost. I think he means he is happy to have you and that he welcomes you as a member of his restaurant staff. She said, meow. The feline said with a blinding smile, hugging Izuku's legs as hard as he could while purring. Welcome on board. I guess, Izuku said while mechanically patting the cat-like thing's head. Very well, Zephyr the feline is deemed a worthy member of the restaurant staff. The system congratulates the host for actually finding a kitchen helper ahead of time. As a prize, the bonus for that small missions competition will be released as well. The restaurant main area will be enlarged to add 2 new tables, so, more possible customers. Congratulations. The system said, with another round of victory fanfare. Hooray! Izuku said, unsure, and let Feline and Rumi guide him towards the extraction point to return home since he was still lagging behind due to the insane speed things had started moving at. "Is the Psycho Beach gone?" John asked with a trembling voice after waiting a couple minutes after the trio's voices faded away. Okay, she is gone," the Ice Guy muttered to himself while painfully returning to his feet. His body was one giant bruise and a broken ribs, but nothing a couple potions and healing spells won't fix. The problem was the egg. An egg is an egg. They didn't explain to me the superstition around getting only the last one, but as long as I don't tell them I am giving them one of the others, they will never know. Once gone through every healing item and spell he had at his disposal, sadly not enough to fully fix everything, John secured the other 5 eggs the now dead dragon left behind and set to get all the payments he was promised by the various groups that called him all at once. The Vieras. "So this is the last egg of the dragon?" the Viera envoy asked, tense. Yes. Still warm from its butt. "Stop asking." John answered, annoyed. "Just making sure." "Listen, what now?" "Calm down. I just wonder if you can give us one of the others as well," the Viera envoy asked with a sinister smile. "Yes. What's it? A prank you want to pull?" John asked. "You can say so," she answered. "Okay, give me a minute and I will get one. But you better make it worth the effort. These blasted eggs are 1 meter tall and weigh a ton." He answered before running away to collect the second egg. "Thank you. You will appreciate the extra in our payment." The envoy answered. "Do you plan to give the other egg to that monster?" One of the Viera accompanying her asked. "Yes, let's see if he will act like a big shot after that." "Ha! Good thinking. And as a bonus, we will get the scary dragon to use as a way to finally get some respect here. It's time for the Vieras to shine. Can't wait to enslave all those ugly races outside the forest. Finally time for the true supreme race to rule, yes," the Viera envoy said with a sneer. "The elves, so? The last egg. You really managed to deliver it." The same elven general that lost the entire fleet to Izuku and Shiro asked when he met John at the accorded point. "Never underestimate me, my dude. By the way, what happened? You look like something chewed you up and shat you out," John answered, carefully closing the lid of the ornate chest the elves prepared for the egg. "I don't want to talk about it. This week has been a nightmare. First my hairstylist ruins my hair, then my favorite armor gets destroyed, then my favorite warship gets destroyed. A bunch of savages steals my present for His Majesty and forces me to swim back to shore, and finally my subscription to Elf Weekly expires. Your egg DLVY is frankly the first nice thing that happened to me. I just want to deliver this, go home and collapse on my bed and forget everything about this week." The elf answered with a miserable, feminine-sounding whine. "Diamin, dude. You got it rough." John commented, grimacing and almost feeling bad about giving him another egg instead of the one he was told to get. He really wanted those twin elf maids. "You have no idea. Luckily I have an appointment for my weekly manicure that usually calms me down. Let's go." The general answered while mounting the majestic stag he used in place of a common horse, and guided his small entourage away in a pretty flamboyant jumping procession of deer riders and their long flowing elf hair. "I am straight as an arrow. But damn if they have nice hair," John admitted. "The humans, so the adventurers are dead?" the captain of the human royal guards asked once he and the other soldiers finally met with John. "Yeah, they didn't make it. Sorry if I am late, I wanted to give them a proper burial." The Ice Guy answered, actually doing a great job at looking miserable while telling that lie. "It's okay, nobody should feel guilty about mourning. So the dragon is gone. We managed to wound it pretty badly, so it flew away, we don't know where it went," he answered, knowing well that nobody would believe if he told him it was dead without a corpse. "I understand. What about the eggs? What about them? Have you seen them?" "Yes." "Would you be able to recognize which is the last one?" the captain asked with a casual tone. "Oh yes, sure. Want me to bring it here?" John asked, already smelling extra payment. "Why not? Studying it will teach us how to kill that thing. We will set up the ship for the trip back, you go collect it." "Yes." "Immediately," he answered, eager. Now, you must be wondering, why did they all insist on asking for the very last egg and not the others? Evolution. While dragons are mighty forces and a suicide to fight, eggs are still eggs, ergo defenseless. So a daring predator could still steal and eat the eggs of a dragon after distracting the nesting mother. Or it would have had the dragons not learn to lay decoy eggs to hide the real one the mother usually kept closer to herself while leaving the decoys as easier targets. What was special about those decoy eggs? Simple. Once the shell cracked, they exploded. Same goes if the decoy eggs were put in a furnace to simulate the mother dragon's fire to help it develop and hatch, like whoever got an egg from John started doing as soon as they got home with it. Each decoy egg was in reality a giant sphere of condensed fire element magic pressurized to its limits. And eggs as big as the ones John foolishly handed around 1 meter tall for 1 meter wide at its widest point, each packed inside an astounding explosive power. How much? Think Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Then multiply by 10. It was a bit of dragon's biology trivia John learned only 10 days later when the news of several colossal explosions erasing the capital of the Elven Kingdom, the capital of the Vieira Forest Kingdom, an entire floating island that used to house a coven of necromancers, the capital of the human kingdoms of the north and the beloved king of the north, and even more than half a mountain range. Once an incautious young dwarf cracked open the last egg left, reached every corner of the continent. John was thus thrown into the dungeons of Serena City, stripped of every noble title and everything he owned and closed into a humid and tiny cell together with another crazed girl that was discovered conspiring with the now pulverized king of the elves. Both Ice Sky morons kept saying that they were protagonists and so not supposed to be treated like this, but nobody cared and just left them there, forgotten. As for the gods that brought them there, since their value as entertainment for the system expired, the entity simply devoured them, just in case they tried pulling more bullshit like that. With Izuku about the young chef instead, his return was celebrated wildly by both Inko and Eri that missed him greatly, along Zephyr's introduction to the family that was welcomed with open arms by everybody, except Blackie, that as any good dog was not exactly thrilled to see a cat, or similar beings, join the family. A bit harder was explaining to Izuku what happened with Blackie while he was gone, why several pro heroes now avoided the Lord Dog whenever they visited the restaurant, and why the new trending sensations were the hashtags. Hashtag Lord Dog, hashtag Scent Flying, hashtag Mighty Paw, and hashtag Blackie Airlines. The only saving grace was that Saito and the other lawyers managed to prevent Izuku from being drowned in lawsuits against his invincible guard dog, a miracle in itself, and only thanks to them exploiting the wording of several laws and the pride of the pro heroes sent flying that didn't want to bring too much attention to how a simple dog humiliated them that badly. On a lighter note, the new utensil Izuku unlocked thanks to his latest mission was the so-called star-eating turtle wok, a wok made by carving it out of a massive plaque coming from the shell of a giant turtle so big the thing fed literally on stars as big as the sun planet Earth orbited around. Not surprising since the wok was a perfect copy of the one coming from the god of cooking of the giant's world. It had the power of sedating every and any animal/ingredient that went inside the wok, even outside of cooking, also able to enlarge and shrink following the owner's will, increasing its weight at will so that only the owner could lift and use it, and, more astoundingly, decreasing the time needed to cook food in it by manipulating time inside the wok. Powers as insane as expected from godly equipment of a supposed god of cooking. The only problem is that the wok needed a very special kind of fire to work properly as a kitchen utensil instead of a weapon/shield, but the system assured Izuku that the chance to get that special fire will come to him, eventually, and to not worry about things too far away in the future. At the moment though, Izuku was lying in bed and hugging Momo with all his strength, clearly in distress and needing his girlfriend's presence and love, and Momo was ready to drown him in all that for as long as he wanted. He looked lost and in doubt. Nijire and Rumi must have planned for this to happen. Momo thought with narrowed eyes, returning the hug of the now sleeping chef with all herself while he buried his face in her neck. She recognized how needy her beloved Izuku had been while cuddling, and then later when they made love again, it felt like he needed reassurance of her presence at his side. To see her confirm that she belonged to him and him only just as he belonged to her. And even if ashamed of it, Momo found herself glad he felt he needed her at his side that badly. Both Izuku and Momo were afraid of losing each other to somebody else, better than him, her. Both were ashamed to show themselves to be that needy and scared, to the other. And both feared that telling the other how much they were afraid of losing him, her, would have weirded out the other. Insecurity meshed badly with love, that was certain. Luckily they were truly in love with each other, and only needed a last push to defeat that hurdle too. UA University, Nijire's room. Nijire was more observant than people believed. That was why she noticed Momo and Ochako talking in hushed tones right after Izuku had left with Rumi for his trip in another dimension, and planned her successive moves accordingly. And now she had just finished reading the detailed message Rumi sent her where the girl retold, and bragged about, all that happened in that sortie in another world, her small down moments and Izuku's heartfelt rescue every time she opened up to him about her insecurities comprised, and that meant one thing for Nijire. Time to start phase 2 then. Everything is ready. She muttered, please. That same night, secret location, how is your experiment going, Garaki? All for One asked. Pretty smoothly, sensei. I unraveled a few other KNKS in my formula just recently. The old man answered, pleased. Good. How long before we can try that perfecting operation on Shigaraki then? The villain asked. About that, the doctor answered, annoyed. Yes. I can't do it if your protege keeps getting mauled by a dog. I once again had to patch him up. Garaki said, grumbling in annoyance. What? All for One hissed. Yes, apparently just 1 hour ago he sneaked out again, without even waiting to be completely healed this time, hoping that with the cover of darkness he could attack that dog that he thought would have been tired after dealing with pro-heroes for the whole day. Kurojiri just brought him back with his everything broken. Again. I can't work with a body that is not perfectly healthy, and Shigaraki seems determined to cripple himself. Make him stop. The doctor said. That bit of news made the mysterious villain get up from his life support chair to walk, hands behind his back, towards one of the giant tubes containing a new Nomo floating in a dark green culture bath, and barely seeing it, and everything around him, thanks to a combination of echolocation quirks and few others he collected through the ages, and yet old man Garaki could tell that the man was subconsciously narrowing his non-existent eyes while deep in thought, mostly thanks to the creasing of the scarred featureless upper part of his face that once had eyes before All Might simply erased his face with a punch. Sensei? Garaki asked. When you look at me, when you look at yourself in the mirror, and when you look at all this, All for One asked while opening his arms wide and slowly spun around, indicating everything inside the small laboratory they were in. Do you see a joke? He asked, honestly curious, even if with a cold voice. No. Garaki answered, angry. I see a great man that wants and deserves to take the reins of this rotten society. I see my genius, finally free to unravel the mysteries of the human genome and of life itself, and I see the most appealing example of both your ambitions and my genius working together. How can everything we have achieved, everything we have worked on, be a joke? It is not possible. It is far too preposterous to even think about. The old scientist answered. Then why, tell me, are a chef without a quirk and a mangy dog standing in our way? If we and our work of a lifetime are not a joke, then why is that quirkless brat treating us like one? All for One demanded. We did send somebody to remove him, Garaki said. And nobody ever saw them again. They entered that restaurant and never got out. I was of the idea that the people working for me were not useless morons. On the notes of his rage, the Nomu All for One was looking at was eviscerated by a spike of bones exploding out of the man's arm in a shower of gore and shattered glass. I say we merely underestimated the difficulty of the thing. Trial and error is a scientific method too, even if a crude one. We now know that the common, nameless street thug is not a force great enough to remove the obstacle in front of us. I say that if we just increase the said force, we will finally take care of the chef. Garaki said. And that dog? All for One asked. What about it? It's a dog. While strong, at the end of the day it is still an animal. Its alliance is first and foremost to itself. Those heroes wasting time and effort going against it showed me that he is far too self-conceited to make the first move, preferring to just counterattack, and only if it looks like something entertaining enough. So I say we just ignore him and go after the chef. Without the owner, the thing will probably just wander off looking for a new one. Garaki answered. I can't believe I have to waste resources to deal with a quirkless boy. Life really is full of surprises. All for One admitted with a dry chuckle while returning to sit on his chair and reconnecting the life support to his body. It would be boring if things were too easy, sensei. Should I call a couple of our cleaners? Garaki asked. Let's try those, yes. And I hope they will be enough, otherwise I fear our little annoyance will see himself rise higher and higher on our priority list, and even I would feel bad to see him face some of our more feral acquaintances. The villain said with a cold chuckle. Although, watching them tear him apart would give me some interesting data about the breaking point of human flesh. Oh ho ho. But I guess that should such a thing happen, then that little chef will only have to blame himself. Garaki answered. Well said. Keep a tube of those empty, we may need to fill it up soon with a VIP guest. All for One said with a smile full of malice. There are indeed fates worse than simple death, yes. Garaki answered, amused at the idea of working on a quirkless for his next creation. Without anesthetics, of course, just to see what would happen. While all this happened, in America a brand new luxury restaurant was almost ready for its grand opening with the workers of the construction company hurrying through the last steps while under the vigilant eyes of its owner, and a bunch of high-profile villains had just received detailed information about their next mission and their target from their boss all the way in Japan. The divine pie. That defeated a god. Arena, infirmary. What do you mean? A guy healed them all. A woman wearing a white military-like uniform shrieked in annoyance. Sister Brunhild, please calm down, the short girl with her, wearing more casual clothes, begged. I am calm. She roared. Blah. Come on. You can't expect me to stop somebody from healing who is in need. Especially if there are enlightened and used macaroons to do that. A guy in a very revealing tank top and with very long earlobes answered, laughing uproariously. Macaroons? Brunhild asked, confused. Who was it, Great Buddha? The short Valkyrie Gaul asked. Ha. Who else? A god of cooking, of course. Well, a candidate, but they are a very good one. Buddha answered, chuckling amused. A god of what? Gaul asked. Where did he go? Brunhild yelled, actually shaking Buddha like a rag doll. That way. He said he was going to heal Tesla and Belzy so that neither of the two would die from their wounds. The shaken deity answered while pointing out of the room. Let's go. Brunhild yelled, grabbing Gaul by the back of her clothes to drag her out. See Cece coming, the short girl yelled, shaken, before finally starting to run with her own legs to chase her sister. What they found, partly thanks to Brunhild's uncanny ability to smell good food from several miles away, was the two most recent fighters in their small tournament for the sake of mankind sitting to two beds close to each other, but instead of being both at death's door, thus literally pausing the tournament until one of the two died for the wounds so to declare a winner, both were sitting on their own beds slowly removing the bandages covering them to show the complete lack of wounds under it. And both looked far too healthy for being two dying warriors that had just finished trying to kill each other. This is a perfect Burek saw serum like the one they used to sell next to my laboratory. Velo Dobro. A man with overly energetic eyes and bandages around his chest that were coming loose, said in amazement. Velo Dobro. Very good. In Croatian. I made some savapi too if you want, Mr. Tesla. A young man with green hair and dressed in green chef attire said, smiling happily while serving the same plate to poor Beelzebub, still completely covered in bandages so unable to move by himself. Thank you, the brunette with blush markings with the chef muttered, a bit ashamed to see her forced to clean his chin for him due to his bandaged arms. It's okay, she answered, smiling gently. It tastes like home. Both Croatian and Serbian cuisine taste so good. I almost regret ignoring them while studying. Tesla said, smiling wide and wolfing down every plate he was given. You don't mean it, Doctor, I know. Tesla's Valkyrie companion answered, chuckling a bit while feeding him. Why are you helping me? Beelzebub asked, eyes still red from his recent crying fit. Because while I can't legally be a hero, I still want to be one in my actions, and once seen you reduced like that, I could not in good conscience let you die. Izuku answered, showing him a gentle smile. You humans are supposed to hate me and be scared of me. I know the connotations tied to the name Beelzebub, like that Lord of Flies name. But still, had I not helped you, I would still never forgive myself. Especially since you did not feel evil to me, just lonely. Izuku answered with a small voice. Thank you, the lonely god muttered, unable to meet the chef's eyes, and finally freeing a single hand so to eat by himself. Brunhild yelled. Yes. Izuku yelled, scared. The Valkyrie hummed aloud, grabbing his shoulders and looking into his eyes with a scary and intense glare. He does have, how do I call it? Feeling of a deity. But it's faint. Gaul said. You really are a candidate, Brunhild said. Yes. Good. So good. Brunhild cheered while stealing Tesla's plate to try the food. Hey. That's not what a lady should do. Tesla yelled, annoyed. Perfect. You're which I need. Brunhild said, while still chewing with her mouth still full. Sister. Swallow before talking. Please, Gaul begged with a groan. What do you need Izuku for? Buchako asked, confused. Gulp. I need him to save the human race from extinction. Brunhild, once swallowed the last morsel of food, chirped with a wide smile. Wait. 1 hour later, as the assembled gods and humans as in every human that ever existed on Earth started getting vocal about their being tired of waiting for the latest fight result, the short god acting as commentator Heimdall addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, gods and mortals, this is awkward. He admitted, immediately silencing the arena. It seems like the battle has ended as a draw, with both fighters luckily recovering from their wounds. Somehow, he said, sounding completely uncertain. So, the dear Valkyrie offered a way to resolve this, a new fight. The audience went wild in expectations. And I want the goddess Hestia, god of the hearth and food, to fight for the god's side. Brunhild yelled with a wide, cruel smirk. Me. A woman was heard shrieking in horror. Oh, and let's hear. Who is the human facing her? Zeus asked, laughing amused. The greatest chef of mankind. That's right. We are resolving this draw with a cooking competition. Brunhild answered. The roar of the audience was deafening at that point. Why such a strange match? Cooking. Against a human. So be it. I may not be a fighter, but when it comes to hearth, fire and food, I am second to none. The goddess Hestia answered, a smile reeking of pride. Well, if the gods are okay with this, who am I to go against it? Let's do. Heimdall declared with a wild scream that managed, somehow, to increase tenfold the already insane amount of hype of the audience. Just a few minutes for the goddess to get to the entrance door to the arena floor reserved to the gods, and she was ready for her introduction. Fighting for the gods in this special make-up fight. The guardian goddess of the hearth, the overseer of all sacrifices, the only woman that looked at both Lord Poseidon and Lord Apollo and outright refused their advances. The motherly beauty of Olympus, the forever a maiden. She who is the closest to being a god of food, Lady Hestia. Heimdall yelled, hamming up his introduction speech like usual and prompting fire to erupt from around the door the goddess walked out from. Hestia, Greek goddess of the hearth, she was truly a goddess whose beauty was simple and humble, compared to outrageous beauties like Aphrodite or Eve, and yet, nobody could blame other gods from trying to conquer such a splendid woman. She was carrying above her head a giant plate made of gold full to the brim in ingredients. Once she reached her side of the arena, a giant stone table prepped for cooking surfaced from a trapdoor on the floor. Amazing! And who is the challenger instead? Is he Joel Robuchin, the greatest chef in the world following the Michelin star ratings with a yet undefeated 31 stars under his belt? Maybe the legendary Alain Ducasse. Or maybe Marie-Antoine Carême, the man who wrote the very laws and rules of French cuisine and was considered the king of chefs. Is the challenger Paul Bucos, the chef of the century many considered to be the chef? Who of them dares to challenge a god in the art of cooking? Heimdall asked aloud. Human side of the audience, wait. We are all here. Who the F is down there cooking? Gordon Ramsay yelled, furious, like only a chef version of Katsuki could. I don't know, my friend. I hope the Valkyrie won't start trying to screw us over. Yukos answered, actually sounding scared. They are fighting for us. I trust they choose somebody good enough. I trust them. Marie-Antoine answered. Down the arena, read this please. Here is your presentation. Brunhild said, waving around a small card for Heimdall. You may give me the text, but I will put in the hype. Demon Valkyries, the Norse god muttered while returning to float above the arena. The challenger for the human side. The man who discovered the preparation method for the special ingredient known as the deadly detonating nuclear sea urchin. The chef that alone prepared the 700 dishes for the marriage ceremony for the king of Jilil. The king of cooking. The chosen by the ingredient. And proud owner of Green Cloud Restaurant. Izuku Midoriya. Heimdall faltered a bit while reading the last paragraph, with his face becoming ashen in color. The current candidate for the title of God of Cooking. The god shrieked with bulged-out eyes. You tricked me? Hestia shrieked. Blee. Brunhild, very maturely, blew a raspberry towards the goddess. Under the confused mumbling of the audience, Izuku and Ochako made their way towards the young chef workstation, where he unsealed the sea dragon knife, the myriad manifestation mallet and the star-eating turtle wok, along the ingredients he had planned to use. Yes. So young, Ramsay said, shocked. Why was the guy so shocked to learn he was a candidate for the title of God of Cooking? Robuchin asked. You humans really are ignorant. He is basically this close at ascending to godhood and becoming a god himself. If he manages, he will be the god overseeing the art of cooking. A lesser deity that sat close to the line separating the human side from the god's one, explained while holding two fingers so close they almost touched. Like that Hestia goddess? No. Unfortunately, for us, those are two different things. Hestia-sama presides over sacrifices, the hearth and the inner workings of a house family, but a god of cooking is the literal god of cooking. He rules over everything about cooking and food. In that realm he outranks everybody, even Hestia-sama. That Valkyrie has somehow found a candidate and decided to screw us with that. Clever girl. The deity said. Oh. The chefs of humanity muttered as one in surprise. Down in the arena. So you are a candidate. I finally met one. Hestia hissed. Nice to meet you, Mississippi. Izuku answered, unsure. I heard the rumors of a candidate being able to ascend to godhood if they are mortals so as to sit on the throne as the good of cooking and food. Well, I think that is supposed to be my throne. As the goddess of the fire of sacrifices and the family, fire used for cooking, I am the only one suited for that title. The goddess answered, listen, I am just here because my sponsor wants me to gain a steady supply of your apples of Eden and other fruits. Izuku answered, scratching his cheek. Wawaed. Those fruits are only made to fill a god's plate, not a mortal's. Hestia shrieked, and many other gods roared in anger as well. Preposterous. Ares yelled in rage. Wah. Humans keep being so outrageous. I really like them. Loki added, looking at the chef in great amusement. Oh. An old one took interest in this human, Achin. That's why he is here. Zeus said while looking at the sky, and the sky rippled a little under his gaze. Always the shy one, System-chan. You know I love your style. If only you were more friendly, he. Come sitting on my lap. Let me see your smile at least once. The old geezer god said with a lecherous smile. Keep it in your toga, old fart. The entity answered. Friend-zoned again. Ho. We are not friends. Waha. Always a riot to talk to. Hey boy. If you win you will have your fruits and much more, but if you lose, you'll die. Zeus declared, laughing just as loud as the lightning he could command. Both teens shrieked in horror. Down the arena, Izuku. Ochako yelled in fear. It's okay, I will die, not you, you need to stay calm. He answered. Stay calm. You want me to stay calm after hearing that man say they will kill you if you lose? She answered. Then I won't lose. Izuku said, grabbing her hands in his. Please do. Please. Ochako answered, kissing him. Such intense love. Impressive. Aphrodite admitted, impressed. Do your best then, boy. At least you will lose with dignity. Hestia said, smirking. I am ready. Izuku said, looking at her in determination. What will you make? My dish will be honey-glazed prawns following the traditional Greek recipe of ancient times. Hestia said. Then I will make a dessert, a mango pie. Izuku answered. Wait, Brunhild said. Since you are an official part of the tournament, for now, we need to do things properly. The Valkyrie said. How? Sister. No. Gaul yelled from the Valkyrie seats. Just do as we practiced. Are you ready? Brunhild said, smiling and presenting her hand. Oh. Izuku answered, shaking her hand and taking a long breath. Volander. Both Chef and Valkyrie yelled together, and in a blinding explosion of light, Brunhild fused with Izuku's arm to then form a second kitchen knife. Wow. Ready. Brunhild said inside his head. Weiss. The chef answered, rapidly recovering his composure. Amazing. Our beloved Brunhild is betting her own life on this. We can only expect to be amazed. Ready. Heimdall. Ready. Both Izuku and Hestia answered in chorus. Then the make-up cooking challenge for this Ragnarok tournament starts. Now. Heimdall yelled as hard as he could. Mangoes? Izuku asked, presenting his hand. Yes. Ochako answered, immediately preparing the fruits and handing them to him. In the meantime, Hestia summoned living prawns from the giant golden dish and threw them onto the oil of her pan to sauté them. The boy is finished. I am the god of cooking. It being an add-on to my role changes nothing. What can a human possibly do to defeat a god? Hestia said to herself with a savage smile. 40 minutes later, my dish is ready. Here is my royal mango pie. Izuku declared, presenting his creation. Picture of the creation of the user The Ruffians of Reddit. Thank you for letting me use your amazing pie for my story. My god. He cooks like that. How? Ramsey screamed with wide eyes. That technique. So sublime. He really is a one-of-a-kind prodigy. Robuchin admitted in awe. If only we met when I was alive. Imagine the ideas and knowledge we could exchange for the betterment of cuisine. Kareem said with a tone of deep regret. Being awesome-looking means nothing. It has to taste better than mine. Hestia screeched. It's in. Brunhild, having undone her fusion with Izuku's body to grab a giant slice, declared with a near-orgasmic expression while eating. How good can it be? Hestia answered, annoyed, and tearing off from Izuku's hand the plate the chef handed to her. So, Ochako asked. Why? The way the goddess started wailing and ran away in tears clearly told everybody who the winner was. Unbelievable. A win for humanity. This means that thanks to Chef Midoriya, the victory in the fight between Tesla and Beelzebub goes to Mankiai Thyant. This really tastes good. Heimdall declared, still with a smudge of cream on his nose from cleaning his plate. Brunhild cheered loudly, while behind her Ochako tackled Izuku to try to tear off his tonsils with an outrageous deep kiss. As promised, we will set up a DLVY service for every fruit produced in the land of the gods, our prized apples especially. Congratulations, Ares told Izuku with a tone that made it clear he was contrary to the idea with every fiber of his being. Thank you. It's amazing. We did it. And there isn't even a single goddess out to get you. The curse is broken. Ochako said with a squeal. Yes. Finally I am F for dash. Very impressive. And I'm not talking about cooking only. That kiss showed skills I am very interested in. A sultry voice said from behind the two. Oh no. Izuku muttered, already in tears. Too bad I saw him first, oh great Aphrodite. Brunhild hissed, getting on the goddess' face to better glare at her. Out of my way, Valkyrie. Aphrodite answered. Ruin. Izuku didn't even want to wait for things to get messy, he just grabbed Ochako's wrist and pulled her away to run. Grab him. Sistine. Izuku and Ochako yelled. Come back here. You defeated me in cooking. In my domain. Now take responsibility and heal my shame by marrying me. Hestia yelled, joining the chase. Kaiowea. Ohoho. So amusing. Zeus commented, laughing hysterically at the chef's misery. You have other things to worry about. The system said. Like what? Like the system opening tear in Niflhel to release the souls of the ones deceased during the tournament. Except Poseidon. Why? Zeus screeched in horror. Just to annoy you. Now deal with the hassle of giving them all a body back. And knowing that your psychotic brother is the only one that remained dead. Farewell. Just as the system's presence faded away to follow Izuku back home, a tear in the sky opened to let everybody that died in that tournament fall back down in the arena, and they all looked extremely confused. I knew my constant teasing them through the ages would have come back to bite me in the butt one day, Zeus muttered in dismay, and getting up to personally corral those dead gods and humans somewhere private to try and fix this giant mess that utterly effed up the rules of death. All this while a three-way glare war between Brunhild, Aphrodite and Hestia kept going unwavering, signaling that Izuku's misery from those three was far from over. It was night, right after the closing hour, and only Izuku, Rumi and Momo were in the main room. Zephyr the feline, the new addition to the staff, was quietly sweeping the floor while humming to himself under the merciless eyes of Shiro that made sure the new arrival didn't dare do a poor job at keeping his partner's restaurant floor spotless clean. Many customers were curious as to where Izuku had found yet another curious helper, but compared to Shiro and Blackie, Zephyr was deemed normal enough to no warrant too much scrutiny, and his being adorable, friendly and helpful helped a lot as well. Now it was only a matter of teaching him sign language to help him communicate with others. Blackie instead was quietly asleep under one of the soul-appeasing trees while Eri was already asleep in her room after Izuku had read her a bedtime story, but the young chef's smile had dropped as soon as he had returned downstairs to face the two women sitting at the same table. He was now pacing restlessly back and forth. A polycule, he would mutter from time to time. As insane as it sounds, yes. This is what Nijire was plotting for in the background. Ochako herself admitted it as soon as you left with Rumi. Momo answered while massaging her temples. Since the day me and her returned from Starlight City. Izuku asked, his frown not giving any signal it was about to leave his face anytime soon. Pretty much, yeah. She came to me the very next morning to offer me to become allies against Momo. Rumi answered. And you accepted? Izuku asked, disappointed. I did. I was still treating this like an ego game when she asked me, and I accepted even just to win. I can't justify it. I did it for all the wrong reasons. She answered, sighing. I am already surprised you are not trying to guilt-trip your way out of this, but just admitting your mistakes. Momo admitted. Because I am better than that. Or at least I like to believe I am. Rumi? He asked. I am serious, Izuku. About you. About us. But I can't have a chance with you through cheating or lying or manipulation. That's not how you build a relationship. Not one that lasts at least. And I want it to last forever if possible. But he is already spoken for. Momo snapped. Then make room for me too. Rumi yelled back. Stop yelling. Izuku snapped, luckily silencing both. Why him, Rumi? What? Momo asked between clenched teeth. Because yes. Love works like it FNG wants. I see him and I am happy, I don't see him and I miss him. I like the sound of his voice when he talks and the way he falls silent when he thinks. I like the way his eyes sparkle when he is happy and I hate the frown he has when he is doubting himself because I want to make it go away. Happy. And I know there is some spark down there inside him about me. He can't deny it. You will always be the number one, I made peace with it, but I want to be his number two. Rumi answered. It's very selfish? Momo said. Yes, but at least I am being 100% honest about it instead of working from the shadows. She answered. Rumi. Izuku tried saying. You two keep asking me why. And I think it's my turn to ask you too why not. What is physically stopping you two from letting me in? I told you, I am not here to steal Izuku. Not anymore. I want to join. Let me in, please. She said with a pleading tone, even grabbing Momo's hands in hers. Momo, I won't guilt-trip you, lie, manipulate or whatever you may think. I am being 100% honest. I am opening up as much as I can, more than I did in years about anything. Why don't you want to give me a chance? Rumi asked. Because you will betray me. No, I won't. Never. She answered. This situation is too strange, Rumi. Izuku admitted with a defeated sigh, finally sitting at the same table of the two young women. Strange, yes, but not wrong. We just need to be CNS about this. The three of us. Together. One of Rumi's hands now grabbed one of Izuku's too. Why are you not backing down, he asked. Because I love you. And if I will need to repeat this 1,000,000 times before you accept it, so be it. I will do it. She said, surprisingly, without any animosity in her tone. But what if he doesn't love you back, Achin? Momo asked, tightly clenching Izuku's free hand in hers for reassurance. Then I want to hear it from him. I want him to look me in the eyes and tell me I have no chance, then even if it will hurt a lot, I will step back. And then? Izuku asked. Then I will just remember you fondly as that first love that never could be. I believe that is a form of love too, yes. Letting you go so that you can be happy with somebody else. Rumi answered with a very shaky smile. This would resolve the you side of the problem. But Nijire? Momo asked, sighing. What about them? Izuku added. Izuku is the same poor girl is in love with you, but she at least understands how wrong it is. Momo can't deny it. Her classmate is tearing herself apart over this. Rumi answered. True. Out of all three, she was the one to be the first to admit she was doing a very horrible thing by going behind our backs. I am forced to give her that much. Momo admitted. Didn't stop her from trying it still. Unfortunately. As an answer, Izuku simply got up and started to pace around the room. I believe Ochako too will stop bothering you if you ask her. Rumi said. You are guilt-tripping me. You are asking me to literally stomp on her feelings. He answered while tiredly rubbing his face with one hand. It's not guilt-tripping, and only a moron would call it like that. I am stating a fact. She needs to hear it from you that she has not a chance. It is how it works in this case, Rumi answered. Izuku, Momo muttered. I don't. I am not in love with you, Rumi. Or with Ochako. Izuku said slowly. I understand. To Momo's surprise, a small smile appeared on Rumi's face at those words, even with a shy veil of moisture faintly in her eyes, but no actual tears came, at least that small slice of pride still resisted inside the bunny girl. I am sorry, he said. Don't be, it's okay. It's normal. Rumi answered, forcefully enlarging that forced smile until it made a conscious effort to resemble her usual cocky one. At least I tried. Can I get a hug before going? She said while walking up to him. Sure. Sorry, Izuku answered, hugging her tightly as she asked. Stop apologizing, fool. You did nothing wrong. Quite the opposite, in fact. You didn't string me along, but made it clear. Rumi answered, squeezing him tight in her hug and taking a deep breath of his scent once buried her face in his neck. You are an extraordinary woman, a truly amazing girl. I know you will find the perfect guy for you to love and be loved. Izuku said, patting her back before dropping the hug. God, I hope so. Am I still able to come here? Your food is good. Rumi asked with a chuckle. You will always be welcomed here, Rumi. I still want to be your friend. Izuku answered. Thank you. Come on, say it, he said, chuckling. God, the friend zone is it. You boys are right. She admitted, this time with an actual honest laugh that still sounded slightly wet. Ha. Please never change, Rumi. Izuku asked, saddened. Of course I won't, I am one of a kind, she answered, proud. True. Just promise me you will be happy, Rumi asked. I will. You too, please. Sure thing. See you around. Rumi answered, taking her cue to leave and walking towards the door. Momo? Izuku asked, finally noticing the strange look in the woman's eyes. That's it, Rumi. You are leaving just like this? She asked, making Rumi stop walking as soon as she opened the restaurant door to leave. This rivalry is tiring, Momo. This constant fight between me and you helps nobody, makes nobody happy, and is simply a pain in the butt. If you love somebody, let them go. That's the quote. That's what I am trying to do here, if you would just let me. Rumi answered, getting angrier and angrier by the minute. It is the short version, yes. So you are giving up? She answered. Even I know when to pull back from a losing battle. I am just sparing myself the pain now that he will still push me away gently, instead of going down the angried route that will ruin even our friendship. I am not Nijire, I do have some decency. Rumi answered, voice getting harsher. So you admit defeat? Yes. What? Do you want to gloat? I already said I will drop this battle. That I will stop bothering him. What else do you want? The bunny girl spat back. I want a promise, Rumi. Momo said, marching up to the other girl and forcefully turning her around so that their eyes could meet. And see the very tears-full eyes Rumi was trying to hide from them. Fine. Rumi yelled. I promise I won't bother him anymore, I won't talk to him anymore, and I won't even look at him anymore. I will stop coming here too. Happy. She said with a roar. No. Momo answered. Izuku said, shocked. What else do you want? What? Rumi screamed while grabbing Momo by the collar. I want the second girlfriend of my Izuku to not be a wuss and promise to not stab me in the back. We will be allies, not enemies. Momo answered, eyes narrowed. What? Rumi asked with a small voice. You heard me. You want a chance? Then earn it. Show me I can trust you and I will concede you the chance to join, as you so eloquently put it. But, let me be clear, you didn't trick me. I gave you a chance of my own free will. Not out of pity, but out of trust. Do not betray that trust, or I will destroy you with everything I have. Stunned silence was her only answer. So, she prompted. Is Izuku okay with this? Rumi asked. That is indeed the right thing to ask. You are actually taking in consideration that he too has a say in this. Very well done. Momo answered, and not with a tone of mockery, and adjusting her clothes after freeing herself from Rumi's hold on her collar. Aizu? Rumi asked with pleading eyes. Momo. Rumi. You really feel nothing for her? Nothing at all. Momo asked. I can't deny she is an appealing woman, and an amazing person, but this is insane. I am just as afraid as you are. Momo admitted. Then what? He asked. Respect. She answered. I respect the fact that she was honest enough to finally admit everything. And I respect that even after all that, and after coming clean about everything, she didn't try to use it as a leverage to still get what she wanted. She was ready to walk out of that door and out of our lives, just so that you could be happy, even if with me instead of her. She had put your happiness and mine above hers, not as a ploy, but as somebody that had admitted defeat. And I respect that. She loves you enough to decide that she wanted you to be happy, even if with another woman instead of her. And I have to admit that I don't know if I would have been able to do the same in her place, to just leave you to her if I saw you being more happy with her than with me. Momo admitted. But I am not in love with her. Izuku tried saying. You feel absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Momo asked. I don't know. Here, Momo said, grabbing Rumi's hand and gently guiding her towards him, and making him grab Rumi's hand. Fingers entwined, Chef and Bunny Girl just looked each other in the eyes in silence. I do believe that there can be enough space in both our hearts for one more. Momo said. But, you? Izuku was stammering now. Why are you scared, Izuku? Rumi asked with a soft voice. It was a shame. They could see an expression of pure shame on the young man's face. Izuku? Momo asked, moving even closer to him so as to put a hand on his cheek. I am a chef, Momo. I don't come from a prestigious family, I don't have powerful friends or a big bank account or a collection of fancy cars. What can I possibly offer you? Saying, I will give you all of myself is okay in a romance novel, but reality doesn't work like that. And yet that is the only thing I can offer you, and I am just afraid that one day it won't be enough anymore, Especially with another girl in the picture. He said with a sad smile. What can you offer? I don't look for that. She answered immediately, her scared eyes fixed on his ass. She turned frantic in an instant. Back in my other life I could have made a case, but here a chef is nothing to write home about, not unless one is world famous, and I am not at that stage yet, and won't be for a long while. Every time I hear somebody say that I am with you just for the money, I am afraid you will start thinking that too, and it hurts. I will never think that. Momo was panicking now, and she hated it. You did for a while. No need to hide it. Izuku said with a humorless chuckle. My mother told you, isn't it? But I don't think that anymore. I swear. She said, now in full panic. Momo, there are hundreds of better options for you out there, better men to dash. There can't be hundreds or thousands or millions of better options out there. Because there is only one you. She answered, hugging him tightly and burying her face in his hair. Momo, I'm not holding you back. I'm not a whiny baby. I swear. I know you are not, whoever says that is very wrong. We are not holding each other back, I know this. Then say it. Say you want me. Say you want me to stay by your side and I will never leave. You promise? He asked, and she felt him hug her tightly, desperately. How afraid are you to lose me, she asked. My God. So much, then say it. Please. Izuku. Be my Momo. Be mine and mine only, forever. He asked with a whisper. I will. Now and forever. She answered, and a short laugh of relief finally blossomed between the two as they stood there hugging as tight as they could. I really want you to be mine only too, you know. She admitted after a short moment of silence. She still had her face buried deep in his fluffy hair, and loved the feeling of his face being pressed hard in the small of her neck and the long, slow breaths he was taking to bask in her scent. And I will be, forever, he answered. And what about Rumi? Not hers, yours. Only yours. So you feel nothing for her? At all? Momo asked. I can't deny that I did feel something when she kissed me. She kissed you? Fin. What? She hissed. We were in the middle of a DMN apocalyptic storm and I thought I was about to lose him, and I wanted at least a kiss. Sorry about that. Rumi answered, sighing. I'm trying to trust you here, Rumi. This is not helping. It was before this. I'm not justifying it, but objectively speaking, that kiss happened before all this happened. Rumi answered. I will forgive you this time, because we are here to try and resolve this. Do you trust me, Izuku? Momo said. Yes. He said immediately. And I trust you, she said, humming a little in appreciation at the small kisses he gave to her neck. I still don't understand what Rumi and the others see in me in order to do all this. You are obviously insane to find me attractive. But other three girls. That's very unlikely. Izuku admitted. I am not insane, you moron, Momo answered with a tiny smile, appreciating his trying to joke about the situation to help cheer her up. No, you are not insane, just so very cringe. There can't be hundreds or thousands or millions of better options out there. Because there is only one you. God, that was so corny. Rumi said, chuckling. Do you mind? We are having a moment here. She said, annoyed. Sorry. Just come here, this is what you want, yes? Momo said. Come here. Momo said, and forcefully pulled Rumi closer to them both. Now this? What followed then was her kissing Izuku, hard and deep like she knew her boyfriend liked it. May I? Rumi asked, a bit bothered by the hungry kiss of the two. Go ahead. Momo said, unsure, once released her man from the searing kiss. Again, Izuku's words were interrupted by a woman kissing him. Tastes even better doing it with permission, Rumi admitted, smirking. Again Momo took her turn, then Rumi again, then Momo once more, and then Rumi again. By the time Rumi and Momo finally stopped taking turns kissing him, the young chef had fully lost the ability to talk. You definitely feel something for me, you kissed back too well for you not to feel a thing, then why do you keep denying it? Rumi finally asked. Maybe I did. Maybe I do. Very well, this can't work if you are against it, after all. Momo answered. I just don't want to be called greedy or perverted. Won't this put a strain in our relationship? What will others think? Izuku admitted, now finally hugging both girls close to himself. You and Momo worry too much. Stop thinking about what others think about you, and focus on your own happiness. I do it all the time, and let me tell you, it feels awesome. Very liberating. Rumi answered, laughing in relief. And selfish? Izuku said. Yes, so what? We all are selfish people, deep inside. True selfless people don't exist, judgmental morons instead, there's plenty of them. It's all a matter of not overdoing or overindulging. She answered. Well said, actually. And there can't be any stress if every member of the trio walks and works towards the same goal. Momo conceded. So we are in a love triangle now? Izuku asked, unsure and confused. It's pretty much a test run for now. If we don't like it, we will kick Rumi out and go back to how things were before. Momo answered. I am sorry, but I don't need to be kicked out. I can recognize when I overstayed my welcome and can leave by myself, thank you. Rumi answered, ready to once again argue with Momo and maybe even fight, but to her surprise Izuku was not letting go of her. Izuku. Both girls said at the same time once noticed his tight hold on them. In 2 days I have to depart to go to America to face Midoriya about his trying to bribe food critics to review me badly, and you both need to get ready for that rescue training race thing. Momo especially since her class will have 13 trying to cram in 2 days what she didn't get to teach them in the USJ. So I was wondering if I could sleep with you too. Just sleep. And in nothing perverted happening, since we won't be able to see each other for a while. As another test to see if this love triangle can work. Izuku admitted, looking supremely ashamed of admitting that. It's only sleeping it. I'll keep my hands to myself. Rumi, face turning almost fluorescent red, said. Jay just because he asked, but nothing lewd. I am not ready yet to share him like that. Momo, blushing hard, answered. But, Lily the way. Rumi said. This way please. Izuku yelled, mechanically guiding both girls upstairs towards his room. Attaboy. Good job. Shiro, Blackie and Zephyr unknowingly thought at the same time in pride. 2 days later, UA University, Hound Dog office. The dog-headed counselor was quietly studying the latest notes he took while his current appointment finished drying his tears. None of the two talked or even looked at each other. Hound Dog was just patiently waiting for the other to talk, at his pace, to not agitate him further. God. I cried again, the patient said with a whisper of a voice full of shame. That is a good thing, actually. We made huge progress this time too. He said, humming. Ahoo, you are still scared of being kicked out and even arrested? You still have nightmares. About Nizu coming to arrest you, calling you a failure and saying that a quasi-murderer has no place between heroes. He asked, finally looking up from his notes to meet the boy's eyes. Every demon. Do you know why you are here? To become the number one. That is your reason. But why do you think Nizu has decided to keep you here no matter the very dark marks on your record? You don't know, don't you? Hound Dog said, leaning a bit forward. No. This is a chance. A chance to break free of all the, pardon the French, bullshit they fed you and your ego. A chance to be an actual hero instead of a guy living his personal power fantasy fanfiction. A chance to become something more, greater, than what you are now. You have a powerful quirk, that is a fact, and we will now make sure everything else about you catches up to it to form a good and proper hero, one people can look up to and feel both inspired and protected by. And what we do here, for 2 hours and 3 times a week in what you used to call a waste of time, is slowly but surely helping in that. Those tears, for example, how long ago was it since you shed some? A bit. Since your grandfather's funeral. Yes. Tears are important, and admitting emotions is important. I will never understand this modern feeling that only some categories are permitted to cry and show emotions while others don't. If something upsets you, you have all the rights to feel upset about it. He said, I can't show weakness. And what did I say to you about this fixation of yours? That's stupid. Because acknowledging and overcoming fear and pain takes more strength and character than just having none of it, or pretending to not have them. Pretty much. I am glad though that you are actually showing remorse for your various misgivings in the past, Hound Dog said, pleased. Misgivings? 3/4 of those are FNG crimes. Yes, they are. Another reason why you are here. Your staying in UA hangs not just on your school grades, but on your attitude, mentality, and your actions. I am literally your last hope, and you know it. I know. It's part of the reason why I keep coming here. The other part of the reason, the inner pain, was not something the young man felt strong enough still to admit to anybody else. That being said, it's not like we have police officers waiting behind the corner at your first mistake. Relax. The dog man added. Easy for you to say, to me it feels like it, though. How many people tried suing me? A lot. But Nizu found your situation a challenge interesting enough to give it a try. God only knows what passes in that rat's head, so he armed this small rehabilitation program you are going through since day one here in UA, and this solution kind of appeased your victims. For now. Hooray! There was less than zero joy and satisfaction in that answer, and the counselor found it a good sign, somehow. That being said, this is actually working only because the only bullying victim of yours that you almost killed did not sue you fully, but was talked into just signing a restraining order, and that after a lot of humiliating begging from your parents. That heavy, full-body shudder was not missed, but dutifully added to the notes. I have a question, he said suddenly. Time's over, I have a history lesson to go to, the young man answered, running, escaping to the exit. One day you will have to face the truth, Bakugo, Hound Dog said, freezing the boy midway through the door. You are running away from the truth, and instead waste time chasing a version of it you would prefer because it is less painful. No, you almost killed that boy. You, nobody else. Your explosion launched him away. Your quirk sent him flying until his head hit the wall. You sent him into a coma. And you keep dodging all my questions about it. You answer my questions about everything, except about that incident. What? Because it is between me and him. Nobody else. Katsuki snapped. Then why are you avoiding him? The restraining or dash means nothing for somebody that acts like you do on a daily basis. That is just yet another excuse for you to avoid facing the truth you already know it's there waiting for you in all its ugly glory. You want answers about him, but refuse to seek answers about yourself and childishly run away from looking back and recognizing that you did every possible thing wrong in your life ever since you got a quirk, and not just about him, but about everything and everybody. You are here out of our pity, because under any other circumstance you wouldn't have been able to even just cast your shadow on the entrance gate of UA. We decided to give you a blank slate to start from to try and become a hero. Because even Endeavor, that pulled a lot of shit in the last 20 years under the mantle of the #2 hero of Japan, now spends almost more time in and out of court in secret legal battles against his ex-wife to save his sorry but then in the streets helping people, and we don't want an encore with a new version of him. People need heroes, not superpowered egomaniacs. They already have the villains for that. These weekly meetings are your last chance, both as a hero and as a decent human being. Remember. Now you can go. Hound Dog said with a tone of finality. Unable to utter a word, Katsuki simply ran away. I hate being harsh, but what they say is true. There isn't a worse deaf man than a guy who just doesn't want to listen, the dog man muttered to himself with a sigh of dismay. He had chosen that career to be the sort of hero that saves people from themselves, instead of from villains, but it was not an easy task most of the time. With Momo Tomitris, later that night, so Ochako still avoids you? Rumi asked once seen Momo return from yet another failed attempt at talking with her classmate. You sneaked into my room again. Momo answered, eyebrows all the way up in surprise at seeing her unexpected guest sitting unashamedly on her bed like she owned it. Your window was open, Rumi answered, smirking and shrugging. I knew I forgot something. And yes, she still avoids me. Not surprising, she knows she is doing everything the wrong way and is afraid of facing you or him. I just want to talk. I just want to talk and fix all this. Understandable, it's your right after all. It is, but why are you here? I just wanted to chill with you a bit. Rumi answered, chuckling. Chilling? With me? What does it even mean? The young woman asked with a groan. You are too stressed, relax. It just means I wanted us to spend some time together while doing simple and relaxing things, to know each other better. We are practically sisters now, yeah. In a very loose term, so what's wrong in me coming here for a visit whenever we both are free? She said with a smirk. You are on probation, Rumi. Momo answered, groaning again and massaging her temples. Mia. Probation. Don't hang on technicalities and also, catch. She said, chuckling and throwing a pair of panties, of all things, at Momo. These are mine. And they are slightly wet. What? She asked with a look of dread. That purple-haired midget from your class was climbing down the wall with those in his back pocket. So I beat the sheet out of him, handed him to your very disappointed homeroom teacher and, just to be sure, I washed them several times. I sterilized them. Rumi answered. Thank you, Momo muttered, grateful. Told you, the window was open. Sorry if they are still wet, the others needed the dryer and I didn't want to have your stuff mixed up with the other girls' unmentionables, so the last round of washing and drying I had to do by hand. Rumi answered. Thanks. The young woman said with a small voice, looking at the small thing with an unreadable expression. You and Izuku think too much. Rumi said suddenly. Ichin. You both have this. How do I call it? This box you are afraid of coming out of. I am really getting worried here. Excuse me. Have you ever watched our On Host Club? IW, what does it have to do with this? Pony talks about it all the time, that little weeb. So I gave it a look and saw somebody that now is really reminding me of both you and Izu. Rumi said, getting up from Momo's bed to walk up to the other girl and guide her to sit down where she was. There is this guy, Kyoya. A smart, filthy rich guy, like all his friends, but that is not important. He has 2 older brothers, so as the 3rd child he is. Well, his life essays in a way. He has a lot of expectations piled up on him because his older siblings are all big shots and stuff, and he used to believe that if he wanted just to hope to get noticed by his parents and get some recognition he had to defeat those 2 giants of his brothers, all this only to show himself worthy. In an episode he described his life before joining the host club as him drawing and coloring a painting on a canvas that was already framed to the wall, so with set borders that he could not break free from at all. It kind of reminded me of you and Izu. Rumi said, How? Well, come on. You are the heir of a filthy rich family and probably have dozens of people breathing on your neck about you having to be worthy of your family name, am I right? She said, kinda. And dear Izu is so determined to show everybody that he can achieve his dreams even without a quirk that he willingly accepted that deal with his sponsor. Yes, but you both are so FNG afraid of failure that you are driving yourself insane to fill some FING impossible criteria others forced on you. All this while willingly ignoring how those same BSers keep moving the finish line away from you every time you take a step forward. And that is putting even your relationship at risk, and I won't let that happen. Rumi said, surprising Momo by pushing her down on the bed while holding onto her shoulders. She was now straddling her and looking deep into her eyes with truly scary intensity. You both are FING amazing people able to do a sheet ton of great things, gifted like nobody else and with a scary bright mind to top off great powers and skills. You two have more than enough on your plate to be any smug about it, but you two still choose to have any loser passing by put you down again and again until you became shy little beans that are convinced they can't be anything more than background characters, and I am starting to get secondhand annoyance from it. Rumi, things are a bit more complex than Momo tried saying, unsure. Complex. Then stop me if I say something you haven't heard before. Rumi answered, clearing her throat. She is just a bimbo. Look at her, she must be diamond spoiled. More money and melons than brains. Daddy's little princess is playing hero again. It must be easy being so rich you get everything you want. The other girl just closed her eyes tight and shuddered. No quirk. Shouldn't he just die? A quirkless student. But they should kick him out and let more worthy people have a chance. Why does he have a restaurant? That place should be run by a proper human, one with a quirk. Not a null. Please stop, Momo begged with a shaky whisper. You heard all this bullshit about you and then some, right? And I bet Izuku did. Good God, how can you stand it? Rumi asked, appalled and angry at the same time. Enough years bombarded with those comments and many others, and deep down you start wondering if they are actually right. Momo answered, looking aside and sighing. Well, as an outsider, let me tell you this, they are wrong. Idiots and ignorant FAs should not be listened. Thank God I am here, so I can inject some self-esteem back into you too. I love it when you two show some sparks of strength, when you two remember that you are good. You during exercises and him during our last sortie, you become two completely different persons as soon as you forget all the bullshit they try to pile on your back. Do that more, please. Rumi begged. Rumi, be free, believe in yourselves, show the world the strength I and you both know is there. And if that means that then you and Izuku won't need me anymore, then so be it. But at least I will leave knowing that I helped you two to finally show your greatness to every FNG naysayer out there. HN. Rousing speeches don't work that well if you curse that much, you know. Momo admitted with a small chuckle. That's who I am, take it or leave it. Rumi answered, smirking. I'll need to get used to it first. But I am going nowhere, you have plenty of time. Until, you tell me to leave. She answered, maybe a bit more awkward than she planned for. I know. I'll see what we can do about this. Thank you. Hey Momo. I heard a scream, is everything OE? It was then that Mina and Toru opened the door to see Rumi straddling Momo in a pretty risque position. Don't you dare. There is nothing SXL going on yet. Rumi screeched. Yet. Momo yelled. Threesomes mean that everybody is involved. F/M, F/M/F and F/F2. Oh my God, Rumi. Momo groaned in disbelief. So there is no hot lesbian action about to happen. Because I have no problem watching, Toru admitted. I mean me neither. Mina added. Get out/get the F out. Momo and Rumi yelled in chorus, and surprisingly, the one cursing was Momo herself. Going. The other two answered, scampering away and slamming the door closed. Glad to see I am not the only one with nosy dorm mates. Rumi said, snorting. You have no idea. Momo admitted, sighing. You sound hot when cursing. Rumi, sorry, want my help in hunting down Uraraka? Oh please, yes. This is getting ridiculous and I really want to talk to her. But let's go catch her then. Together. Rumi answered, greatly amused. With Izuku, New York, LaGuardia Airport, contrary to UA where it was just about dinner time, with lunch rush wondering how come it was now 4 girls eating enough for 10 people each instead of just Nijire. For Izuku it was in the very early hours of morning that he left the American airport, and to avoid any issue, the young chef simply used the system's teleportation array to just blink into reality inside one of the airport's bathrooms and then just walk out of the place like any other tourist. Whitey and Shiro were already waiting for him outside the airport with the robot holding onto Izuku's baggage. Kyun. The small ancestral Taudai had already attracted several curious and love-struck eyes of the few locals around that were now looking at Izuku in envy for having such a cute pet wrapped around his neck. America. It's been a while since I last visited it, this is the version I saw as Zaus counts. Izuku said with a chuckle, and took a huge breath of the early morning air. Such a big bustling city. They all look like overexcited bees. Shiro sent Izuku telepathically. It is Shiro-kun. Too bad they get such a bad reputation because of the numerous and strong villains they have, but it is still such a nice city. Not too far away, hiding in the shadows of an alleyway. Who are we killing again? A towering guy with a bovine-like snout on his otherwise human face asked. Not killing, we are supposed to just beat him half to death and kidnap him. The ugly, overweight, green-skinned man next to the tall guy answered with a gurgling voice. Bronze Bull A. Stephen, one of the vigilantes at the orders of the American branch of the Hero Public Safety Commission, was a freakishly tall man with a quirk able to turn him into a 3 meters tall minotaur-like creature with a skin made of metal the color of bronze. and infamously known everywhere in America for his obsession for the pro-hero cow lady, an obsession that was full-blown stalking and deranged possessiveness. He was the personification of the dumb muscles trope, as while he had titanic strength, he was also dumber than a sack of rocks. With him was the man known as Venom Demon Goblin, a Honda, an ex-villain that escaped Japan and ran to America to avoid arrest only to be enlisted into the American HPSC private forces as a way to not be sent back home and to prison. He possessed a quirk that gave him the power of spitting a highly viscous poisonous substance that could either paralyze for hours or downright kill the victim in a matter of minutes, in exchange of his body to be able to create those two toxins, though his appearances took a very goblin-esque turn. Forest green skin covered in warts and deformed body proportions, especially in the belly area that was rather large since his stomach doubled as storage for his mucus and thus needed to be way bigger than normal to do it. Nobody knew why his face was deformed to have that small head, tiny eyes and giant, uneven beak-like nose to complete the goblin aesthetics, though he probably had an ancestor with a mutation quirk. Steven was there to capture Izuku while Honda was there to kill him by accident at the orders of the League of Villains, the second organization the Goblin Man took orders from. Normally it could be considered pure dumb luck if Izuku was merely captured and brought to the commission for some reprogramming instead of killed. But unfortunately for all of the people involved, Izuku was far from normal. So, what's the plan? Bronze Bull asked. You charge them and do lots of damage, I take care of the rest? Goblin answered. Oh, I like doing that. Steven answered, and immediately he gained an extra meter in height as he transformed into his metallic bullman form. Have fun, Goblin said, smirking. I'm a older fucker. The giant metal bull bellowed while charging towards the chef with his head down and horns pointed forward to skewer him. Troublemaker. Whitey immediately intercepted the attack, grabbing the bullman's horns and instantly stopping his charge, not even bulging of an inch. What the F dash? Steven yelled in disbelief. You are attacking the host. Cease at once or you will be stripped as an example to others. Whitey ordered in English, and the bystanders looked at the white robot in shock for the absurd threat. No. Understood. Entering battle mode. Whitey declared with his eyes flashing red. Battle wadash bo. Holy shit. Goblin shrieked as the several tons of metal minotaur went flying with a single punch hard enough to dent the guy's metal head. Barely here for 2 minutes and already in trouble. This must be a record. Izuku muttered while massaging his temples and groaning, unaware that alerting his customers that he was about to close and go to New York meant that every organization interested in him had more than enough time to organize their personal evil schemes against him. Well, beating or not, Steven is still distracting the robot dash bo. Phuck. Yeah, that's some distracting all right. Goblin muttered, wincing at the new punch that sent his partner flying again. Oh well, better him than me, now it's my time to shine. Sorry boy, it's about time you leave this world. Death vom dash, d. Before the hidden goblin could actually vomit on Izuku a bellyful of pressurized lethal mucus, a guy wearing a black hoodie and with his hands leaving trails of fire at every movement came out of the back of a car to jump Izuku. Oh, it's Plasmaster. The F is that edgy weirdo doing here? The ugly bastardy hissed in dismay. With Izuku W, the chef yelled with wide eyes as the weird guy with white-hot hands tried jumping him, and as a reflex, Izuku summoned not his knives, but the star-eating turtle walk. Clang. The F that pan made of? The villain Plasmaster, on Redestro's payroll, asked with a shocked shriek at seeing the wok not being damaged at all even if subjected to the several thousands degrees of heat produced by his quirk. His quirk was not really about creating plasma either. Contrary to the villain name he chose for himself, he was only in possession of a very limited fire/heat quirk centered only on his arms, but the guy actually liked the idea of one day managing to reach those absurd temperatures, even if that was indeed impossible. He was also an Endeavor fanboy, and so copied the man's infamous attitude whenever possible. My wok. It has been carved out of the scute of the shell of a supergiant space turtle that feeds on suns to live, and apparently not even a supernova or plasma can heat this thing up enough to make it usable for cooking, only a very specific, and way hotter, fire can. Izuku answered, honestly. Really? Because that sounds metal as F-. Master asked in wonder. The star-eating turtle walk was a wide walk pan with the rim worked in a very faint wavy decor, while the dome of the main body under it was completely covered in elegant carvings of frolicking animals circling all around a big turtle in the middle of the concentric circles of beasts. The inside of the pan instead had been finely engraved to have a delicate turtle shell decor. The outside was golden and had been shined like a mirror to perfection, while the inside was instead pitch black. Unnaturally so. The walk also possessed 3 retractable legs under it to help keep it in position over the fire, but those were at the moment folded and hidden as part of the animal carvings. Indestructible, impossibly heavy as only Izuku was permitted to lift and use it, and able to increase and decrease sizes following the owner's will, the chef could throw it and the walk would just keep going forward, destroying everything daring to be on its path and stopping only when Izuku called it back to his hand. Too bad that at the moment it was unusable to cook without the right kind of fire. For now it was just a very ornate shield good for defense and a curious weapon to bash enemies' heads with. Feel free to not believe me, I hardly can believe this myself sometimes. Izuku answered, sighing. Dude, my hands are about 2000 degrees hot now and this thing isn't even turning black. Where the F you found it? I want one. The villain said with a smirk. Sorry, only one in existence? Izuku answered before pushing him back. Then I'll kill you and take yours. Hell shower. The overexcited guy yelled in glee while fire covered his arms completely before shooting off like the exhaust of a flamethrower. Oh, see. Izuku yelled as behind him people shrieked in fear and tried escaping from the double streams of fire. To everybody's surprise, the young chef grabbed the rim of the wok and pulled on it, making the pan stretch and grow until it was several meters wide with the dome still pointed towards Master, so to use it as a shield to protect Izuku and the bystanders from the flames. It grows too. Gimme. I want it. Give it to me. The villain, by now starstruck by the wok's powers, yelled in greed while increasing the fire output to the maximum capacity he could muster. You are ready to kill innocents just like that? Izuku roared in anger. F them. Gimme the pan. The other answered. You want my wok? What about the meat mallet instead? The cold tone Izuku used to answer actually surprised the villain as the myriad manifestation mallet appeared in his hand. Myriad manifestation mallet. Battle form, the what? Flying with immense speed, the meat mallet thrown by Izuku destroyed Master's nose and sent the villain flying into a car, through it and through the window of a store nearby where he landed on a roll and unconscious. Psychotic idiot. Izuku commented and recalled the mallet into his hand in a manner rather similar to Thor, and then returned it into the turtle tattoo on his wrist, just like he did with the wok and its own rope drawing. Whitey, how are things on your side? The young chef asked. Stripping completed. Whitey answered. The robot was holding Steven by the hair after beating the guy hard enough it forced him back into human form, and then stripping him down to a rather cute pair of heart-printed boxers. Too bad the guy's appearance as a single giant bruise ruined the image. Dude, I just fall wing ord. Steven said with a whine and heavy slur, thanks to all the slaps and punches turning his face into a misshaped balloon. Troublemakers are punished, this is not negotiable. Whitey answered, uncaring, and tossing him into a garbage bin nearby. "'K boss." The poor guy gurgled in answer before fainting. No. What the F is wrong with that kid? Goblin yelled with bulged-out eyes. Nobody told him that kid was a living nightmare. Screw subtly. Death vomit shower. Seeing a savage beating in his future if he didn't run away, Goblin just puked out all at once his stomach's entire load of lethal sludge and then turned around to run away while the foul-smelling thing was still about to descend from its flight. And where do you think you are going? Only to meet Shiro's eyes thanks to the Tautai being perched on top of a fire hydrant. Mercy. Honda begged, already crying fat tears of regret. I am afraid this esteemed Tauai has none of that for who tries to hurt his partner. Shiro answered before pouncing on the villain to maul him to shreds, but not killing him, as he knew Izuku wouldn't have liked his partner murdering people just like that. Once done massacring the man, Shiro refocused on Izuku to see the chef fuss over a very tall and muscular brown-haired woman in jogging attire that had apparently taken a shower of lethal poison for him. Kyun, hurrying at Izuku's side to wrap himself around his neck, he watched his partner help the woman to her feet no matter her being pretty much 2 times his overall size. MDM, have no fear. Everything will be alright. Izuku said in panic. It's okay. I can fix this, no problem. Really? The woman tried saying. Wasn't that lethal poison or acid? It smells acidic. Izuku shrieked in answer. It just smells like sheet, nothing dangerous. It was probably somebody that doesn't like tourists, it's full of those morons around here. The woman tried saying, pulling out that blatant lie just to not worry him further. God, it burns so freaking much. Next time I meet Goblin, I will tie his knees behind his ears. The woman also thought, forcing a smile on her face to hide the frown from the burning sensation caused by the poison goop covering her. As long as you are safe. Izuku answered, trying to sound like he believed her. Host, this woman will die in 20 minutes if not helped. Please save her life. The system reminded him. God damn it. Izuku thought in answer. It's fine. Stop worrying. I am a big tough girl. The woman answered while slapping his back. Then let me offer you an early lunch as a thank you. Izuku answered, frantic. Lunch. At this dash, oh to hell with it. Whitey. Carry her, this is getting us nowhere. Izuku ordered while marching towards a nearby restaurant. Understood, the robot said, showing its great strength by literally carrying the tall woman under its arm. Hey. Stop playing the badass woman that doesn't need no help. That cliché died in the early 2100s when we finally understood that gender wars helped nobody. You are about to die and I won't let it happen just because you don't want me to worry. The young chef answered while opening the restaurant door. How do you know? Wait, what are you doing? Healing you, that's what I am doing. Whitey, set her at a table, then come with me. I need their kitchen. Izuku answered, donning his green chef uniform over his clothes while walking behind the counter. You can't dash, the woman at the counter tried saying. Later, the young man barked, silencing her and marching inside the kitchen. A bit of ruckus later, mostly Whitey physically reminding them that he was programmed to strip whoever got in Izuku's way, and the young chef was already cooking, all this while the woman at the table called her assistant. In the kitchen, restaurant owner and kitchen staff had, at the beginning, loudly cursed Izuku for both his manners and his invasion of their kitchen, but they all had fallen silent as soon as the young man had started showing skills definitely not human while cooking. Only 20 minutes to pull off a healing dish. Chicken, celery, carrots. I will need to add some ingredients of mine, but I got an idea. He said while heating some oil over high heat. He also stealthily substituted every ingredient he was supposed to use from that place's kitchen fridge with the special ones coming from his own storage room back in Green Cloud, so as to create the perfect healing dish, all with nobody of the staff or the restaurant owner even noticing. Your kitchen leaves a lot to be desired, by the way. He also felt the need to say once stir-fried some strips of chicken bui with carrots and celery for a few minutes. We normally serve office workers. We are not a fancy restaurant. We actually are quite cheap. The owner answered with a shaky smile. The only cheap thing here is you cheap bastard. The cook of the place muttered, and got a glare from his old-time friend and boss in answer. Cheaps doesn't mean understaffed, under-equipped, and badly maintained and unclean. You are not giving your staff what they need to give their all. Izuku answered, summoning into the jars in the inner pockets of his chef uniform several skis, soy sauce, pre-cut green onion strips and even some cornstarch and some cashew cubes. I tried telling him for years, but he doesn't listen. Hey, you travel with all that in your pockets? The cook said, surprised. I like to be ready for everything, even surprise cooking done in a hurry in an under-equipped kitchen. Izuku answered, mixing together soy sauce, honey and ginger to the cornstarch he had dissolved with some orange juice, that too coming from his restaurant storage. Thankfully, that bold answer surprised those people enough that they shut up long enough to let Izuku finish cooking. Ready, stir-fried chicken with honey sauce and nuts. A short time later, The young chef declared the recipe's name once finished plating the thing, and rapidly topping the dish with green onion strips and diced cashew. Holy shit! He prepared all that in a flash. One of the cooks said in awe. I took 10 minutes to make a dish normally requiring 20 minutes between preparation and cooking. Nothing too extreme, Izuku answered, hurrying out to bring the dish to the woman that had pushed him away to take the poison vomit attack in his place before he could actually raise his wok to defend himself from it. Nothing too extreme. Wanna work here? The restaurant owner asked with wide eyes of awe. No. If he has any dignity, he will never say yes, bro. Oh, shut up. With Izuku, the young chef was watching in relief as the woman kept eating his healing dish with great enthusiasm, all under the surprised eyes of the woman's guest, her actual personal assistant, who had reached them while he was still cooking. Boss, is it really that good? She asked. Holy hell it is. And he made this in just a few minutes. The buff woman answered with her mouth still full. I am glad. It should also help you with your little problem. Izuku answered. By her expression, that woman had apparently forgotten she had been poisoned. It should pass in a couple minutes. Please don't tell a soul. Have a nice day. Izuku said with a kind smile and left. Hey, you don't want a thing in exchange. Not even money. The assistant asked. Nope. Call it me playing hero, but I don't help others in dire need just for personal gain, but just because it's the right thing to do. She saved me, so I paid her back. Goodbye. He answered, leaving the place rapidly to avoid the owner asking him again to work for him. Margaret? Yes, boss. The assistant said. Try to see who he was. You don't get 3 different villains attacking you as soon as you walk out of an airport unless you are a target. Bull and Goblin especially hardly move unless a lot of money is on the plate, and our dumb Minotaur friend fully admitted how somebody he can't say the name of paid him and others to stay stationed in various other airports to attack and kidnap that boy as soon as he arrived in America. And you know what they say about Plastmaster, that he is part of those nut jobs working for that redestro Japanese villain. Whoever that psycho is. The assistant answered. Exactly. And their target just healed me of Goblin's poison sheet with a plate of chicken he made in a hurry in a pathetic restaurant's kitchen. The buff woman said, cleaning her mouth and marching towards the door of the restaurant. They were waiting for him and attacked him as soon as he got out from LaGuardia. Redestro's friends and whoever is behind Bull's attack must be very eager to put their hands on him if they were ready to stalk pretty much every airport of New York to get him. The assistant answered. Exactly. Healing quirks are too dim and rare for some villains to not hunt down whoever has one, even if they need to use food as a medium to use it. That boy is in danger, and even if I could have healed myself with my quirk, that kid could not know it and still helped me, the buff woman said, unsure. What is the but I feel is incoming? But that is what makes it strange. He knew I had been poisoned, but Goblin is too much of a small fry even in the Japanese villain culture for a random kid to know him and his quirk. So maybe this is not the first time he met that ugly BSTRD and his quirk, that may be why he knew he had very little time to help me. They are hunting him down. Very likely. But until we question him, we won't have all the details. I'll see what I can do. Starting by checking the passengers' list of every flight from Japan and the LaGuardia security cameras. Thank you. Meanwhile, while the 2 women plotted, Izuku and Whitey made their way through the busy streets of New York, with the young man marveling at the sights and looking for the hotel Momo and Ray suggested him to sojourn in for the duration of his trip. So, I healed her. There was no need to rush me that much, though I would have helped her regardless. Izuku muttered. Trust the system, host? You and your secret, manipulating tricks? The young chef said with a sigh of dismay. Yes. Keep quiet, that's enough admission of guilt. He said. It was then that a long limo stopped next to him. Ooh, hello, and a very familiar woman opened the backseat door to greet him with a very melodious sing-song voice. Ray-san, Izuku said, shocked. Welcome to America. How's it? Ray asked. Bit eclectic since trouble followed me here too, but what are you doing here? I have you know that my darling husband and I have branches of our respective businesses pretty much all over the world, America included. since lawyers and models are needed everywhere. So, since I had to come here to check on a couple things for a future gala and my future son-in-law was about to come here for his own personal mission, I made the two things coincide. And I covered your teleportation here by adding you to the passengers list of my private jet that landed in LaGuardia just an hour ago. Ray answered, looking extremely proud of herself. Thank you, he answered, shy. Still unused to the son-in-love thing. She said, smirking. Maybe. He admitted. Ooh, nothing too strange. Get in. You are staying with me. The penthouse I use whenever I come here is big enough for you and Whitey. Ray said. I don't want to bother I insist. Ray said, surprising him by grabbing his arm and forcefully pulling him into the limo to sit in front of her and closing the car door right after. Izuku shrieked in surprise. We are ready, Takeda. Take us home. Ray ordered. At once, the driver answered, and the limo rapidly moved away, silently followed by Whitey quietly jogging behind the car. Are you sure I can stay with you? Izuku asked. Of course. But, if you still find it a bit too much, you can pay me with more cooking lessons. I do have a fully stacked kitchen in that big apartment, Ray answered, smirking. Yes, I can do that. He answered, and both shared a laugh and a playful handshake to seal the deal. Later that day, HKC, so Bull and Goblin failed. Yes, and interesting. And you are sure Goblin was one of the moles in our hero ranks? Yes, that's a pity. Easily manipulated assassins with poison quirks are always hard to come by. Deal with him and then look for a replacement. Of course. Anything else, Director? Keep an eye on that chef and robot. We need more data to ascertain how useful he can be for us, especially his tools. Ask our HQ in Japan if they have more data they can share with us, otherwise this joint operation will end in disaster. At once, Director. Good, now go. At the same time, Japan, Green Cloud Restaurant. It was getting late into the night when a man in a fur coat and with a beak mask reminiscent of a plague doctor's made his way towards the closed doors of Izuku's restaurant. So the kid is gone and took the robot with him. I can't believe I had to come here myself to deal with this. The man in a bird mask muttered in disdain. We can't break in, boss. And the ones we sent that, maybe, managed to get in. But we have no news of them. The big guy next to him answered, unsure. Oh, seriously. If you want results, you have to do things yourself. The mysterious villain known as Overhaul uttered under his breath with a scowl, and marched by himself towards the locked simple glass and wood door of the restaurant. I can't believe you can't even break down a DMN glass door. There isn't even a gate. Overhaul hissed in contempt. God knows we tried everything, boss. I think one of us even tried some C4, and the guard dog of the place took offense to the noise. Screw that fleabag. Whatever, I will do this myself. Oh, Eerie. Daddy's come to get you back. The villain said with a deranged, mocking tone, then removed his gloves and touched the door. And nothing happened. He muttered, a bit dumbly. He took off his hands for a moment and then touched the glass again. Nothing happened. What the he tried again. Nothing happened. Seriously. Once again, both his palms and 10 fingers all went pressed HRD on the door, with the villain making extra sure he was touching everything properly to use his quirk. Nothing happened. What is this door made of? Overhaul shrieked. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Did I erase my quirk by mistake? Boss, as I said, splat. With a horrid explosion of gore that scared the civilians into running away screaming in fear, the lackey's body broke down as soon as Overhaul touched him. No, it still works. Then why is the door still there? The villain roared while kicking away the dead henchman's head. Have you considered that maybe you are just not good enough? Blackie asked with a mocking tone from the now open door, and behind him Zephyr was already brandishing a frying pan and showing an expression of fury on his feline face. Mio. The feline hissed lowly. Who the hell are you? Overhaul yelled, whipping around to meet the eyes of the Lord Dog. This Lord is the guard dog of this restaurant. And you are trespassing. Blackie answered, yawning lazily as he clearly didn't see Overhaul as a threat. Oh really? And what are you going to do about it? That brat Eri belongs to me, and if I have to kill you and everybody else and destroy this place to get my asset back, then so be it. Chisaki answered. Please. You are no threat to this restaurant or this Lord Dog. You are not even a main villain, you are filler. Even just a lovely, friendly and playful pat of my paw would be wasted on a nobody like you. Blackie answered, chuckling. Then what? Overhaul regained consciousness from the near-death experience with the Lord Dog's attack only a month and a half later, having been found by his other henchmen naked and battered inside a dumpster several hours after that short bark of Blackie that had almost killed him. The villain will then show some common sense and intelligence by deciding that he will need a different approach to recover Eri from that accursed restaurant. A bigger show of intelligence for Overhaul would have been deciding to just accept that Eri was now unreachable and to stop bothering her and her new family, but hubris always finds a way. With Izuku, America, Yayarose's penthouse apartment, the next day, it was during lunch hour, when Izuku was about to start a new cooking lesson with Rei during the women's free time, that somebody started attacking the doorbell. Dryan. Who is it now? Rei, wearing an adorable pink apron over her ridiculously expensive Armani tailor, said with a frown. Were you expecting somebody? Izuku, in his green chef attire, asked back. Dryan. No. I don't think so. Dryan. What now? Rei asked. I'll take it. Whitey and Shiro can protect us if things go south. Izuku said. Okay, just be careful. Dryan. Let's see. Who is it? He asked while checking through the door's peephole. An old friend. The same tall and buff woman he had saved the day prior answered with a blinding smile. Oh. How did you find me? He asked, confused. I know several guys. Please open, we need to talk, she answered. Should I? Troublemakers will be stripped as an example to others. Whitey gave as an answer with his eyes already flashing red. Kyun. Shiro added from the backrest of a couch nearby. May as well, Izuku said, sighing, unlocking the door. Hi. Missed me. We met only once and you were about to die. Still a good way to meet new faces if you ask me. But we didn't even introduce ourselves. Kathleen Bate, nice to meet you. The Amazonian woman said, smirking. Izuku Midoriya. I guess, the young chef answered. Good evening. To what do we owe the visit? Rei asked, joining them from the kitchen area. Sorry for the intrusion, but we have a couple questions we need to ask. Kathleen's assistant said with an apologetic tone. Questions? That is why you tracked me down. Izuku asked. And even then, you had not been easy to find, buddy. Kathleen answered. Quite a bit of a hassle, yes. The assistant added. I thought that we would have gone our separate ways after I helped you. About that, sorry for running away, but I wanted to avoid other villain attacks. Izuku admitted. It's okay, but pretty understandable. That's her. The woman you helped. Rei asked. She is, the young chef answered. I am. And I have questions. She said, smirking. Questions? Izuku said. Questions, the buff woman answered while flashing her hero ID. A pro hero. That is why you were so pressed about me helping her. Izuku mentally asked. Correct, host. Connections are just as useful as a power as punching mountains to dust. The system answered, making him groan. Wait, a hero named Kathleen Bate. Where did I hear that before? Rei muttered. What questions do you have? Izuku asked with narrowed eyes. Several actually. Why are you here in America? Why are there villains waiting for you in every major airport of New York? And how come you managed to heal me even if your quirk register's entry says you are a quirkless? Oh, and many, many more. Kathleen answered. I guess it would be better if they get inside, Izuku. Rei said with a tense tone. Get in. Izuku said, moving aside to invite the two in. Thank you. The assistant answered, unsure. I can answer most of your questions, probably. But I need your help in exchange. My help? It's a very minor thing. Izuku answered. You aren't really Dash, let's hear. I am still in your debt about the poison thing, so I will at least hear you out. Kathleen answered. Thank you. The young chef said while the group took a seat on the big couch in the apartment. A short round of Q&A later. So you came here to challenge a famous chef, that's all? The assistant said, surprised. Pretty much. I have no idea why those people were waiting for me here. As for how I healed you, I am sorry, I can't tell you. It's too dangerous. Izuku answered, sighing. I will drop the issue of your healing powers for now. About your favor instead, you need my help in getting to that guy you are here for. What was his name? Kathleen asked. Hidetaka Matoi, boss. He is a chef that has 2 Michelin stars to his name and is expected to earn his 3rd one sometime this year. The assistant answered promptly. So he cooks well? The tall woman asked, confused. We went to one of his restaurants once, for a charity dinner. You asked him why he wrapped your steak in gold leaf, and once he explained why, you went on a tirade against the thing, the assistant answered. That dude. Very unpleasant guy. Maybe she did rant against it because it is a useless thing that adds nothing to the dish and is just there to justify a higher price on the bill. Izuku answered with a scrunched nose. See, somebody else thinks like that. I am not the weird one. The pro hero said with a wide smile. I am sorry, but he is a young chef. I am a chef, and I respect ingredients. I know what I am talking about. You may be good at organizing appointments, but cooking is my territory, and edible gold leaf hardly has any taste, and even then, a steak is not a flavor that can benefit from it. I am zip. Izuku hissed, making her mouth snap close with a loud clack. Ikin is very proud of his skills, maybe a bit too much. Ray explained with a snort. Come on guys. Make peace. He actually healed me, so we can be friends. Come on. Kathleen said with a wide smile. Sorry. Both the assistant and chef begrudgingly muttered to each other. A bit forced, but it's a good start. Now, why do you think I can actually help you? The woman asked. You are Star and Stripe. If there is somebody able to get doors open, that's you? Izuku said with a cheeky smile. What? You probably use your quirk to change hair and eye color when you go civilian, but it was after healing you that I connected the body structure to the pro hero name and recognized you, he explained. You and that robot of yours helped me before even knowing who I was? Kathleen asked. You took a poison spit bath to protect me. I wouldn't have forgiven myself if you died because of me, with or without knowing you were a pro hero. Izuku answered. I could have healed easily with my quirk. I had no idea you were Star and Stripe. I just saw a woman jump in front of me to protect me, he answered, smiling. Yeah, I was not on duty and didn't wear my costume. In a sense, you taking me away to be healed helped cover my secret identity. I used that to get out without getting attention. So, thanks. She admitted, smirking and ruffling his hair. What I don't understand is why you want to challenge that chef, the woman's assistant asked, confused. He has some dirt on various food critics, and has ordered several of them from here, Europe and locally in Japan to try to discredit me. I got fed up and decided to challenge him in a cooking duel. If he wins, I will close my restaurant forever. If I win, he will forget I exist and leave me alone. Izuku answered. Why is he doing that? Kathleen asked, dumbfounded. A bit more than 1 year ago, he and his friends acted as judges in a cooking challenge for amateurs. Apparently what I cooked was so good that one of them, the boss of the group of friends, had an existential crisis. And now Samui has set his precious friends against me as a revenge by threatening them with all the dirt on them he collected through the years. As unbelievable as it sounds, it is all a revenge plot I am just trying to defend myself from. That sounds like bull, no offense. I got the video proof here. This is a small sample of what happened that day. Ray answered, pulling out her phone and replaying the video from the cooking challenge. Taka. Holy shit. You were on fast forward, buddy. Kathleen said with a loud amused laugh. Oh no. That is normal speed. My boy, it's just that fast. Ray said with a proud smile. Why do you want to be a chef and not a hero? I understand hiding your powers, but if your quirk can really both heal others and accelerate your movements, by using that you would be a DMN good one. The assistant asked, amazed. About that, I really am quirkless. A real one, no false reports and the like. Izuku answered, smirking. What? Iken, you love that reaction, don't you? Miss Yaoyorozu asked, giggling. Yes, he admitted, shameless. Maybe you didn't understand the question. Do you actually have a quirk? Kathleen asked while switching to Japanese. I am a pure quirkless, I don't have one. He answered in Japanese. How? You did all that? And you healed her? The assistant asked. Natural talent. Ray answered. Natural, he can cut multiple things in slices mid-air. With one swipe. I am that good. If you want, you can test me and then decide if I have what it takes to challenge Hidetaka. Izuku offered. The test. Kathleen said. Choose one ingredient, and no matter what, I will make a full course menu using that as the main piece. Izuku said. Any ingredients? The assistant asked with narrowed eyes. Whatever you want. Except extreme stuff like human flesh and feces. I do draw a line on certain things. He answered. Very well, if you really are that skilled. Use some Cointreau. The woman said. Cointreau. I am afraid I don't have any here. Ray answered. It's okay, I will have it delivered from our hero agency. The assistant answered. Wow. That is my stash. You can't use it to play around. Star and Stripe yelled in horror. She is addicted to that liqueur, so she will gladly punch you if you ruin it, the assistant said with a malevolent gleam in her eyes. I'm not addicted. I just love the shit out of that drink. And if he ruins it, I will punch all of you. Kathleen hissed. Me too, the assistant asked, paling considerably. Yeah. It was your idea after all. Let me choose another ingredient then. No, it's okay. I will do it. Izuku answered, shrugging. And oh, both women yelled as one. Too late. How many bottles do you need, Izuku? Ray asked, greatly amused by the two women's look of horror. New. Oh, don't be a baby. You are a pro-hero, be adventurous. Be brave. Ray answered. But that's my baby. Kathleen yelled with a childish whine. Sorry, boss. Her assistant muttered. As if you. I will treat it properly, I swear. Izuku said. Call the agency. Have some Cointreau delivered here. God damn it. Kathleen said, looking hopeless and defeated. Way too dramatic. Ray said, chuckling. A short phone call later and a rather big case with a dozen bottles of the liqueur went delivered to Ray's penthouse, and Izuku had the rare chance of seeing the legendary #1 hero of America look at him with frantic and overly nervous eyes, treating his handling the bottles of Cointreau as if he was a villain manhandling prisoners in a hostage situation, all for his amusement as the buff woman was not missing a single movement he made whenever a bottle of her favorite drink left the padded case. I got the other ingredients you asked for. Ray said with a proud smile once recovered everything the young chef asked for his small challenge. Perfect. Thank you, Ray-san. Thanks to you, I have everything I need now. Izuku declared. I will record everything so I can save the dishes' recipes. One day I want to be able to replicate them by myself. She answered. I believe in you. You are getting better at cooking. Thank you. What will you make? Kathleen asked. A full-course menu, meaning hors d'oeuvre, soup, meat dish, fish dish, main course, salad, dessert, and drink. The meat will need some seasoning before we start, and that will take an hour at the very least, so I will first organize that, and once ready, I'll start. Izuku answered. Sounds good. Kathleen's assistant answered, impressed. While Izuku went through the initial preparation of the ingredients he needed to cook, Ray instead managed to set up a literal small studio in the kitchen of the apartment thanks to her own assistants bringing their equipment from her modeling agency at her request, and 40 minutes later, the young chef gave a short exhale. I am ready, he said. Cameras are ready too. We are recording, you can start whenever you want. Ray answered with a thumbs up. Very well, I will start with the preparation of the instruments, like chilling the bowl for the whipped cream in the fridge, preheating the barbecue outside and for the salmon dish instead. Whitey, I need a grilling plank made of cedar, please. The bigger, the better. Izuku asked. Understood. The robot answered, and once plunged both hands inside the bottomless void that opened in the pocket in its chubby belly, the thing pulled out a stack of grilling planks made of wood. Multiple ones. Even better. The young chef answered with a wide smile. Where did he keep those? Kathleen's assistant asked, confused. No idea. She answered. Ignoring their stupor, Izuku simply left the grilling planks to soak in hot tap water for a bit. Since salmon and pork will take the longest, I will prepare them at the same time. For now I will start with the dessert, the pears, the young chef explained while checking the heat of the grill. The barbecue grill is hot enough, good. I will now build a smoke pouch. A pouch made in aluminum foil filled in both wet and dry with chips mixed together, and once folded close, I will then puncture the bundle with a fork. Those holes will allow the smoke to flow through and infuse the pears while cooking, he said, rapidly building the foil pouch and positioning it onto a heat source on the barbecue. The stuffing instead is just some butter mixed with crushed ginger snap cookies in a bowl. Once the resulting mixture is smooth and without clumps, you can add brown sugar, lemon zest, cinnamon, nutmeg, cloves, orange liqueur and vanilla seeds and mix. The young chef said, and just like in a cooking show, each named ingredient was carefully added to the bowl one at a time and diligently mixed together into a fluffy paste. Zwing. Giving a fast twirl to the sea dragon kitchen knife, Izuku once again showed his supernatural speed and talent by seemingly peeling the various pears he had washed and prepped in front of him with a single slice, showing Kathleen and her assistant that indeed the videos they were shown had not been manipulated in any way. The young man then cut off a bit of the bottom of the pears so to let them stand up on the plate he was using, then he removed the tops and core of the pears, rubbed them with lemon wedges to stop discoloration and finally rolled them in white sugar. Now we use a blowtorch to melt the sugar, being extra careful to not burn them or the sugar itself. He instructed while passing the blowtorch on all sides of the pears until the sugar caramelized and turned them a appealing golden color. If you don't trust your skills with a blowtorch, or you don't have one, just place the sugared pears on the hot side of a grill for 1 to 2 minutes and keep turning them periodically to achieve grill marks. Izuku added, winking at the camera. The camera loves you, buddy. Rock on. Kathleen said, smirking and making him chuckle a bit. After stuffing the hollowed pears with the filling using a spoon, we check if the barbecue is producing the right amount of smoke thanks to the pouch, and if it does, we lower the heat and place the pears on a perforated baking sheet on the unheated side of the grill. This will smoke the pears over indirect heat for approximately 30 minutes. Izuku said. While he waited for the smoking to be done, he mixed heavy cream with the orange liqueur and vanilla seeds in the chilled bowl and gradually added icing sugar while whipping until stiff. Once ready, the pears were removed from the smoking, plated elegantly in 4 plates and topped with the aromatic whipped cream and sprinkled with orange zest, and finally set aside. Now that the dessert is ready, we will move to the salmon dish. Izuku said, combining syrup, Cointreau and rind in a small saucepan. He then moved on the fire for boiling until reduced to a thicker sauce, and once cooled down enough, he sprinkled a tiny bit of salt and black pepper over the salmon. Done that, we brushed the fish with the Cointreau/syrup mixture and placed the salmon pieces on the grilling planks, skin down remember. The young chef said, placing the fish fillets on the planks and then moving every one of them on a preheated grill with the lid closed. Why do you need a grilling plank? Ray asked from off-camera. Quite simple actually. While on the grill, the plank will smolder, creating smoke. That's what gives the salmon its wonderful taste. Don't get scared if you see flames, that can happen sometimes. In that case, just douse the flames with a spray water bottle. It's just a matter of not panicking. Whistling a little tune, Izuku occupied himself while cooking the fish by preparing everything for the meat dish. And once the salmon went cooked to his liking, he took it out of the grill and plated the 4 portions by sliding a spatula between fish and skin to detach them from the planks. God, this smells dimmin' good, Kathleen admitted with a hungry look. Thank you. As a further condiment, I will mix together salt, black pepper, orange sections, avocado, orange juice, onion, bell pepper, chives, and lime juice in a side bowl. So whoever wants to can add it to the salmon. Izuku answered, adding 4 small dishes with that sauce to the salmon dishes. Now the one that needed me to marinate the meat for at least 1 hour before we even started. The pork filet mignon, the young chef muttered while recovering the marinating meat. What did you marinate it with? Ray asked. A mixture I made by first peeling and grating some ginger, then I added to it some salt, 5 spice powder, soy sauce, oil, honey and Cointreau. The marinade needs to be thick, not too liquid, so I covered the pork with the mixture and put it aside to rest. While saying that, they watched Izuku seal the meat on all sides in a cooking pot, cover it and leave everything to simmer, stirring it carefully and delicately and adding water if he saw the sauce caramelizing too quickly. Perfect, this one is done too. Finally, after a long and agonizing wait, thanks to the amazing scent bombarding the onlookers, the young man took the pot off the fire, added to it a bit more ginger and pepper, and divided everything in 4 plates, with the ladies watching silently marveling at how rich and smooth the sauce coating the meat looked. Good. Almost done. If I consider the timing well, everything should still be the right temperature by the time I am done. Thankfully the pasta dish is pretty easy compared to the other dishes, but still very tasty. I will use some linguine, it's the kind of pasta that goes better with this recipe, Izuku muttered. Still don't know how Italians can come up with all those different kinds of pasta. Isn't spaghetti enough? Kathleen asked. To tell the truth, there is a reason behind that, because each kind of pasta is best suited to specific Italian recipes. That is why there are actually 350 different types of pasta out there. Izuku answered while setting the linguine to cook. Holy CRP, the assistant muttered. They take pride in their cooking, even too much. He answered, chuckling, and adding olive oil into a skillet together with 2 smashed garlic cloves to gently sauté the cloves until they became golden and then removing it from the skillet. The chopped anchovy fillets. Here, Iken. Ray answered, passing him a small dish. Thank you. He answered while adding those to the skillet and carefully stirring them around until they melted into the oil. Now we add the orange slices, mixing them well with the olive oil and anchovy, with caution to not turn them into a pulp. Next come the breadcrumbs and finally the Cointreau. Izuku instructed while continuing to mix the sauce in the skillet with a wooden spoon and very delicate movements. Pasta is ready. I'll take it out of the water for you. Ray said with a wide smile. Perfect. Just in time, the sauce has become creamy, so it's time to mix the two. The young chef answered, pleased, and after having mixed the sauce with the pasta inside a wide bowl, he added some minced mint and proceeded to separate everything into 4 plates. Now it's the scallops' turn. Izuku declared happily once seen every other dish coming along nicely. Taking a generous bowl of lardons, the young chef used some butter to fry them in a large frying pan, and once the fatty meat lost the raw look, he added the scallops to the pan and gave them a rapid searing for just a couple minutes while stirring carefully and yet rapidly. Lemon juice, some salt and pepper. And the Cointreau. Izuku said, adding the liquor to the pan with wide swipes of the bottle. Careful. Kathleen begged for the umpteenth time. I know what I am doing, have no fear. He answered with a friendly chuckle, and to the woman's surprise once the Cointreau became warm enough he ignited the pan in a big flash of fire, enjoying the flames for just a few instants before pouring in the pan some double cream to extinguish the flames. Show off, Ray said laughing. Maybe a bit. Izuku admitted, simmering the dish for an instant before pulling it off the fire and sprinkling everything with parsley. He then plated all that as well in 4 portions and set them on a side, among the other completed dishes. Needless to say, the salad took him barely a few minutes to make, since he had already prepared the Cointreau vinaigrette sauce he decorated it with before even starting the recording. The soup as well was a simple recipe, but still extremely delicious. A fluffy sweet potato creamy soup topped with caramelized onions and a light drizzle of oil. And finally, for a drink, I think I will go with some gin. Next came the shaker, a bottle of some expensive gin and a few lemons. Fancy. Kathleen admitted, chuckling, and watching Izuku add the gin to the Cointreau and lemon juice and then topping everything in the shaker with some egg white. First you dry shake it without ice, he said while giving the metal container a vigorous shake. Then you add ice and shake again until well chilled. The young chef finished saying, adding ice and shaking again, before straining the drink into 4 chilled cocktail glasses. And with this, the Cointreau full-course menu it's done. Thank you for your patience, and please, let me introduce the dishes, Izuku said with a bow while indicating each plate as he introduced them. Hors d'oeuvre, scallops with Cointreau works well with Grand Marnier too. Soup, sweet potato cream and Cointreau liquor soup with caramelized onions topping. Meat dish, pork filet mignon with honey and Cointreau. Fish dish, Cointreau glazed cedar plank salmon. Main course, spaghetti with orange, mint and Cointreau. Italian recipe. Salad, arugula, hazelnut, crumbled goat cheese, Parmesan cheese shavings, strawberries cubes and parsley. With salt, pepper and orange juice as dressing and topped by Cointreau vinaigrette. Dessert, smoked pears with ginger snap and Cointreau stuffing, topped with whipped cream and with a side of Cointreau-flavored custard. Drink, White Lady cocktail, a gin and Cointreau cocktail. And cut. We stopped filming. You can relax now, Iken. Ray declared, proud beyond words of her future son-in-law. Thank God. I was so scared I was about to screw up just because you were recording. Izuku admitted with an elated chuckle. The table was positively overflowing in plates, and Ray was once again glad her future son-in-law could cook that well, and at the same time sad that she will need to visit the gym more often to burn through the food and stay in shape, but that was a problem for future Ray. Now it was food time. Another amazing menu, Iken. Godly as always, she said, clapping a little in excitement. As for the two guests instead, holy shit, it wasn't even a simple feeling of shock what got the two women, it was way deeper than that. It was full-blown disbelief. Had they not sat there to watch, there was no way in hell they would have believed a chef that Young prepared all that. Not just for the speed he prepared all that at the same time with, the scent alone was mesmerizing, along with the gorgeous presentation each plate displayed, but Kathleen herself could still feel the faint scent of her beloved drink still present and taking center stage. You better eat before it gets cold, Ray said with a smug smile. You don't need to tell me twice, Kathleen answered, attacking her portions with no mercy. Holy shit. The pro hero's assistant gasped in wonder. Every time I eat your food I discover you improved again from the last time. I really don't know how you do it, Ray said with a wide smile. Everything was simply delicious, from the aromatic scallops, to the syrupy pork that melted in the mouth, to the salmon framed with a wonderful smoky fragrance and even an extremely faint trace of the wood's aroma from the planks, followed by the refreshing taste of the pasta, the perfect equilibrium of sweetness and saltiness of the salad, the pure silk feeling of the soup and finally the spicy, soul-melting sweetness of the pears topped with heavenly fluffy chilled whipped cream to counterbalance the warmth of the pears. The cocktail especially actually became Star and Stripe's new favorite too. F.I.N.G. amazing. 10 out of 10 I can get addicted to this stuff, Kathleen said, slapping Izuku's back over and over. I admit defeat, Udian really won our bet. The woman's assistant gladly conceded defeat with a laugh, way too satisfied by her overfilled stomach to find the strength to complain about anything. I am more happy that you enjoyed everything I made. Sure, winning the bet does feel good, but knowing I managed to satisfy my customers' hunger, now, that is more satisfying, Izuku answered, proud of himself while collecting plates to wash them. I do kind of understand why you say those people don't like you. They are some big shots and a nobody is suddenly shooting forward leaving them in the dust. But still, the response is way too overblown, Kathleen said, dropping the smile to show a more thoughtful expression. That is what is confusing me. You can't explain everything they are doing to me with just some fantastical racism, because other quirkless are not hated this hard, put slightly aside to give quirk to preferential treatment, yes, but attacked like me. No, that sort of persecution hasn't happened in decades. Nowadays quirkless just comes second, they don't get hated to death. Izuku answered. Then why are they singling you out like that? Kathleen asked. That's the thing. I have no idea. I was confirmed that everything started from Samui himself that got his old childhood friends to gang together against me personally, and this level of animosity, this has to be personal, somehow. For some personal reason running deep enough, Samui decided to blackmail his friend to make sure they did their best to help him. And I don't know what that reason is. I didn't even know the guy before that DMN cooking contest. I swear. He answered, baffled. It is strange if you put it like that, Ray admitted. So, who are those guys? Kathleen asked. You want a list? If you don't mind. This kind of bullshit is not something we need as a society. So if I can help you put a stop to it, I will. She answered, eyes aflame in determination. Fair enough, there are 5 of them and what I know about them. Samui Arasaka, the leader of the group and the one that started all this for some reason, apparently has some serious blackmail material on the others in order for them to do help along this insane revenge plan of his. Yamato Kuragawa, the one I already dealt with, is the rector of Inoshiki Private University. Matoi Hidataka, the chef I am here to face off during the grand opening of his newest restaurant, the Symphony. He used to be a big food critic and something he called a food influencer for a little while, up to his 40s at least. Then he focused only on cooking and took over his father's first restaurant and got to 2 Michelin stars in record time. Jun Sato, daughter of a big shot in the import-export business, especially by sea, and married to the heir of a cruises business magnate. Her main restaurant is the Little Mermaid and is actually located on the admiral ship of the Sato Cruises fleet, the Queen of the Sea, the biggest and most luxurious cruise ship in the world at the moment. She got her 4th Michelin star just recently. And finally, Ren Watanabe, besides being a chef, he hosts the Japanese version of Star Chef and seems pretty invested in cooking live streaming. Enough he helped Jun's own daughter to start her own streaming channel where she cooks live whenever she doesn't help her mother in the kitchen. The pro hero muttered. Yes. Ray asked. You recorded him cooking. I think we can use that. Kathleen said. Use that? Izuku asked. I believe we can use that video to irk both those Jun and Ren a lot. Enough that if you openly challenge them, they will accept, even just to stop you from raining on their parade. Me. Attacking them. Directly. Up until now you were on defense, but I think it's time you go on the offensive. Do you want them to stop? You gotta step up your game and stop them for good yourself. Kathleen answered. Being on the offensive, Izuku muttered, thoughtful. The American way. Kathleen said with a smirk and a double thumbs up. That's not exactly a thing, her assistant muttered. I'll think about this. You do that, buddy. But, for now, a promise is a promise. You did deliver a full course made with Cointreau without ruining my baby's taste, so I will help you out. Kathleen said, chuckling. Thank you, Kathleen-san. Izuku answered with a beaming smile. So, ready to plan. The pro-hero said, smirking. Yes, madam. The young chef answered in earnest happiness. Happiness that lasted until he received a phone call that very same night. Back in Nijire's room, the young woman was sitting on her bed and talking to the phone, but with how broken she looked, it was clear she had been hating the entire call. Stop, please stop, Izuku? Nijire asked in dread, not liking his disappointed tone. A polycule, Nijire? Izuku asked, finally touching the core of the matter after Nijire spent almost 20 minutes actively avoiding the issue. I just thought, Nijire tried saying, already crying. You tried to manipulate things from the shadows. You did not try to reason with the others, he said with a sigh. Please don't hate me, she muttered, sniffling. I don't hate you. I'm just. It's all so wrong. I only wanted us all to be happy. Not like this, Nijire. I am sorry, she said with a broken voice. I know you are, but I fear that at this point an apology is not going to fix things. Izuku said, sighing. I am sorry, Nijire said before dropping her phone, hugging her knees tightly to herself and letting go to her tears, crying and hiccuping loudly. Right outside her door, Mirio had been about to try and knock on her door to try talking to her to see why she had been looking that distraught recently, only to hear her talk to the phone and turning sadder and sadder until she finally started crying, turning her words into a mess of babbling, hiccups, and apologies. What am I doing? He muttered to himself, catching himself thinking her moment of sorrow was a good opening to enter and trying to win her back. Win her back. And then restart everything again. He muttered bitterly to himself. Time to face the facts and act accordingly. And at least salvage what remains. He muttered, looking at the closed door with resignation. Good actions are painful. They always are. But I suppose that is part of the course of being a good person. Tamaki answered from behind him. He too had come to try to cheer up their friend. So it seems. Mirio answered, walking away. Where are you going? Tamaki asked. I am going to talk with Miss Yaoyorozu. You try to cheer her up for both of us. I don't think I am somebody she would like to see at this moment. I don't want her to misunderstand why I came to see her. Not now at least. Mirio answered with a sad smile. Yaoyorozu, why do you want to talk to her? To do the right thing, of course. Mirio answered with a shaky smile and a thumbs up. This thing is far too complicated, Tamaki muttered with a defeated sigh and watched him walk away. Romance is a pain in the butt, the young man said, knocking on the door before entering by himself. Taiki, Nijire said, sniffling with BLD-shot eyes and crying non-stop. Hey, Tamaki said softly. I am sorry, it seemed like that was the only thing she was able to say at the moment. I know, come here. He answered, sitting next to her and hugging her tight, and listening to her wailing as soon as she hugged him back. It's okay, everything's going to be okay. Tamaki whispered, rocking her gently. I'll make dimensional ingredient hunt. Izuku Midoriya and the miracle patisserie of Gotham. The current mission of the system was fairly simple, technically. Obtain the so-called miracle fruit and manage a patisserie for 7 days. Technically speaking, it was straightforward and easy, and yet Izuku's own instinct had started screaming the very instant his feet touched ground from the portal. I am sure this time things will go peacefully. Your curse won't last forever. The Chaco, his companion for this trip, said while grabbing his hands in hers. I want to believe this, he answered, hopeful. I think things will go splendidly, my friend. You youngsters need to learn to see the bright side of things. Like I do. The old man that had actually lent him the patisserie said with a wide, blinding smile once finished loading his luggage on the back of the taxi. You're right, sir. I need to think positive. Izuku said, taking a big breath. You do that. In the meantime I will go visit my brother in Metropolis. It's been a while since we spent time together. Bye. The old man said, jumping in the taxi and making the driver leave fast. Why the urgency? And why accept the strange proposal of Izuku? Simple. Insurance fraud. The old man was not as good as his father was at making sweets and desserts, so when his brother left to open his own shop in Metropolis, the old one in Gotham soon fell in disarray, with debts piling up at blinding speed. But if an incident happens, the insurance company won't ask too many questions and just pay up, giving the old man enough money to leave Gotham for greener pastures. That is why he never told Izuku, somebody clearly not in the know, about all the psychotic villains running about the city. Sorry boy, but a scapegoat is a godsend one can't turn away. He thought in happiness while already imagining the smoldering ruins left behind by the villains of Gotham. He had heard how Joker and Harley had broken up again, so if he was lucky, his store will be between the ones the psycho woman will demolish in her tantrum fit. Money. How absolutely wrong he was. 3 days later, abandoned labs, greenhouses, god of cooking. Deliver the fruits. Cook us. Elevate us. Choose me. Chosen by the ingredients. Herald of true taste. Lord of cooking. Bring us to him. Will you all stay quiet? Poison Ivy, the infamous bioterrorist of Gotham, shrieked in dismay while covering her ears. 3 days. 3 entire Diamond days. A constant stream of feverish prayers and fanatical screams from every single edible plant inside the greenhouses Ivy had taken over from the criminals that were experimenting on them. It was driving her insane. Well, insaner, kinda. And in the middle of all that deafening cacophony of zealous screams only she could hear, her recent addition to the family. A prehistoric plant the scientists of that lab had managed to clone, an ancient fruit able to change taste. Apple if boiled, orange if frozen, pineapple if left untouched and strawberry if dehydrated. They called it miracle fruit, especially since it had astounding de-aging properties, almost magical. Too bad the thing had the shrillest voice Ivy had ever heard and kept acting like a horny teenage girl begging her idol to P&D her like a drum. Even my beloved plants back in my old hideout are doing the same. What the hell is happening? She shrieked again, almost hoping to see the accursed Batman appear from the shadows like usual to arrest her, so to get AF minute of silence thanks to the drab concrete walls of Arkham. Meanwhile, Watchtower, at the same time, from the computer room of a high-tech orbital base, A man in black hero costume sat rubbing his eyes in annoyance. I keep telling you that we have no clue why your foresight-able friends all started talking about outer beings casting their far too many eyes on our world. Batman said, growling again. Well, find out. They keep asking me for a solution, and I already lost 4 crystal spheres trying to divine the source. They keep exploding. And they are expensive. Zatanna yelled back, growling just as darkly as the caped crusader, a thing that actually had a twinge of pride blossom in the man's heart. I am working on it, Batman hissed. Then work harder, she barked back in answer. Nothing from Constantine, the idiot. He asked a couple of old acquaintances of his. Whatever it is, they are not saying a thing. Even the arcane, the diabolical, and even the low and mid-tiers of hell said the same thing. I am not touching that thing's affairs with a 10-foot pole. Whatever it is, they are ancient and with a reputation. Zatanna answered, rubbing her temples in annoyance. A threat or not? Batman asked with narrowed eyes. Can't say. Nothing suggests evil. Maybe some outer being is just frolicking about. I have no clue. Zatanna answered. Diana has gone to consult the elders of the Amazon island. Hopefully they will know something since they called her back suddenly. Batman answered. I'll keep looking as well. Keep me informed, please. Zatanna out. The young woman said and then closed the communication. This is getting nowhere. Batman said, rising from the seat at the computer to leave. Still no clue. The first guy he saw once out was Flash, eating a muffin from a small mountain of them he held in his arms. Yes. Unfortunately, answers don't fall in your hands by themselves, and for once, I wish that could be the case. Bruce answered, and caught one of the muffins that fell from Flash toward right into his hands. Thanks. These things are dim and good, I would have hated to waste one. The super-fast hero answered, grateful. Where did you get them? And why so many? The cafeteria doesn't have that many. I got them in Gotham. I was passing by there when I saw a line of people clamoring to enter a patisserie and got curious. Demon if that kid knows his stuff. Flash said, chuckling. Hopefully he won't be swallowed by Gotham's darkness, Batman said, thoughtful. Hey, you can keep that one, you look like you need something sweet. I don't. Fine. Batman said, grunting annoyed and walking away. Though, he had to admit that yes, that muffin was good. And Alfred loved muffins. 3 days later, downtown Harley Quinzel's apartment. The door to the fancy apartment went flung open by Ivy. Now sporting frizzled red hair instead of her usual silky waves, she had used the spare key the Harlequin-themed villain gave her a long time ago. Harley, can I crash here for a bit? I need to sleep 8 hours uninterrupted at least once. Without whining or begging or... What the hell is happening here? Ivy asked once to see dozens and dozens of empty boxes of assorted sweets littering the ground. Oh, God, you broke up with Joker again. A long whine came in answer from the apartment living room. And you have been eating sweets nonstop since? 6 days? Harley answered. My God, how are you still alive? And slim? Ivy said, expecting a fat pig to be lying on the couch under a pile of garbage food, like the other 3 or 4 times Joker broke up with her, and instead this time she found Harley still in her slim and athletic shape even while gorging herself in pastries by the handfuls. Face utterly covered in a mess of multicolored frosting, Harley just looked at her while still munching. You only ate sweets, by the looks of it at least 50-60 boxes of it. And you have not a belly either. Ivy asked. Didn't notice. Awesome. So like this I can keep drowning in sugar until my heart stops hurting from Mr. J leaving me. Harley said, still eating. Harley, last time I found you in a diabetic coma and you had eaten far less than this. What have you done? Ivy asked. Nothing. I just raided the patisserie down the street. The owner left management to a new guy for a bit. He is a cutie and is gentle and likes my jokes, and he makes some DMN good sweets too. He offered me a discount and a hug when I told him I needed the sweets to recover from a breakup. He was so nice I couldn't rob him. So I robbed a store and used the money to pay for the sweets. She answered. Fancy that somebody nice still exists in this city. That's rare nowadays. Ivy admitted, surprised. The god of cooking. She met the chosen. Oh god, you got a plant too? Ivy said with a groan. You like plants? So I wanted to make the place fancier if you came to visit. Harley answered. Normally I would appreciate it, but wait. Who did she meet? She asked this to the very tiny and slightly underwatered cactus on the kitchen counter. The god of cooking is here. He owns the store. Water please. I am thirsty. This. What? Harley asked. Your plant gave me the answer to my woes. Now water it and bring me to that DMN patisserie. I need to speak to the manager. Are you a Karen now? Harley asked, smirking. You know what I mean. The other answered, face red in embarrassment. Down the street. Patisserie business was bustling on a legendary level, making Izuku wonder how come people seem surprised a store like his actually offered good products, unaware that in Gotham only one business out of 10 actually did their job. The others were just covers for illegal organizations. It was a miracle in itself if Gotham's economy actually hadn't collapsed on itself yet. Why the long face? Chaco asked. Besides having no clue where the miracle fruit is. I am just waiting for the other shoe to drop and the psycho woman that will chase me for whatever reason to pop up. Izuku answered, sighing in dismay. Well, focus on the fact you are almost done with the first part of your mission. Done here we will focus on finding the fruit only. And just because it happened every other single time, it doesn't mean that one woman obsessed with you will just barge in here too. She answered. Bang. Lil Mito. I am here again. Gimme sugar goodies. Harley said with a wide smile while barging into the store. Miss Harley. Good evening. It's the 6th day in a row. Are you sure you'll be okay? Izuku answered, happy to see her again, but also worried about her health. I'm okay. And I brought a friend. She answered, signaling Ivy to enter. So you are the guy? Ivy asked. The guy. Izuku and Ochako asked. Is he the guy? Ivy, to their shock, asked that to a nerby potted plant. Here is the DMN fruit. Now tell the plants to shut up, you god of cooking or whatever. Once heard whatever answer she was hoping for, Ivy made her demand to the young chef while shoving the bowling ball-sized fruit in Izuku's arms with a look that suggested she had it up there in the entire situation. Because Izuku answered, unnerved. God of cooking. Richard D. Grayson, also known as Nightwing when in costume, muttered, curious and momentarily stopping before actually leaving the store with his takeaway bag of cupcakes for Alfred Bruce asked him to get. God of cooking. What's that? Harley asked. No idea, that's what the plants kept calling him. Ivy answered, shrugging, while both sat at a table. The usual Lomito. Harley yelled over her shoulder. I'll bring it to you in a moment. Your friend. I barely can stand the idea of eating something plant-based, but I will close my eyes when I eat this time. So something filled in custard will suffice. Ivy answered. Sure. So you have been coming here every day? Ivy asked. Oh yeah. Lil Mito is nice and fun and cute, and he has a really nice smile. He makes me feel all smiley when we talk and oh god. Here we go again, Ivy muttered, face-palming. What? Her dear friend, her dear, psychotic and yet big-hearted friend had the gall to ask back, but at least the sweets were good. I think we need to talk, she said, sighing. Nothing bad happened. We got the fruit and the 7 days time limit is almost over, everything is going to be alright. Ochako said with a beaming smile. The next day, 10 minutes after midnight, very few things could surprise Clark Kent. The man had seen and fought far too many strange things to get surprised by anything anymore, and yet here he was, watching the scene of every villain of Gotham, every single one of them, beating the CRP out of each other in a free-for-all brawl, with a dumbfounded expression. What happened? He asked with a small voice. Approximately 6 days ago, that young man took over the patisserie and started working normally, but it seems like he is not from around here. Batman answered. So he moved here? Superman asked. No, he comes from another dimension. While Zatanna could not discover who sent him here, she could still understand why, for most part. Diana supplied the rest. That god of cooking thing, Clark said. Literal title. A literal god overseeing cooking, all of it. The Amazons warned Diana a candidate was coming to our world and asked her to protect him from the forces of evil. Lucifer told Constantine that there was no need to worry since a god of cooking is one of the true neutrals, so normally left alone by the forces of heaven and hell because, apparently, their domain/restaurant is a truce zone of sort. So that left common villains only to worry about. Batman answered. But it seems like that too was mostly a moot point. At least in part. Nightwing, in costume this time, added, chuckling. Harley, be reasonable. They heard Joker, of all people, beg. No. You destroyed the patisserie of my sweet cinnamon roll. You must die. The former partner of the clown prince of crime was heard roaring while chasing her former love interest with a big mallet, all in the name of avenging her current crush. I mean, he got the female villains on his side, just thanks to his ability to make sweets that don't make you fat. The current Robin, accompanied by his friends, the Titans, said. Ararg. That was Ivy, snapping Bane's spine with her bare hands out of female fury. You can't get a more clear signal. Nightwing answered. Bruce. Are you smiling at Bane's karmic misery? Clark asked. No. Batman answered, schooling his features back into a frown. Where is the chef now? Raven asked. Down there crying. Apparently women going after him is a common occurrence whenever he visits a new dimension, so his girlfriend is trying to cheer him up. Batman answered. It must be stressful. Robin said. Seems so. So Harley has a crush on him now? Superman asked. So she said, before starting a fight against Jinx, the latter is infatuated with the boy too. Then others got into the quarrel once heard about it. Joker just to cause chaos, Bane because the chef's robot bested him in a fight and stripped him after a savage beating, Penguin and Scarface because they could not extort him money nor steal the robot. Freeze instead came to help the boy and defend him because the chef somehow cured him and his wife of their illnesses/mutations with food. The female villains joined just because they want to back up Harley in finding herself a better man than Joker. Batman answered. Not that it's hard to find somebody better than Joker for romance. Nightwing added under his breath, making the others chuckle. This is a moot point though. Even before Joker caused the explosion that destroyed the store, the boy was already about to leave our dimension, so as far as we are concerned the boy just left, a big portal opened to whisk him away. Superman interrupted him. Good. Batman said. No. Cinnamon bun. Harley echoed, with way more despair in her tone. As I was trying to say. Unless Harley finds a way to cross dimensions, this situation is back to normal, now we just have to arrest them all. Want a hand? Clark asked, as the only one actually able to ask that to Batman of all people. Fine. Come along. The other answered. It took barely 5 minutes for the assembled heroes to capture all the villains fighting each other in front of the destroyed bakery. Except Harley, she had already left to fulfill some plan of hers. As for the store's original owner, his scapegoat plan failed as not only the insurance company didn't pay him a cent, but the male villains learned his identity, hunted him down and gave him a savage beating for bringing Izuku into the picture. Then the female villains decided to beat the CRP out of him the instant he left the hospital's entrance as a punishment for trying to set up their precious pastry maker, forcing the doctors to sigh in defeat, and drag the broken man back inside the hospital. Some time later, Zatanna's apartment. Oh, Zatanna? A sickening sweet voice asked while banging on the door. Go away, Harley. The magic user yelled. I just need a dimensional portal. Open one and I will leave for good. No. I know you can do it. Stop getting in the way. My Cinnabon needs me. Harley yelled, battling her mallet against the magically reinforced door without making a dent on it, only lots of noise. Leave me alone, you mad woman. I am a mad woman in love. You need to help a sister in need. No. Zatanna yelled back. Just a small portal. A one-way one. Please. That was going to be a long week for the poor magician, she just knew it. End of the Omake, author explains. As a treat to excuse the lateness of the update, Here is a list of the villains threatening Izuku's restaurant and a few small trivia about them. As a reminder, Samui Arasaka. Main restaurant, Restaurant Samui Michelin stars. Trivia, has a very fragile ego. Divorced 3 times. Has a restaurant in Europe and America too. Has written several cookbooks. Why he hates Izuku undisclosed, but it's more deep than just racism, it's personal. Yamato Kuragawa Main Restaurant. Formerly that's the 3 sacred treasures now managed by her son Minato. Michelin stars. Trivia, still wishes she could get Izuku to join her son's restaurant. Has fired the assistant that refused to admit Izuku in Inoshiki. It's the only one Samui has no blackmail material on. Why she helped Samui, used to, and in part still does, have a crush on Samui. But this revenge plan of his has killed that crush once she finally recognized how far he was ready to fall in order to get revenge on a young man just because he cooked better than him. Matoi Hidataka Main Restaurant. Sea of Dreams in Japan, The Symphony in New York Michelin stars. Trivia, former food critic and food influencer from 20 years old to 45 now chef. Has a daughter about to become a pro-hero in America Lady Freedom. Why he is helping Samui, the first restaurant he opened, before taking over his father's one, burned in mysterious circumstances Samui can demonstrate being pure insurance fraud. Other crimes include libel, corruption, tax evasion, death threats usage. Junsato. Main restaurant, Little Mermaid. Located on the Queen of the Sea cruise ship owned by her husband. Michelin stars. Trivia, has a daughter Miko Sato that has a streaming channel where she streams herself cooking following the recipes of her mother. The various drag deliveries that somebody tried to pin on Izuku were organized by Jun's grandfather, as a way to help his precious granddaughter. Samui hates the fact that SHE got the 4th Michelin star before him. Why she is helping Samui, undisclosed. Rin Watanabe. Main restaurant, Princess Kaguya. Michelin stars. Trivia, has a streaming channel where he streams himself cooking using recipes of his own creation to attract more customers. Has helped Jun's daughter open her own streaming channel. Hosts the Japanese version of MasterChef as head judge. Why he is helping Samui, undisclosed. There was a somber silence in the room as the only occupants, Momo and Rumi on one side and Mirio on the other, just looked at each other after their latest long talk together. Are you aware of what you are asking me? Momo said, sighing and rubbing her eyes tiredly. I'm quite aware, yes. But what moves me is not just Nijire's pain, but yours too. Mirio answered, shrugging helplessly. I am more surprised you are actually doing this. Rumi admitted, one eyebrow raised high. A smart man should be able to recognize when he is faced with a losing battle. Had I used this mess to get a chance at winning Nijire back, it would have meant me using a moment of weakness of hers to get what I wanted, instead of what she needs. Mirio answered. You could just learn from this and be a better partner for her yourself. Momo said, eyes narrowed. Unfortunately things are far more complex than you believe. Mirio answered, grimacing. You mean the fact that one for all is a quirk that can be transferred? Momo asked, arms crossed and rolling her eyes at the young man's look of horror. Or the fact that All Might is so desperate to have you learn to use it fully because All for One, the guy that has been hunting down that quirk's past users in his spare time between his supervillain plans, is not dead but instead very much alive and kickin'? Rumi added, making Mirio wobble enough to force him to lean on a table nearby. How? He asked with a faint voice. Izuku's sponsor told him, and he told us. We have been told this quite a while ago, and we told nobody, as you may have imagined since not a single trouble arose for you or Mr. Toshinori about it. Momo answered with an uncaring shrug. So you and Rumi Dash and Ochako? Momo said. She too? Mirio shrieked. And Nijire too knows. Rumi added with a savage smile. Mirio swore with a whimper. Yeah, big guy, you effed up. You just had to trust her enough to tell her why you were putting her on standby, and she would have probably understood. She wouldn't have liked it all the same, but you can bet you're flat but that learning that from somebody else hurt a lot. Rumi answered, scoffing. It's a big secret. No, it isn't. Momo cut him off. It's a transferable quirk, yes it's unheard of, but it also has a built-in reason as to why it has to be kept secret. Nobody has to know because otherwise a villain will take hostages just to force me to hand it over. As heroes we will be asked to keep secrets of similar magnitude one day. You are ahead of us in classes, you were told this countless times, I bet. Momo explained. One of the tests our heroics teacher gave us was surviving torture and not give up information, Mirio muttered. Exactly. And also, come on. You were about to F her and yet ran away just because Tashinori called you. Was training that day really that important? Rumi asked. You know that too? He asked, shrieking. Nijire told me. I never asked, mind you, but apparently one day you annoyed her so much that when we met she pretty much told me about how you left her hanging like that, yes. She answered. Maybe I got a bit carried away. Who a bit? Momo answered, extremely sarcastic. But I am serious here now. Please at least consider it. Mirio, a bit more awkward than when he arrived, repeated. Still doesn't tell us why you are not taking this as an opportunity to win her back. Rumi asked, crossing her arms and rapping on the floor with her feet. I guess you don't know every detail then. That's a relief actually. Mirio answered, sighing and leaning a bit back against the table behind him. And that movement gave the chance to both young women to see the very thin and faint scars running along and completely covering both Mirio's arms in a random crisscross pattern, like lines drawn by a very fine pencil. Training hard, I see, Rumi said, jerking her chin a bit towards the scars. Unfortunately I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you this. Controlling this thing is harder than I expected, and it also throws my control over permeation, my original quirk, down the drain, so I get hurt easily. Training one for all takes a lot out of me, mentally, physically, and even just in a matter of free time. And while this may not get in the way of friendship, romance is different. I am forced to admit that any relationship I have may require my partner to be really, really understanding. And I understood that I can't ask Nijire that much. So, Mirio explained, unease. This is not an easy matter that can be fixed in a night. Momo answered. I only ask you to consider it. It can work. Mirio said. You really do want her to be happy? Rumi asked, groaning. A lot. I do believe she is a good woman, and that she was just misguided, doing things the wrong way but not out of malice. He answered. My classmates are returning. You better go. Momo answered only after a long silence, and just by throwing him that answer while looking outside towards the incoming group of 1A students. I get it. Think about it, please. Mirio asked, leaving the main room of the dormitories while shaking his head. So, Rumi asked once he left for good. This situation is a mess. Momo admitted. Hey, at least both she and myself are serious about this. I could have just told you to F off when you told me you were giving me a chance, and yet here I am. Have you any idea how much pride I had to swallow to accept that instead of keeping being your rival? Rumi answered, hands at her hips. I thought that in the name of love, with a capital L, Rumi Usajiyama could do that. Momo answered. And Rumi Usajiyama did. All in the name of my happiness, your happiness and Izuku's. She answered, huffing. I think I understand where you are getting at. Unfortunately. The other replied, sighing. A step at a time. Let's talk with Ochako first. That beach can be way too slippery when she wants to be. Rumi answered. We are back, Kirishima said with a wide smile, proudly showing the bags of groceries and junk food they had brought back with them. Sorry for our lateness. Tenya added, sighing. Ochako instead, safely hidden at the very back of the group, looked at both Momo and Rumi warily. Hoi, Uraraka. Can we talk? And it was at that question from Rumi that the gravity hero rapidly turned around and started running away. Come back here. Momo yelled, annoyed beyond belief, while giving chase. You can't outrun me, Beach. Enbu, Ultra Moon Sprint. Soon followed by Rumi, whose own initial momentum cracked the floor as she burst forward at ludicrous speed. There we go. Round 3, Mina muttered in dismay. At the opposite side of the city, hospital, mental health ward, A lone woman was sitting with a plain, expressionless face while looking outside the window through the thick metal bars that had been added to it to stop the guests of that ward to try and follow the voices in their heads telling them they could fly away. "She is finally recovering," one of the nurses asked with a sad expression. So it seems, whatever happened that had her quirk stop working and even, apparently, erased her ability to cook remains a mystery, but at least she stopped screaming she was sorry to whatever voice she could hear. The doctor answered. "So, it was a nervous breakdown?" The nurse asked. "Pretty much. An extremely rough one of the worst cases I saw in my 40 years in the field, but I believe we can finally move to a more common hospital room. Everything points towards her slowly coming out of it. Besides her refusing to talk, that is, but traumas do that." The old man answered, sighing. The woman heard them, but paid them no mind. She knew why they thought she was crazy, or at least suffering from a demon wild case of breakdown, but Monoi knew the truth, and how the system made sure she could not say anything about it, as a way to make her punishment worse. Being strapped to a bed as a sane person, compared to one of the more rowdy guests of that brightly painted hellhole of relaxing music and overly smiling staff, gave her time to think and reconsider many of her life choices. Especially since even while it was possible, nobody actually came to pay her a visit, not even her parents, and considering what she had said about the quirkless population, with her own father being part of that 20% of people not having powers, she objectively could not blame them. So there she was, alone with herself and even too much time to think after having seemingly run out of tears to beg for mercy to the thing that robbed her of everything. Weeks of her lying on a bed just looking at ceiling in perfect silence until her new streak of calm and silence gained her the privilege of sitting on a chair by the window to watch the outside world she once thought was her oyster. The future for her was also kind of bleak, since she had focused on cooking only, lost that set of skills left her with basically nothing. She had not even a quirk anymore to fall onto. If having a now limp lifeless pair of extra arms dangling from her hips she could no longer move or control could be considered good enough to become a hero, or at least a vigilante, those two limbs were now literally dead. She had seen how much people without powers were relegated as background characters, and her grandfather used to tell her stories of deep racism against quirkless people that had scarred her father deeply in his teenage years, with only the woman that would one day becoming his wife tethering him to life enough to not take the easy way out. Things were obviously way better than back in those times, but that anonymity, that life of bare essentials and invisibility scared Monoi far too much. After all the limelight she had basked in before her fall from grace. But more than anything else, she wanted to return to cooking, to watch ingredients transform under her hands, to see cute or gorgeous dishes blossom after her hard work and her own imagination give bardage to new tastes. She missed the bubbling pots, the fragrant skis, the bright colors and the light and dreamlike foams and velvet soft reductions and sauces adorning every plate like small paintings. In a moment of realization, Monoi recognized she missed cooking far more than her quirk. She could live without those extra arms, but she wanted her skills back. She wanted to dream again about her small, fancy restaurant she wished of opening when she had just started studying in Inoshiki Academy as a bright-eyed teen girl. Is it true? That voice. The voice of the same entity that took her skills away. Yes, I am sure. It was a miracle Monoi was once again alone after the doctor and nurse left, otherwise that desperate scream in a hoarse voice would have gained a return to be strapped to the bed. Is this what you want? The system asked, and everything around Monoi shifted into a perfect replica of the restaurant teen Monoi had been planning inside her head every night before going to sleep, down to the exact same colorful plants hanging from the walls. It's appealing. Maybe she was insane, because she could now smell the scent of the plants and touch the cloth on the tables as if they were right in front of her, as if they were real. The system is open to return you your cooking skills and quirks, so to let you have a chance to turn the dream into reality, even if it will be extremely hard after your recent actions and outburst. In exchange for a bit of work. What's your price? I will do it. No matter what. I will do it and then work hard to rebuild my life. I learn my lesson, I swear. When the time comes, the system will contact you with the details. You will understand when it's time when your quirk and your skills will return. Until then, self-improve enough to leave that place and rebuild your life without the same greed that brought you here. This is your last chance. Should you fall back into your old self, you will once again lose everything, this time forever. The system answered, and as the entity's voice came, it left, taking with it the illusion and returning everything to the sterile look of a hospital room. Yes. Of course. I will change. Promise. Monoi promised, grasping that faint ray of hope with both hands and swearing to change for real from the bottom of her heart with absolute conviction. Not that the system actually cared, that woman was just a good way to help its host to ascend to the rank of god of cooking, but the entity was not truly merciless. It could throw a bone to others as well every once in a while, if they actually deserved that second chance and worked hard for it. Meanwhile, America, Ray's penthouse, morning, contrary to the chaos reigning in UA, or inside Monoi's heart, the morning of Izuku and Ray was fairly quiet and relaxed as the young chef had just finished giving the last touches to the breakfast he was preparing for them both. Croissants. Ray ummed in bliss once the oven was opened and the entire apartment got bombarded with the fragrant scent of freshly baked goods. I also have some strawberry, orange and blueberry jam and freshly made butter to put on the toast if you want, along with a more traditional Japanese breakfast. Izuku answered, smiling pleased, once finished preparing the wide spread on the table. You made this much food though. Ray admitted. You know why, Ray-san? He answered. Ding, ding, ding. Exactly. Here she is. Like clockwork. Ray answered, huffing in childish annoyance as Kathleen Bate, pro-hero star in stripes, and her personal assistant barged in once Whitey opened the door for them. Morning, Kathleen said with a wide smile and a singing tone. Sorry for the intrusion. Her assistant muttered with a shy smile. Yes. Just get seated. Ray answered, harumphing. Those two had stayed for dinner after the small challenge they had given Izuku, and even had the gall to tell her they would have very likely returned for breakfast too, even shamelessly using Kathleen taking Izuku to her office to help him plan his attack on Matoi as an excuse. Come on. I said I would have helped my new little bro in his small mission. I just asked for some breakfast as a payment. Kathleen answered, taking a seat next to Ray and gladly accepting the big mug of coffee Izuku handed her. And somehow downing the entire thing in just a few gulps even if scalding hot. 100% Venezuelan. Izuku informed her, smirking, and plating everything for the four of them. Delicious. The pro-hero answered, already attacking her plate like a starving animal. So, what's your big plan? Ray asked, eating with way more elegant manners than the two women sitting at her sides. Puedes why if you tink? Can you please swallow before talking? Ray asked horrified. Yeah. I said, it's pretty easy if you think about it. Kathleen said. Oh. Matoi is bombarding the city in ads about his restaurant opening tomorrow, as a way to celebrate both inauguration and his daughter's debut as a pro-hero and her birthday. Right? Yes. Go on. Izuku prompted, leaning forward. Moron had been sending me hundreds of letters for the last 2 years, to my office, every DMN day, hoping I will take his bratty daughter under my wing. To teach her the ropes, you know. I guess it makes sense, you are the #1 both in America and the world rankings. If he is really that interested in his image, having his daughter work under you will be a huge hit. Izuku said. You did your homework. Yeah, I was surprised too when they gave me first place in the WR2. But that CRP is not important. What's important is that we can use this obsession of his. Kathleen answered, smiling deviously. Use that. Pray tell us. Ray asked. By making a show about it. Can you imagine the giant you blow to his pride if Star and Stripe tweets how she is interested in stealing a young promising chef from Japan to add to her agency as her own personal one? Heck, some of the American top 10 heroes owe me a favor, so playing a bit of war for who gets Izuku, somebody Matoi hates, will definitely PSS him off so much he will challenge him. And there will be where I come in. Kathleen explained, smirking. Oh, a simple bet. If Matoi challenges Mr. Izuku and wins, Kathleen will take his daughter as an intern and Izuku closes his restaurant. But if Izuku wins, that girl won't get internship with a single top 5 hero and Matoi himself will stop bothering Izuku. Kathleen's assistant answered. And what about the blackmail material Samui has on him? Izuku asked. Ah, well, that's his problem, not yours. Kathleen answered. Izuku, honestly, if Matoi did something illegal or downright criminal, he has to face the law about it. He is using you to pay for Samui's silence about it. You have no obligation to worry about Matoi's life and reputation. He should have thought about it before doing whatever he did. Crimes must be punished, especially if they are big and evil ones. You defend yourself. Matoi is an adult, and as one he will need to face the consequences of his actions, if those come knocking at his door. She explained, giving his hand a comforting squeeze. I see. Izuku answered, sighing and looking saddened by the thing. You can't shoulder the sins of whoever you meet, nor as a chef, or as a hero. You wanted to be one, yes. And I believe that you had all the marks of one, even without a quirk. Except that martyr mentality of yours that still pops up from time to time, as you said. Being there for whoever needs it is a noble thing, but it must be done with consideration. Kathleen said with a gentle smile. Thank you, Cathal Dash. Kath, call me Kath when I am not in costume, Kay. We are buddies. She answered, offering him her closed fist. Izuku answered, finally smiling again, and giving her the requested fist bump. Good little bro. Now get ready, while you pretty yourself up, I'll make a couple calls for our little teasing operation. The pro hero declared. Are you sure this won't be a problem? Ray asked. It's only a couple pictures and a tweet or two to rile up a bully. My colleagues can do me such a tiny favor for once. Especially if I promise them some DMN good barbecue. Most of them would kill for a nice steak done as God commands. Kathleen answered, chuckling. I'll give them my best barbecue then. Izuku promised. Nice. I get it. The big occasion barbecue set. I'll have it prepared in the agency's cafeteria, boss. The woman's assistant said with a sigh of dismay. She likes to whine and grumble, but she loves her job. Star and Stripe said, smirking. Except on these occasions, the other woman answered under her breath, sighing. Star and Stripe Hero Agency, Atrium. Later that day, the long drive towards the place, with the car silently followed by Whitey, gave Izuku the chance of asking several questions to Kathleen about the American hero system and herself, since while his dream of heroism had been abandoned, his own passion for heroes in general and their lifestyle and quirks didn't diminish. Luckily, the giant buff woman seemed to take everything in stride and find his fanboyism fun enough to second it and answer his many questions. Here we are, the Star and Stripe Agency, recently updated and enlarged to house the R&D department. Directly inside the building instead of having it located at the opposite side of the city. As well as enlarging the gym and cafeteria since Miss Bate can be very demanding when she sees a new piece of equipment that she wants. Kathleen's assistant explained, personally accompanying Izuku to give the pro hero the time needed to enter from a side door, take off her civilian persona, and wear her hero costume to meet him officially as Star and Stripe. She just wants to be at her best to help people. Izuku answered, looking everywhere in wonder while petting Shiro in his arms. Whitey was, as always, following closely behind the chef without making a sound while carrying a giant crate with everything the young chef will need on his back. You are a biased hero fanboy. You have no idea how hard it is to keep up with her childish demands. She may respect and like All Might, her own inspiration to become a hero, but for the love of God she can be so frustratingly petty and competitive. With her is either the absolute best of nothing. In everything. The poor woman answered, groaning, and turning even more depressed when Izuku laughed in amusement at the revelation. Their walk brought them past the main desk, where Izuku got a VIP guest badge to wear proudly in front of his green chef uniform, to a set of double doors towards a way bigger area, well illuminated and surrounded in couches along every wall, and in the middle of the room a giant fountain with a big statue of Star and Stripe giving a blinding smile and a thumbs up to whoever entered. That was a present. Not even Miss Bate is that much into herself, but it would have been bad manners not accepting it, even if a bit tacky. The assistant said, once noticed Izuku's questioning look. Tacky and badly made, Kath's eyes are not that shape. A young woman with wavy blonde hair and a big pair of horns on her head answered, laughing, while nearing the two. Cow lady, Izuku said with wide eyes. Hey, you must be the guy. I hope your barbecue really is that good. It may be a simple operation, as Kath calls it, but still, there is our name on the line. Cow lady said, winking at him and shaking the chef's hand. Of course, Mississippi. But it was not my idea. I would never disturb you while you work. Izuku answered immediately. Relax. You are way too stiff. The woman replied, chuckling. That's what she said. Somebody yelled from one of the couches. Shut up, Norman. Cow lady snapped, dropping the smile to shoot a glare at her old-time partner. He too present for the thing. Forgive him, Norman is a good hero and sidekick, but with the brain the size of a pea. That hurt, babe. Hush. Oh. Glad my misery entertains you, mister. Cow lady said, smirking and jokingly punching Izuku's shoulder for his chuckling. Norman. Must be your nickname for his hero named Normal Man. Izuku said, still barely holding back his laughter. Yeah, his naming skills SCK, but considering he can turn off quirks and Eraserhead was already taken, he went for a more on-the-nose one. Cow lady answered. I still like it. He is biased. The assistant said. Hey, I can see that. By the way, I heard what happened between your robot and Bronze Bull, and besides apologizing for that idiot ruining your day as soon as you arrived in America, I must also thank you for dealing with him before he could try once again to bother me. I really appreciate it. I am Kate Barr, aka Cow Lady. Nice to meet you. The pro hero said. Izuku Midoriya, an honor meeting you in person, he answered. HN. So this is the chef I heard about from our common friend. Bit on the short side. Another hero said as soon as he entered and noticed the small group, he was wearing a full-body suit with a red cape and 2 radio antennas on his head shaped like lightning bolts. Elecplant? Again, the young chef was appalled at the big shots Kathleen had actually contacted. In the flesh, boy. I was asked a bit of a curious favor, but Star and Stripe hardly goes into things without a plan, even when she makes decisions in the spur of the moment. Sure, she overdoes easily, but we all have our quirks. Elecplant answered, and chuckled at his own joke. It's just a selfie and a message, Nazi. Don't be the usual stick in the mud. Cow Lady Kate answered while rolling her eyes. Don't use my real name. Elecplant hissed, a bit on the overdramatic side. So do I use Elecplant, Nazi, Tarsha or Nazi Tarsha when referring to you? Kate asked, smirking. This is your payback for what happened in Los Angeles, HN. You are still angry about it. The Electric Pro hero asked, grumbling and face-palming. Yes, and I will be for a good while. That was humiliating. It was an accident. I didn't mean to. I know it was an accident, because had it been intentional, you wouldn't be here today, but 6 feet under. Sheesh, woman. It was nothing worth this anger. Can you two put this argument aside for another time, please? The assistant begged. This isn't the end of it. Cow Lady muttered. I know. Elecplant answered, sighing. The guy is okay, Kathleen vouched for him. Him knowing our names won't put us at risk any more than anything else we do on a daily basis. I'll trust her judgment. Nazi conceded. Oh, always so fiery, Cow Lady. A third voice said. Captain Celebrity. Only this time Izuku's reaction was mild, to put it nicely. Hey, you got starstruck when you saw those two and when you see me you go cold. WHOY. The flying hero said with a tone of heartbreak, dropping down to the floor to walk towards them instead of floating like when he arrived. What do you mean with those two? Both Cow Lady and Elecplant yelled in chorus, glaring at the new arrival in pure annoyance. I guess your hero persona is what you are mostly famous for in Japan? Kathleen's assistant guessed. That Celebrity said, dropping the dashing smile for a look of realization. Yeah, I was pretty bad back in the days, no doubts about it. But, becoming a father straightened me up, honest. Got my head in the right place and all. The pro hero admitted, passing a hand through his hair with a humorless, awkward chuckle. He also suched from being, I wanna get in your breathes flirty into jokingly, but innocent flirty? Cow lady supplied. Really? Izuku asked. Really? Unfortunately, the media has the habit of being unable to let go of past mistakes, even when one did change. Even more so if those mistakes are easy to enlarge in the name of gossip. Elect Plant answered. Pamela is hinting at us remarring, and not just for the sake of our kid. So I'm hopeful. Celebrity answered. That woman is a saint. Kate declared. Oh, she is. Still don't know what I did right to have her in my life. Sorry for misjudging you then, sir. Izuku apologized, and offered him his hand. Hey, cheer up. It's okay. I was that bad, kinda, so you just had an opinion based on what you knew. I just pushed it a wee bit too far. The pro answered, shaking the offered hand. Flying Stallion? Electplant answered while fake coughing. Will you people drop that nickname? Yes, I like showing off my manliness, but I am not a stereotypical jock. That's just my hero persona, for F's sake. Sorry, Chris? Christopher. You know I hate when they shorten my name. Celebrity hissed between clenched teeth in answer. Still, thank you all for accepting this. Izuku said, bowing deeply to the three. Hey. It's okay. We can use the publicity too, and it helps you deal with some egomaniacs threatening your business. It's a hero's job protecting the innocent, even just by taking some pictures to anger them. Christopher answered, surprised by the action. It's okay, kid. Get up and hold your back straight. You are a super chef apparently, so show it. Pride. Electplant added, making Izuku chuckle and return upright. Right, thank you. Good. So I guess the next step is waiting for the others. Cow lady asked. Others? The young chef asked. Just a couple more. Not too many. And their sidekicks, of course. Cow lady answered. So many. I'd better start preparing everything immediately then. Izuku answered, eyes wide. You do that while we'll be going through our usual morning patrolling, Cow lady said. Sure. The kitchens are this way, follow me. The others will wait for us in the cafeteria when it is lunchtime. Kathleen's assistant answered, signaling him to follow her. Do wow us, buddy. We were hyped quite a bit, so you better deliver. Captain Celebrity said, smirking. Of course. Can I have an autograph once done? From all of you. Izuku answered, and then made his request with a more shy tone. Sure. The three answered in chorus, and that got them a wide smile that almost literally blinded them. Kitchens once checked the content of the crate, both what was actually there and what Izuku will actually summon there from his restaurant storage room island. He ignited the coals under the grill and addressed Kathleen's assistant. Who else is involved in this thing? He asked. Besides Cow Lady, Electplant and Captain Celebrity, Miss Bate got in contact with Super Soldato and Queen Thorns. She answered, making the young chef falter a little. The Italo-American wolf hero and the painful MCS hero. Izuku asked with a shriek and wide eyes. Yep. Mr. Antonio and Miss Johanna found the idea silly enough they just could not refuse. Or so they said. You want me to cook for half the top 10 heroes of America? You only lack the hero in 4th place, the young chef muttered, looking a bit pale. Right, I almost forgot. Mother Nature is unsure if she can come, actually. She has to be present for the opening of a new maternity wing she financed, but just in case, please cook something for her too, in case she does manage to join us. The woman answered, smirking a bit in revenge once seen Izuku looking ready to faint. The Stone Embrace hero too. It's the gala of Mistral City all over again, he muttered to himself, honestly not thankful of the memories of that unpleasant event from his life as Zaus popped up in his head. You are too stressed. They may be big shots in the hero business, but they are not that demanding, relax. They are here to have fun, you just need to not screw up badly, just give your all, that's all they ask. The woman offered with a kind smile. But I can do this, Izuku said aloud, lightly slapping himself and immediately starting to organize the ingredients. Later that date, lunch hour, cafeteria, with Kathleen, under the pleased look of the #1 hero of America, The pros she had contacted once again returned to her agency and took place at their tables with their sidekicks and assistants sitting with them, the latter people already organizing the various posts on the heroes' social media pages, and just waiting for the signal to flood their followers in pictures. You know, for once social media is actually useful. A very tall and buff wolfman wearing a modernized version of a middle-aged soldier uniform said, chuckling. Unfortunately, they have become part of the hero business. We can't do anything about this. People are not happy about us just saving people's lives, they also want to watch us do it. A woman with a dress seemingly made of intertwined thick thorn branches answered, annoyed. It's okay, I just hope we will be able to enjoy the food a bit before the next evil overlord wannabe villain tries something. Cow lady answered, sighing. It's been a while since I ate a proper lunch, yeah? Elecplant. I just had to lift an entire section of a highway bomb lord destroyed long enough to let people escape, without even enough time to change myself before lunch. I got it worse than you. Captain Celebrity, with his hero costume still faintly smoking, answered. Listen, just because I only faced an environmentalist villain and hurts turn people into trees gas before coming here, doesn't mean I was having fun. I almost turned into a pine. Cut me some slack. The electric hero answered. Guys, please. Cow lady begged. Our job is not as easy as others believe, Kathleen said, laughing and getting up to check how the cooking was going. Not all of us can tie the laws of reality like a pretzel just by willing it, Kath. Yeah. The buff woman answered, before disappearing inside the kitchens. And the double doors swinging open gave the chance to the scent of the dishes to briefly slip inside. Oh, I like the smell. Benissimo. Super Soldado said with a wagging tail. Are you sure you can eat from a plate? Wouldn't you prefer a bowl? Celebrity asked, smirking. Ha, so funny, Christopher. Stronzo. The wolfman answered, rolling his eyes and grumbling. He is just jealous you got more female fans than him, you big and cuddly big bad wolfie. Queen Thorns said, laughing and scratching him under his chin. He is still rude. He answered while his leg jerked a bit while she scratched him. In the kitchen, the ample room was big enough to let the 24 members of the staff usually working in Kathleen's personal cafeteria to work freely with more than enough space to move and work with as much freedom they could, especially since the #1 hero of America had a habit to invite her colleagues and their own sidekicks for dinner and lunch quite often, meaning that they all had to be always ready to prepare food not only for the big number of people working in the agency every day, but also any guest Kathleen felt the need to invite over for a bite. And yet that day, that room was completely empty, only with a solitary young chef in his teens and wearing a pristine green chef uniform working tirelessly at a giant grill while at the same time, somehow, manning the entire place by himself, matching and surpassing the quantity of work that same staff now waiting outside could do on their best day. Sizzle. 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 Every ingredient used came from Izuku's storage room island, all of them from the simplest spice and the oil to everything else, were the best flavors his level as god of cooking candidate gave him access to, accompanied by the ingredients he had collected in his various sorties and was now free to use as he pleased. The meat on the grill cooked at a steady pace, carefully turned around and handled to assure the best taste the ingredients could offer while at the same time being treated with the utmost respect, both following the teachings of food honor and Izuku's own belief as a chef, and the kitchen went soon filled in both delicious aromas and the almost melodious sound of the grease slowly dripping over the red-hot rocks of the grill. Everything is coming along nicely, the other dishes? Izuku mumbled to himself while moving fast between each grill, stove and oven he was using to prepare every component of his dishes. Shiro, perched on a cabinet nearby, looked curious towards the outside. Yes, they are being rowdy, nothing I haven't seen before. I just need to remember what I used to do whenever some big-shot dignitary came to my old restaurant Zaus. It's just the same thing, only with more spandex and silly names. Izuku answered. Snort. Laughing about that is not nice, Shiro-kun. Your home world had plenty of silly things happening too. He answered, chuckling at the ancestral Taudai look of betrayal at the accusation. You were not that silly. But everybody else was. This esteemed Tao I can accept that, partner. Shiro answered after some consideration. Thank you. I wonder how Zephyr is doing, he is still pretty new to this world. Izuku wondered. Back in Japan, Sinare. Mil. Zephyr the feline yowled in fury while using one of the indestructible pans created by the system to lay waste on some teens that tried using spray paint on the restaurant's door in revenge for Whitey stripping and throwing them out. I am sorry. I am sorry. Oh God. I won't do it anymore, I swear. The leader of the four-men gang pleaded in tears. Mil. The almost rabid cat-like being would hear nothing of it, but brandishing a pan in each forepaw, he jumped them with a feral battle cry. Eawiwa. Four voices yelled as one in fear and pain as the pans rained on them dozens of hits per minute to reshape their skulls and attitude. Clang. 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 Even the small adorable cat helper is a war machine. Those beans shouldn't be used to enact justice. Better intervene. Aizawa, having passed near Green Cloud Restaurant by chance during his night patrol, noticed the one-sided beating happening and watched in surprise as yet another pet, mascot, assistant of Izuku demonstrated far too much destructive power compared to its appearances. Still, he was a hero, so it was his job to stop things from escalating, and it was clear Zephyr was about to overdo his job of defending the restaurant, so it was, begrudgingly, Aizawa's job to take over and bring those guys, or whatever mass of bruises was left of them, to the closest police station for questioning. Okay, little Zephyr, I will take it from here, you can stop, Aizawa said, finally making his presence known, and looking impressed at how fast those poor fellas hurried to hide behind him to escape the fury of the small cat. Mio, ears pinned down and releasing a low whine, it was clear the feline wanted to whack them just a couple times more, and Eraserhead had a hard time not letting him do that out of displeasure at seeing a sad cat. Next out. If they do that again, I will let you hit them a few times more. He promised with a small voice and a tiny smile while petting the feline's head to enjoy the thing's purring fit. Meow. Zephyr answered, now looking way happier. No. The vandals yelled right after, clearly not as happy as him. Back to Izuku Star and Stripe Hero Agency, once happy with every dish being cooked and plated the way he liked, Izuku exited the kitchen briefly to check how the various pro-heroes waiting for him were doing, and exhaling in relief once seen how they were just chatting among themselves and not looking annoyed by the waiting, no matter how objectively little he had actually took to cook everything. Relax, buddy, you'll do great. Kathleen noticed this and moved to encourage him with a friendly smile. I am working on my insecurity, but it still flares up from time to time, he admitted, chuckling. Considering how well you cook, one would think you would be smug about it, instead of worrying. She answered. Depends. He admitted with a small, uneasy smile. As Zaus it was easier, he was in a brand new world with a different life behind him, while as Izuku he had far too many bad memories and issues piled on his back to not doubt himself still even after what he did during his coma. Nonsense. I prepared this just for this occasion. Give it a ring when you are ready and let's start the show. Kathleen answered, smiling cheerfully and slapping Izuku's back to snap him out of his funk. You're right. I have a job to do. He answered, taking a deep breath and straightening his back. Good. I will go back to my table then, the show is now all yours. Rock their world, lil bro. Kathleen answered, laughing all the way to her table. Right? Time to shine, Izuku muttered, nodding. Ding, ding, ding. Every talking stopped when the young chef actually rang the small triangle Kathleen had handed to him. I am sorry to interrupt you all, but I am finally ready, so please, take your seat so the staff can start bringing out the dishes. And thank you again for seconding us in this strange thing, it means a lot to me. He said, and immediately the entire kitchen staff that had been waiting outside, so to show how nobody was helping him, moved to stand at the ready in front of the doors to the kitchen and wait for his orders. Wow! As promised, nobody helped him, not even me and my quirk. All you will taste is the original flavor of what he made by himself. Just remember to do as we planned, and to be honest. We don't need empty praise, it is a test for him too, so he needs our honest opinion. Kathleen said, Hey, I have integrity. I can and will give constructive criticism if there is a need. Elecplant answered, and everybody else nodded along. Good food is always a blessing, and sharing with friends even more so, so while very strict in our judging, we won't forget this is a lunch between friends. Captain Celebrity added. We are ready, kiddo. Show us what you got. Super Soldado yelled from his table, and made the others too give a cheerful yowl that made Izuku chuckle. Good, and thank you. I decided to celebrate the art of American barbecue by preparing some of the most famous dishes of several states, trying to be as close as possible to the original recipe, except for a few adjustments I did following my own beliefs and style. I will have them delivered immediately, sorry for the wait. Izuku added, bowing to the various heroes and disappearing again inside the kitchen on the notes of the tasters' applause. As soon as the pro-heroes, their sidekicks and assistants took out their phones to start the preliminary flooding of updates of their pages, the plates started arriving on their tables at a fast pace, all still at perfect temperature. Oh my god, and the exclamations of surprise didn't take long before starting to echo from the tables at random intervals. Wow, that's music to my ears. Keep 'em coming, lil bro. You are doing great. Kathleen, gorging herself in abandon, said with a thundering laugh. I am actually happy others are being so open about enjoying this food. It means we weren't the only ones losing control like that, the woman's assistant added, chuckling. Indeed, it was clear those American pro-heroes were enjoying Izuku's barbecue quite a lot. Table 1 boss. I can't take pictures if you keep eating them that fast. Cow Lady's assistant cried out in despair. Then snap father. Christ, he tastes so fucking good. The woman answered with her mouth full to burst. So long for a dieting enthusiast? The pro-hero's sidekick said, smirking. Shut up, or I'll eat your portion too. She answered. Oh, mine. Farm-style barbecue ribs table 2, he is Japanese. He never came to America before now. And he made perfect Kansas City-style ribs. How the hell does that work? Elecplant, at his 4th serving, asked in disbelief. I don't know. His sidekick answered, snatching a new plate. Oh, those are mine. I saw them first. I am your boss. Hand them over. Elecplant ordered. No. Mutiny. Betrayal. Table 3 SHRIP. 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 More brisket. Gimme more. For the love of God, Antonio. Slow down. The Wolfman hero assistant begged with a groan. I can't stop. Tail wagging like crazy, the poor Wolfman threw himself at each place he was delivered. Want me to try and snatch him into your hero agency staff for real? The woman asked, rolling her eyes. SI. Yes, please. I'll see what I can do, boss. Grazie. Barbecue beef brisket in cherry barbecue sauce table 4, bring me more chicken. Hurry before Celebrity and Sold Auto eat it all. Queen Thorns yelled in a hurry while eating from 3 plates at the same time. My god, calm down. Eating like this can't be healthy. The hero's assistant begged, afraid at seeing the normally collected woman act like a starving monster. I'll start my diet tomorrow, now stop being a killjoy. Yes. I'll start my diet tomorrow, you all say this every time. Spicy barbecued chicken Texas recipe. Congratulations to host Izuku for closing another abrupt mission in success. As a prize, both Hanya Panda and Centenary Gal Alligator have been unlocked as ingredients. The system said with a short happy jingle of victory. So I can use that meat? Izuku asked. Yes, host. Of course, in order to use their meat you will need to fight them first, or pay a fee in experience points that will be scaled and subtracted by the total you have gained up until that point. Okay, I will fight them then. Even if they are not that strong, I will use them as a way to keep in shape. It will help me not grow lazy but keep working hard. Izuku answered, sighing. Well said. Small matters aside, in the end the young chef was happy with the results of his latest abrupt mission, and watching all those people eating and enjoying what he made filled him in pride, and actually made his own portion taste even better. Chicken wings and drumsticks, pork chops and sirloin, beef, salmon, and so much more. For those pro-heroes it was all an endless stream of heavenly barbecue dishes, a never-ending dream of countless amazing flavors coming and coming, to the point those pro-heroes and their entourage managed to eat non-stop for 4 hours without even noticing until their stomachs couldn't take it anymore and finally started begging for mercy, even if against their own will as well. And the biblical flood of posts on the various social media rapidly circled the globe, sharing with videos, pictures and quotes every instant of those hours of bliss, for the surprise of the hero's followers and the apoplectic ire of Izuku's enemies and detractors. Unknown to many, though, several Japanese pro-heroes, vigilantes and small-scale villains as well were against this, mostly because they actually were regulars of Green Cloud and were completely against the idea of some Yankees stealing away their young emissary chef, both out of Japanese pride and because of more personal fear, since they didn't want to hand over the young man and his food to anybody else. At the same time, restaurant the Infinity, that lurid brat. Matoi roared at every new update of several pro-heroes pages. Ding. Cow Lady 2. The chef yelled in maddening fury once checked other pages besides Star and Stripe to see how most of the top 10 were not just eating Izuku's food, but giving the dishes glowing praises too. Is the world going down the drain now? He is doing this on purpose to get me mad. And he is doing it diamin well, that little BSTRD. Ding. Each ringing tone of the updates felt like a new stab in the man's chest, and as soon as Samui's own message arrived to demand to know why Izuku was still cooking instead of closing his restaurant forever, the man's BLD pressure had a spike reaching to never-before-seen levels. I think I can hear his BLD boil from here, one of Matoi's sous chefs muttered. Say, he will take it out on us if he hears you. The guy's pal hushed him with a look of fear. Every time we try something to get rid of him, he gets out unscathed and smelling of roses. Forged bad reviews don't work, direct attacks don't work, sabotage doesn't work, smear campaigns can't even start that they get intercepted and erased, and even the brat sponsor refused to be bought or threatened. What do we have to do to get rid of that cockroach? What? Matoi howled, and for a brief moment, his mind conjured the memory of the loaded revolver he kept in the desk of his office in that restaurant. Oh, that will be the last resort. Should I lose everything, I will take the boy down to hell with me. He muttered to himself with a low, insane tone. Ping. The different sound alert caught the man's attention. It was only faintly different from the normal one, just a tiny bit more high-pitched, but he recognized that as the alert of an incoming message from one of his childhood friends, the good ones, not Samui. I saw the updates of some heroes there in America. That boy struck again, only this time on the offensive instead of just waiting for us to strike first to retaliate. What are you going to do? The text message said, good question. I don't know. Matoi muttered, but before he could actually write that as an answer, a new message arrived from the same number. If you are open to suggestions, I have one. Why don't you challenge him? He read aloud, hands shaking. You make it sound way too easy, Rin. That boy scares me. Matoi muttered with a shudder. Unknown to Samui, ever since the cooking battle against Yamato and her cooking academy had become public domain, the rest of the small group of conspirators had kept a close eye on Izuku, and they all had agreed on the same thing. There was simply something wrong about the way that boy cooked. And it was not just about the presentation of the dishes or the taste of the food. Matoi and the others had seen that mock cooking show video Rei Yayorozu posted, several times even, and while somebody not in the world of cooking could miss it, the more veteran chefs like them could see between the lines, beyond the flair and the boy's cheery attitude, and notice even the faintest details the masses missed. And Izuku kept displaying skills definitely unnatural, even when taking quirks in consideration. To a chef like Matoi and the others, he asked for insight to everything about Izuku felt off. Otherworldly. Sometimes it looks like he follows a different set of laws of nature when cooking, not our own. He muttered, feeling again the faint chill crawl up his spine whenever he thought about that young man's cooking. If you don't at least try to challenge the kid, he will keep teasing you with more videos and posts, and we both know who's holding you by the ball. It's your turn to try to stop him now. And you know Samui will never stop pestering you to help him, just like he is doing with all of us. Ren Watanabe, one of the chefs colluding with Samui to ruin Izuku, wrote. Then let's hear, how am I supposed to do this? He asked and typed, to the man. He obviously came to America to challenge you since he casually arrived so close to the day of your inauguration. He clearly plans to attack you during your biggest moment of triumph. Maybe you should consider the idea of returning the favor. Rin wrote in answer. You make it sound easy. How else? To give him a theme to follow and ingredients to use, and then you give him the worst ones. There are ways to make an ingredient look pretty and yet taste awful. We did it plenty of times as students to prank the upper years. Do it again, but better. The idea has merit. Doing my best while also adding that handicap to him just to make sure. Matoi muttered to himself, and finally saw some light at the end of the dark tunnel he felt he had been cast into. Boss, one of Matoi's helpers asked with a small voice. Get back to work, I have things to prepare. He answered, waving him off. At the same time, with Run Watanabe, Japan, in Oshiki Academy, the famous streaming chef was looking at his phone with a thoughtful expression, waiting for the answer from his old friend. You think he will bite? He asked. Matoi is a very prideful man, just like Samui is. They even know this and yet never saw the need to correct that blind spot of theirs. And that means that same ego can be used quite effectively against them. Yamato answered. You really killed that crush? Rin asked, impressed. A woman scorned is not something one should trifle with. Even after marrying my beloved husband, a bit of my old childhood crush had remained, but seeing how far down below Samui could go to avenge whatever personal feeling an innocent kid wounded, finally killed it. His being so blatantly open about his using my old crush to have me accept. It made me feel foolish. The old woman answered, sighing. I saw a couple new arrivals in your school too. All quirkless, I loosened up my stand on them once a particularly gifted one reminded me that cooking requires skills, not power. Glad to hear it. About me instead. Are you sure that boy can help me? Rin asked. That kid seems to find exceeding expectations to be a worthy pastime to entertain himself. I am confident about his being what you need to get out of trouble with Samui, but before that, Matoi has to go. Yamato answered. God, I hope he can really help me. Rin answered, tiredly passing a hand on his face while sighing. We'll pull through, I am here to help you. Yamato offered him with a gentle smile. Thank you, Yama. He answered, showing her a small, weak smile. Think nothing of it, Rin. Come, while we wait for Matoi to give his answer we will cook something together, just like we used to do whenever one of us was too stressed before an exam. Yamato said while walking towards the door. Oh yes, that brings me back. After you. Rin answered, gladly accepting the distraction and following the old woman out of the small room and towards the academy's kitchens. That night, Rei Yayurose's penthouse, guest room, having finalized the last touches of yet another attack at Matoi's expenses before Izuku's open assault at the man's restaurant the day of the inauguration, the young chef simply occupied himself with some training and sightseeing around New York, along meeting other pro heroes that seemed even too eager to try his food as well, along dodging the rather insistent suggestions of some scouts making small talk with him while leaving behind. Shameless hints about his joining the agency of the same pro heroes that had took part to the barbecue party at Kathleen's. Daddy. But nothing of that CRP was important now. Now Izuku was on a video call with Eri and his mother on his laptop, and the tiny kid had done two things that almost killed Izuku on the spot as soon as the call started. While still learning how to smile, and finally coming close to actually forming something resembling one, she called him Daddy for the very first time, and his mother had just finished sewing for the kid a child-size version of the waitress uniform Ochako herself wore while working for him. I am so blessed. The young chef thought while feeling his insides melt at the scene. Do you like it? Little Eri wanted a uniform too so as not to stand out too much in the store and I could not help it. Inko gushed with a blinding smile. It's adorable, Mom. Izuku answered, tears already ready to gush out at high pressure. Saito-san said I can have a chef uniform too. Will you teach me how to cook like you? Eri asked. He squeaked out, once again walking the thin line separating him from a deadly slide. Only when you will be older. Inko added. Of course. The kid answered, pouting. Don't worry, as soon as I get back I will start giving you some small lessons, okay? Easy but important. Thank you. Eri's mouth was now resembling a squiggly line, but Izuku knew that was supposed to be a happy smile, and for now, that was enough for him. Before we go, to let you sleep, how are things on your side? Inko asked. Doing okay. The latest flood of positive posts from Kathleen's friends have riled up Matoi enough. Rumors are that the inauguration of tomorrow will be a shockingly big event. By the rumors, he will make it as outrageous as possible. Izuku answered. His mother answered, impressed. Both his pride and future are on the line. He needs to put me down to appease that psycho blackmailing him, and if he loses he risks both that same blackmail to become public domain and losing face against a chef less than half his age, Izuku answered. All this because a man could not take a defeat. Inko asked, sighing. Both Dad and Kathleen are sure that there must be more behind this. Listening to them and their analyst friends, I probably triggered some of Samwee's badly buried trauma, and now I just became the outlet of all those, probably, decades worth of buried anger that resurfaced. It's probably more hate for what I represent than for me myself. Izuku answered, sounding unsure and sad. Whatever it is, I am sure you will pull through, and you can count on all of us to be right behind you every step of the way, Inko said with a gentle smile. Message. A recording of Eri's shy voice saying that aloud interrupted the two's talk. That's me. Eri said in wonder. Yes, so I have you always with me. Izuku answered, and the kid's face took an adorable red color similar to her beloved apples. What is it? Inko asked. Kathleen just said that Matoi made a post where he declares his restaurant ready for opening. She added how she was about to tell Matoi how she wanted to bet her taking the guy's daughter as an intern in a challenge between me and him, when he actually beat her to the punch and actually offered her the same bet himself. So it worked? You managed to anger him enough that he took the first step? Inko said. Pretty much. Tomorrow we will have our cooking battle during his restaurant's inauguration and his daughter's birthday. It's time, finally. Nervous? A bit? You can do it, Daddy. Eri yelled. If you cheer for me, of course I will win. He answered, holding his tears back with titanic effort. Once seen, Eri actually hugged the computer on her side as if trying to send the hug through the screen. I will inform your father, even after that failure of a visit from his boss, Island is still awfully interested in you, and they are the only thing between you and the HPSC trying anything too drastic after their own failure. We still need them. Inko said. Kyun. Shiro's eyes narrowed dangerously at the idea of a threat to his partner actually daring to do anything. I am well protected, Mum. Don't worry. Izuku said. Yes, but I don't think neither your sponsor or your animal partners or even Whitey can do much. Those people have connections? Inko answered, shuddering. It was almost comical how little she, or even Izuku himself, knew about how far the system and Izuku's partners and pets would gleefully go to keep him safe, all with a smile on their faces while brutally slaughtering any threat without an ounce of remorse. I will face everything that comes my way with caution, Mom. Promise. I believe in you. Tomorrow, no matter the hour, I will be there watching the live stream of the challenge and cheering for my Iken. Inko answered, nodding and smiling again. Thank you. Good night. Good night, Iken. Good night, Daddy, both Inko and Eri said at the same time before closing the call. It's time, finally, Izuku muttered to himself, dropping the smile he had as soon as the call ended to release a shuddering breath. Believe in yourself, host. Each challenge is a new step towards your goal. And as always, his sponsor immediately sent him words of encouragement. Tomorrow is the day. I can do this. Go beyond, he muttered in answer. Dry-Itherin. Miss Yamato. At this hour. Izuku said in surprise when his phone on the nightstand started ringing and showing the name of Inoshiki Academy's rector on the screen. Even more surprising was not hearing her voice when he picked up the call. With Yamato and Ren, Inoshiki Academy. Few minutes earlier, Yamato looked as Ren kept reading over and over the long message Matoi sent him just a minute ago. So? She asked, tired of waiting. He was needlessly verbose as always, that pompous moron. The core of the matter is that he will do it and cheat as we suggested. He answered with a sigh of relief. Really? Hook, line and sinker. The fool took the bait. Ren said. Good. I will send Midoriya a message alerting him about how Matoi will try to make him dirty during the challenge, so he will be ready to counter it. Yamato answered, nodding, and whipping out her phone to write a message she then sent to the young chef. You actually have his number. Surprised. Even with the abysmal way we first met, by the end of it we remained on good terms, to the point he gave me his number in case I needed his help in anything. I accepted even just to humor him, but it turns out I actually need to use it. The woman answered, chuckling. I see, yes? The woman asked, perturbed by her friend's thoughtful frown. Do you mind if I use your phone to call him? He asked. Finally considered my suggestion. Yamato asked. At the state things are now, it's not like I have many options left. If he accepts even just to hear me out, that is. Rin admitted. You will never know unless you try. Yamato answered, and handed her phone to the man. The other just gave the phone a long, intense stare while falling silent. You can't run away from your problems forever, Rin, she said, smiling gently. It used to work well when I was a kid, and old bad habits are hard to abandon, Yama. Rin admitted. You were an introvert I adopted, that's how it works between introverts and extroverts. We force you loners out of your shell. She answered, chuckling. Yes, yes, laugh it up, he answered, sighing and composing the number she told him. Miss Yamato. Isn't it dead into the night on your end? And soon Izuku answered. It's me, Mr. Midoriya. I am Rin Watanabe. And I think I have a solution to our common Samui problem, if you are open to talk about it. Gulping a bit and taking strength from the thumbs up Yamato gave him, Rin started talking as soon as he heard Izuku's voice. I am listening. And to his surprise, Izuku answered, even if with a tense, cold tone. Thank you. The older chef answered, before throwing all himself on an explanation of both the reasons why he was supposed to help Samui, and how he believed both he and Izuku could join forces to break free from that madman's ridiculous plans for revenge. I'll make dimensional ingredient hunt, gourmet tour of Paldea. The current mission in another world was strange to say the least. If you asked Izuku, luckily Momo was open-minded enough for the two of them to help him adjust to it. There were plenty of ingredients, that was not the issue. The problem was that the ingredients themselves were far too friendly, enough to make him feel wrong at the idea of using them, especially since he was supposed to learn and replicate a dish from every region. Cortando, I kind of understand what you mean, but I assure you they will understand if you explain to them, even more so since you are not killing them, but using body parts they can regrow quite rapidly. You just need to be gentle about it. Miss Katie, who was a baker and a gym leader, a new meaning to the term Izuku and Nijire never heard about, told him once he explained why he was in their continent. Miss Katie, that actually doesn't help, but I will try. Izuku answered. It's okay, my boy. Here, come with me, I will show you the best sandwich and ice cream shop in Cortando. While you learn those recipes, I will call the other gym leaders for help. They may ask few favors in exchange, but helping somebody with such a small matter is not a problem. Katie answered with a gentle smile. Thank you. Momo answered, far too happy to have been chosen by the system to accompany Izuku in that world filled with amazing creatures she had never seen before. Izuku, though, he was on high alert the whole time, ready to bolt at the first trace of another psycho trying anything to woo him by force, even if through force and violence. Artisan, the second gym leader, in a place called Artisan, was kind of helpful as well, although Izuku actually managed to win the man over only thanks to Momo having a good sense for various forms of art and enough insight to know what to say to appease the inner artist of that strange man Brassius. You have good taste, young man, and both your cloth Alagillo and Escalivida are both appealing to look at and delicious, perfect pairing of colors and shapes as well. Appeasing to both eyes and stomach. Full marks. Escalivida, thank you, Mr. Brassius. Izuku answered, glad to see the man and the other guests of the restaurant they had visited enjoying the two dishes he made. I'll be Dmed boy. You got it down to art and even improved both. Wanna work here? The owner of the place asked. I am honored you find me good enough to work here, unfortunately I can't. Izuku answered with a bow. That's a pity. But if you decide you want to settle down, just ask, the offer will always be valid. Thank you. This mission is going fairly well, I am hopeful. Momo said with a sigh of relief. Fingers crossed. Izuku answered with a look of dread. Levincia. That was where things went south, as Izuku had sadly been expecting. The place gym leader was a young woman named Iono, that dabbed in streaming as well and so wanted to challenge Izuku and Momo in a so-called battle in exchange of the access to the local delicacies that she would have streamed so to gain more sweet numbers, enjoyment for her fans. Big problem was that neither Izuku or Momo had any Pokemon to use, since a glare from Shiro was all they needed to not be bothered in their travels to the various cities, since those creatures could tell the ancestral Taudai was not something they wanted to face. You want our prized recipes for our version of the quesadillas and alfajors. You'll need to face me in a small collaboration and win. Are you ready? Iono asked with a fanged smile. We don't really have dash what? Are you afraid your strange Alolan Vulpix will get hurt? I will be gentle, promise. I won't break him, probably. Iono answered, her smirk turning a bit sinister. Aloha? Izuku asked, confused. Shiro instead growled and jumped down his shoulders to stand proudly on their side of the field. Seems like he is all geared to fight. Just don't cry too much if you lose. Tears and snot don't get me visuals. Don't entertain my sweet followers. Iono said, far too happy to show off again. Can I borrow Shiro? I will deal with her. Momo asked with narrowed eyes. Momo? Izuku asked, confused. Trust me, I will teach her some manners with Shiro-kun's help. She answered. Just do not overdo it, please. Izuku begged. Sure. She answered, and Shiro nodded along. Wonderful. Then let's enter the Iono zone. Iono yelled, immediately turning on the cameras around the arena and starting streaming. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? The gym leader asked. Yes. Some humility will help her immensely. Momo muttered, already annoyed. Your eyeballs are mine. Caught in my electroweb. What's it? Hello, lol. Ciao and bonjour. She said, and her catchphrase alone hyped up whoever was watching. So that's how it is, HN. Very well, I shall answer in kind. Momo, as luck would have it, wearing her pretty revealing hero costume, struck a pose and flicked back a fringe of her hair with a regal composure. Surrender your hearts to me, for I am your queen. Who's your one and only? Good day to you, my beloveds. She answered, parodying the gym leader catchphrase to mock her. And instead actually gaining a lot of interest from the people watching. Is that supposed to be your intro? That needs some work? Iono answered, smirking. Oh god. New Ashi. That lone message though soured Iono's mood instantly. Let's start. Barely remembering to keep her streamer girl persona up, Iono sent out a strange little thing with a wide belly and two googly eyes. Let's start strong with my beloved belly bolt. Will the new challengers borrowed Alolan Vulpix triumph? Litzo. Iono declared, and as soon as her small companion tried to move a muscle, Shiro was immediately in front of it to poke its belly with a clearly playful pat of his white fluffy paw. Boom. A barely visible blur, that was what passed by Iono so fast her hair turned frizzled and her hairpin went blown away. As for that belly bolt, the poor thing landed unconscious a good several hundreds of meters away. The Pokemon's battle lasted less than a second. What? Iono muttered, looking behind herself and a deep trench her flying Pokemon dug in the terrain before finally landing in a crater. Lucky shot. Let's see if our challenger can keep this up. Still, she had an image to maintain, so she fixed herself up and sent her second boom. Shiro didn't even wait for the red light coming out of the ball to finish condensing into her Pokemon before shooting the new arrival vertically upward high enough its speeding body blew a hole on the clouds above them, before crashing down a full 2 minutes later. And once again, the Tautya's victim survived only thanks to the innate ridiculous sturdiness of a Pokemon's body. Seems like the Iono zone has just become the Momo zone, the young woman said, smirking. New Oasagit. Queen Momo. Momo sweep. Hey. What do you mean Momo sweep? Stop cheering for her. Why are you cheering for her? Do you know whose stream you are watching? Know your place, Ionolings. Iono said with a frown. They can just recognize quality, Momo answered, flicking her hair again and renewing chat's cries of love for her. Here comes her hatred for the showbiz side of the hero industry. I knew she was lying when she said she was not bothered by it. Izuku muttered, face-palming. We are just starting. Go Luxio. Desperate to recover the attention of her fanbase, Iono sent out a Noth boom. Arses damn it. Again, her Pokemon barely took a breath before Shiro sent it flying, still with a joking poke of a paw and still looking absolutely bored about it. Your partners are weak. If you have to insult this esteemed Taudai, at least show you have the strength to back your boasting. Shiro thought in derision, and Iono could somehow tell the small thing was having a laugh at her expenses. Momo sweep. Momo sweep. One paw away. Queen Momo. A good streak of luck? The gym leader said, hoping the cameras were not catching the absurd quantity of sweat she was letting out. What did that boy feed his Vulpix? How do you train like that? She also thought in panic. Shall we continue? I think this should be enough. Momo asked with an honest, gentle tone that infuriated Iono even more. The young hero student did not believe in bullying, but unfortunately she had underestimated the pride of the woman she was facing. Momo sweep. Queen Momo is so generous. Spare her, oh beloved queen. And the simping messages in Iono's stream chat did not help at all. Nope. I still have a last trump card. A good show leaves the best for last. Iono said, now sporting a far too real crazed look while unclasping the last ball at her belt and summoning her best fighter, a purple ghost-like being she then further empowered through some crystal that turned its body translucent and added a big kid of ridiculous light bulb on top of its hat. A terra-stylized Mismagius. Let's see how you dash crack. Iono's taunt stopped abruptly when she saw her Pokemon disappear as soon as she blinked, leaving behind the giant crystal light bulb that took a second before falling to the ground and explode in 1,000 fragments before dispersing. The F happened. What Electric Maniac 69 says. Iono added reading the message on her chat. I fear Shiro-kun got tired and just overdid it. As usual. Izuku answered, glaring at the Taudai while returning him to his shoulders. Qin. And immediately, the all-powerful being threw dignity to the wind to plead his beloved partner to show mercy and to not punish him by reducing the portion size of the Tautye's beloved ribs. My Izuku's partner simply sped up things and hit your friend faster than the others. Momo explained. What? Once again looking behind herself, Iono noticed the actual third hole opened by a Pokemon of hers that Shiro had sent flying. So fast the wall couldn't even produce a sound from being hit. Mismagius had just then started reforming from the scattered purple mist the ghost type had been turned into. We won. So, the recipes? Momo asked, hands at her hips. This way. Still too shocked to comprehend what happened, Iono mechanically closed her stream and guided them to her favorite restaurant to learn the recipes of her favorite dishes, which happened to be the best Levincia could offer. https://www. All recipes. com/tmb/b8kx/3f-20 1500x0/filters nipscale max bytes 15000 stripix/4x30630 bfcf004441651e63c62f JPG quesadillas alfajores. Cascarafa boha. The best ramen I have ever eaten. You sure you never used lechonk meat before? The local gym leader, Kofu, said with a thundering laugh after tying a portion. Never used it, nor that or the Quaxley eggs or anything else. I just tried to make sure every ingredient was treated properly and respectfully. Izuku answered, smiling shyly. It shows. I tried challenging you into a cooking contest, and I got my butt. Hand it to me. Never underestimate somebody just because they are young, I need to remember that. The old man answered, still chuckling. Thank you for the help, Mr. Kofu. Momo answered, bowing. Don't worry about it. Katie told me you were a DM and good chef, I just wanted to confirm it with my own eyes, and I am glad I did. Kofu answered. Ladies and gentlemen. A new voice yelled in glee. No, it's her. Momo muttered in dismay. Iono, Kafu muttered, surprised. It's time for the rematch. Ready to re-enter the Iono zone. The woman declared with wide, and quite not completely sane eyes. She could not accept that defeat. Not when her subscription numbers were on the line. So she dusted off her old team, the one she used before becoming a gym leader, and after using some less than legal performances enhancing substances she got from overseas called rare candy, she pumped her team battle level to thrice the level of her official one and moved to hunt down the blasted woman that dared to come in her turf. A special team for a special stream. Iono Zone, MSTR difficulty stream. And to make it even more electrifying, it will be a 6v6 battle. Iono declared, calling all 6 her overleveled Pokemon at once. I don't think this is necessary, Mississippi, Izuku said. It is instead. It's only fair. Pure sportsmanship. Iono answered. Fine. Shirokuen, please. Just be gentler this time. Izuku asked, groaning. Kyun. 1v6, that's HYP. Iono said, smiling at the camera and ready to win back her followers since she kind of forgot to tell the watchers how much overcharged her Pokemon were this time. And go. Wemp, 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 wemp. Iono's world once again came crashing down. 6 Pokemon, 6 playful taps of Shiro's paw and 6 Pokemon heads went buried deep underground in less than a second, marking a new defeat for the gym leader. Iono? Kafu asked, worried at the unnatural way the woman froze while looking at her downed Pokemon with blank eyes. Medali boom. New. Iono, once again, shrieked in childish fury as the same 6 Pokemon of before, now themselves demanding their trainer to pump them up to their eyes in special medicines, so to avenge their wounded honor, they were once again trying a 6v1 only to get slapped away by Shiro with a single paw poke that shot all 6 of them up to the ceiling of the Medali gym where they remained stuck like some Pokemon-shaped chandeliers. You cheated. I know you did. Iono yelled with crazed eyes. I did not. Izuku answered, taken aback. Ignore her, she's being childish. The local gym leader, Larry, best trainer in Pokemon history, by the way, said while guiding Izuku to the kitchen and ignoring Iono's crying fit. Will she be fine? He and Momo asked. Waawea. She will, eventually, Larry answered before turning to Izuku. Now come on, I understand what it feels like, dealing with demanding sponsors and PR offices that have no idea what they are asking us. We workers must stick together, so I will help you. Meanwhile, Izuku and Momo listened to Larry and his chef friend teaching the young chef 1 or 2 recipes. Iono finally snapped. That's it. I know what to do. Yaha. She declared with a deranged laugh. That woman could humiliate me the first time only thanks to her boyfriend's Vulpix. So I will steal both. He is easy on the eyes too and knows how to cook killer quesadillas. So I will get awesome food, a handsome boyfriend and a helper training my Pokemon until they are invincible. What was his name again? Midoriya, right? Iono Midoriya sounds very good. Yaha. And once again the system wondered how that kept happening no matter how hard the entity tried to stop it from happening again. I have a bad feeling. Izuku muttered, shivering. Montenegro Ono, you can't be serious. Rhyme said appalled. I am serious. Iono answered, slamming both her hands, still covered by the long sleeves of her oversized coats, at both sides of Izuku's head. Mississippi. Please let me go. You defeated me again, so you have to take responsibility. Do you have any idea how many would kill to have me, the young and CC Iono? You should consider yourself lucky. The gym leader said. Hands off. Momo yelled while pushing her away. You can't escape. Yes, they can. Go guys. I'll stop her. Rhyme answered, calling out her own Pokemon to battle Iono's and buy Izuku and Momo enough time to escape. The same happened in Alfornada where the gym leader Tulip was already waiting for them with the local recipe and her team out to intercept Iono long enough for Izuku to learn the new dishes, although Tulip could not understand why her psychic powers and the psychic powers of her Pokemons flared up and overloaded their brains whenever they looked at Izuku, soon followed by the mental images of millions of eyes looking at them and a booming, robotic and genderless voice telling them to mind their own business. Glacido Izuku. I order you to marry me. Iono demanded, having finally foregone Pokemon battles and even knocked out her colleague Grusha with a right hook as soon as the gym leader tried getting in her way. Stay back. I just want to be a chef. Leave me alone. Izuku answered, running away. He had barely enough time to learn the very last recipe before the woman jumped him and got both her hands down into his breathes before Momo and Grusha and Whitey pulled her away. I felt that Gigantamax wailed, you are hiding in there. Just another reason to make you mine. My followers already coined our pairing name. Ionizu. We can't disappoint them. Let me ride you like a mad Rapidash. You won't regret it. We are made for each other. Iono yelled. Over my dead body. Momo yelled in answer while being dragged away by Izuku by the back of her hero costume. Don't tempt me. Iono answered. Why does this keep happening? How? Why me? Izuku yelled, hoping the portal towards home will open soon. End of the chapter. Thank you for reading. Author Explain Corner. Antonio Silvani, aka the Italo-American wolf hero, Super Sold Otto. Basically this, but also built using modern technology to not make his armor bothersome to wear like an authentic suit of armor and even add a few more gadgets. Quirk, Lycanthropo. Werewolf, just like Cow Lady can become a cow-based minotaur, Antonio can transform into a wolfman on command. Greatly enhanced super strength, speed, agility and senses. Once transformed, the user becomes weak to sound-based attacks and psychic attacks due to them becoming more animal dog/wolf than human. Johanna Yazi, Native American descent, aka the painful MSTRS hero, Queen Thorns. Like that, only human as a base quirk, Thorns chlorokinesis. The power to summon and control plants. In Johanna's case, she can also summon plants from any part of her body, but in that case only in the form of thorns. The thorns possess high speed, high destructive power and are sturdy, but the quirk can't be overused. Length of the thorns and number of emission points before the thorns coming out start hurting the user as well. Maximum range, 3 meters. Johanna can't control plants farther than her maximum range, not even her own thorns. Curiously, the quirk makes her susceptible to weed killers and other substances deadly to plants, chemicals that can either disorient her or even have her act drunk.